Good morning. Good morning. All right, so we got some immediate support right below 6670. That looks like a credit spread. Non-zero DTE, we got resistance overhead at 6750 and 6700. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. We're presently right below a swing high on the futures. Significant in that that level overhead at 67.37 or so on futures is an area of liquidity. Look for that to get taken out, potentially pulling back in, a little profit taking. All right, DWXT acquired a license. DWXT. Dogwood Therapeutics acquired a license for Serpin Pharma's intravenous formulation SP16, royalty free for that stock to be higher at the moment. Shares surging this morning. It's presently off the highs. The high was around $11. Okay, we're just waiting for the opening bell. We got about 14 minutes to go. The NASDAQ 100 is full of advancing stocks at present. Let's see how many decliners we have here. We have only 4 stocks declining at the moment, about 25 unchanged. So majority, like 75%, are bullish on the day. We got Electronic Arts at the top of the list, followed by Global Foundries, Lam Research, CSX Rails, AppLovin. Speaking of AppLovin, let me just update the watch list here. Oh boy, hope everyone had a good weekend. It's been kind of rainy all of last night and this morning as that tropical storm approaches off our starboard beam. Let's see. Okay, we're looking for futures to bounce right here. Okay, let's make that watch list. Watch Apple, that was turning a few minutes ago. Tesla was higher. Tesla's still pushing. IBKR, that looks pretty good on the watch list. We'll see if that follows through today. Microsoft watching for a follow through. NVIDIA, the nukes. Reddit, Riot was up earlier. Sunrun, some of the pharmaceutical, the solar stocks. Looking for those to follow through. Financials were fairly strong last week, along with energy. We've got 11 minutes to go. Okay, so those look good. NVIDIA, Tesla higher this morning, taking out last week's highs now, Tesla. Looking good, Tesla. Apple turning up. Apple trying to take out last week's highs. Okay, let's see. Futures we're looking for a bounce. We're just below the pre-market highs. Cannabis stocks being mentioned by Rob. Okay, so okay, we got some support just below. See if we can't push a bit higher. 9 minutes to go. 9 minutes to go. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Looking at the weekend video, we were talking about strength and energy and utilities as the Fed most likely continues to cut rates. Yes, no. At any rate, utilities caught a bid last week. Utilities caught a bid last week as fixed income investors go after some of these utility names like American Water, Con Edison, Duke Energy, etc. We also had XLE with a bullish move last week. So many of the stocks like ExxonMobil followed through. Okay. Financials, we had Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan grinding a bit higher. Towards the close on Friday, I sold an iron condor on Boeing. Talked about that. Okay, Boeing, $173 credit. Okay, I'm looking for prices to stay below $235 by October 17th. If this starts to rip higher, I can take these off. Frano mentioning, or someone mentioned this morning about military stocks most likely will get a bid as the Pentagon's looking, I think that was you, Frano, as the Pentagon's looking to produce more weapons for whatever reason. There's been some background noise with Russia flying jets over NATO space and over Alaska, etc. Watch Bitcoin. Bitcoin has a bid right now. Bitcoin's catching a bid. NVIDIA moving. Okay, NVIDIA looking good. Shut up. Got 6 minutes to go for the opening bell. Futures are right between a swing high and a swing low from the pre-market London session. Significance there is that we have liquidity above and below these levels. We're right in the middle at the moment. Futures currently off the best levels of the session. We're up over 33 handles, 34 handles. Getting ready to open with the majority of NASDAQ 100 stocks green on the day. There's only about 3 or 4 stocks that are declining. Apple's trying to turn more. Watch DWTX. They had a acquired a license from Serpa Pharma. That one's up pre-market. DWTX. The high of the day was 11. It's currently trading around $8. $8 and change. $8.20. $8.30. Amazon. Watch Amazon. And Google. The New York Fangs look okay for now. Okay, provided we don't get a sell right from the open. Don't think that's going to be the case, but with support just below, okay, 66.70 is a 98 percentile. Tesla. Okay, some pre-market sellers right there taking some profits before the opening bell. Palantir's turning up. Palantir. We got a BC pivot right here on Palantir. Okay. What's Oracle doing? Oracle is in the middle of Friday's price action. Oracle. Costco. Okay, inside day on Costco to start. Adobe back above the 50-day, gapping up. So that downgrade we got last week was most likely so people could get in at a lower price. We've got 3 minutes to go. 3 minutes to go. Palantir's attempting to turn back up. There's lots of buyers in this area above 170, 175. Palantir. Sell into strength and buy the dips have been the play on Palantir. So you sell into the rip in the first half an hour, 45 minutes, hour. And once the stock starts to top out, wait for the dip, B and C pivots. That's been working pretty well with Palantir. So if you're looking for a quick day trade, that might be an idea. Tesla's fading a bit more. Now we're going into the opening bell. So futures are dropping a bit. Watch the swing low right here on the futures. Okay, that swing low on futures is right about 67.23 on the futures. We're dropping down to that level right now. Okay, that'll probably take out some supply. We got some supply down here going into the opening bell. Okay, we're taking it out right now. We're going to take out supply right here. Futures. Okay, we're tapping that level right now. Futures. Okay, Tesla pulling back. Okay, we're about to open. First 15 minutes, all I'm doing is taking profits off the table, reassessing the markets. After 945, 950, after the opening range. Okay, Riot, watching Riot, looking for a push higher on Riot. Okay, Riot's trying to break higher. Bitcoin is pushing higher as well. Bitcoin. Also watch Rigetti and the quants. Okay, Riot. trying to push. Okay, we just took out liquidity on the futures. Look for a reversal at this level. Okay, we're right down to this area of support. What is that static? That bugs the hell out of me. Okay, Oklo on the move. All right, I still have Oklo calls from last week. You guys had it from the open on Monday. I had it later in the week. Oklo. Okay, we are open. Oklo, big move there on Oklo. Okay. Okay, there was Palantir, ripping, Palantir. Palantir popping.
High Tuckler plus 800.
Okay, we're looking for a reversal here on S&P. Okay, we got the gap up. We just took out some liquidity, pre-market swing low. Let's see what they do here. They're going to fade this or not. Okay, looking for a bounce back above 66.70. Okay, the New York Bangs are all mixed. There goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA on the move. NVIDIA going. NVIDIA's going. Looking good. Let me just send the link to my son. Okay, we took liquidity out down below this pre-market swing low. NVIDIA, there goes Tesla. Tesla going. Tesla popping. Okay, NVIDIA looking good. Okay, let's take a look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA. Okay, so we're testing that upper Bollinger Band in the 185 area. Money Magic levels. By the way, the watch list, I was using the last Friday's levels. So just extrapolate. If you're going to trade something, look at the watch list, but then look at resistance levels on Tesla of 450 and 470. We're right at 450 right now. So above that, you know what dealers are going to have to do. Dealers have to buy. Watch the S&P here. It looks like it's going to reverse off of this liquidity grab. Okay, S&P 500. I got no idea what that static is. It bugs me though. I can hear it in my headphones. Okay, Home Depot. All right, let's see. We got NVIDIA up quite a bit. NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA. Let's watch NVIDIA for a few minutes here. NVIDIA looking very strong. NVIDIA on the move. Okay, looking good. It's up against supply right now. If it breaks through this 185 level, 184, 185, that supply will go away. Okay, you can see the buy order block and sell order block. If it gets through this area, look for a pop. NVIDIA, fair value gaps on the move up. NVIDIA. Okay, I have calls that expire this week. I'm going to take these off and roll some on this move, NVIDIA. Not just yet. I'm going to wait to see how far we go with this. Apple pulled back. Tesla and NVIDIA popping very nicely. Snowflake is higher. Tesla looking good. All right, NVIDIA, I'm taking some profits on NVIDIA. Looking for the big cap tech names in the New York FANG components to lead again this week. Okay, NVIDIA, I just took some of those calls off that expire this week on this move higher. That was a nice gain over the weekend. NVDX. Okay, I'll go ahead and take some of this off too. NVDX, I'm going to go ahead and sell some of that into strength. Okay, just sold some NVDX. Okay, looks like we're going to go some more. Okay, so this looks like it could go a bit more. Watch these fair value gaps so that we don't come back and test these. All right, Palantir did a big reversal there. All right, DWTX on the move. DWTX on the move. Chart, pre-market, above. DWTX moving higher. All right, so we're still taking out liquidity here, S&P. Still taking out liquidity below. Let's see what Trace looks like. All right, so we got hedging flows turning down. So this is really good. Whenever you get this kind of setup and hedging flows are dropping pretty dramatically, the V-shaped recovery is what we look for, like we had on Friday. I think I can go back to Friday, right? Friday. Let me go to Friday. Okay, Friday. You see that V-shaped recovery on Friday at around 11:55? Okay, that was a good entry. So watching for that for today. Okay, watching for a V-shaped recovery here. They just took out supply, or rather liquidity down below this swing low, pre-market swing low in Europe, London. So we're looking for a push, a bounce. That hedging flow. Okay, there goes Broadcom. Broadcom popping. I apologize for that static. I'm not sure exactly what it is. I might have to replace my cord from my headset to the mixer. Every time I move it, it crackles. Anyway, stay focused, Benny. All right, NVIDIA looking pretty good. Watching for a recovery here. Okay, we're starting to move in the opposite direction now. Watch S&P 500. S&P. Okay. Got a fair value, a big gap down here. Okay, NVIDIA's still going. NVIDIA's still going. Okay, looking pretty good. Watching these fair value gaps down here. Price tends to come back and fill at least one of these. Apple's still pulling back. New York FANG components. Let's go see what this looks like. We have 62 stocks advancing on the Qs, the NASDAQ 100, 240 stocks. So we're about 50-50 right now. Okay, so I don't have any directional information other than the fact that we did pull back below. All right, so they did take some of this off, it looks like. Okay, 66.70. Let's go to 0-day. All right, so a big level here, 66.70. Market long, the dealer's long, market short. So this looks like I would call this a credit spread. You've got market short here and then long here. Excuse me, market long here and short here. It's the exact opposite of what you're seeing. So purple is the dealer. That is positive gamma. Markets are short, 66.70. So we'll see if they take that off. And they're long above this level. Okay, so That said, let's go see what is actually moving on the market today. DWXT turning back up. Okay, so this is what's moving on the Dow Jones. NVIDIA is number one, is up 2.5%. All right, seeing a little profit taking right now. CRM, Disney looking good again. Swing time frame. Use a stop under today's low and trail it. Okay, let's see. What's IBM doing? IBM, is that on the list? IBM, let me just check IBM real quick. IBM, okay, pulling back into about 50% into Friday's price action. IBM, okay. So Disney looks good. Caterpillar, still range bound, looking for a direction, a breakout or a breakdown from that 470 area. Cisco, still basing. CRM, still basing. Honeywell, trending lower. Amazon, trying to reverse. There was a number of you, including myself, who bought some calls on, I believe it was Wednesday or Thursday. Thursday, I believe, right? And Friday, we reversed a little bit more. Let's take a look at Amazon. I know a lot of you like to trade Amazon. So we had a 3-candle reversal going into Friday. The third candle was Friday. That turned out to be a doji. We're looking for a much bigger candle. So there was some news last week that Amazon settled a SEC a government issue. They had to create a $1.5 billion fund or whatever for misleading prime customers or something like that. So it's either 1.5 billion or a million. It was a large number. I think it was a billion. Anyway, so here is Amazon trying to reverse above the 200-day, 50 days overhead. Okay, we continue to fade. S&P continues to fade. There's no trade there unless you're short already. Okay, looks like we could push a bit lower. Okay, support down. Let's go down here. Okay, the support down at 66.50. 66.50. I would rather take the trade back in the bullish direction unless this just keeps going. Disney. NVIDIA, 180, 182.50. Okay, we're right in the 182.50 zone. You know, dealers have an incentive to keep prices below areas. Now, if we pop above this area, we could launch NVIDIA. If you're trading that, I took my position off presently. Micron, okay, I have a position on Micron. Let me just check this real quick because I might want to take this off. Let me see what I can get out of this for Micron. Create a, no, I want to get down to like 50 bucks. So I got about another $75 per contract times 5 potential in Micron. If you're trading Micron, it looks like a range bound condition, but it's starting to see a little bit more bullish action. So we could start head up to the calls overhead. I might take the calls off and double up on the put side. This was from earnings. Micron. Okay, NVIDIA's still going. NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA looks like it wants to keep going here. All right, we got fair value gaps. Got a buy order block as well. Maybe I'll add to a longer dated NVIDIA play. I could buy NVDX back. NVDX. That's what I'll do. I'll buy back NVIDIA. NVDX. Okay. All right, so I'm buying back NVDX. All right, just bought back NVDX. Okay. Stop underneath this buy order block. Okay, so it'll look like this. Okay. See how far we can get with this. Okay, so we're above 182.50. So the dealer is inclined to buy shares. Okay. Needs to buy shares to hedge, creating a squeeze. Okay. Yeah, $1. Thanks for that heads up. Okay, there goes NVDX. Big pop there on NVDX. All right, there we go. Looks good. NVDX. You can see this just popped. Okay, looking good. NVIDIA. Let's see if Tesla can catch a bid. Okay, Bitcoin also. That's a risk on signal. Okay, Bitcoin. Okay, we're starting to see a reversal here on the S&P. Okay, S&P is starting to reverse. Okay, big change in direction on the S&P. So you might want to try some, maybe some 67 20s, 30s, 6,700 maybe. Let's see, S&P. Let me go to S&P. Let's see, S&P, SPX. Okay, we got took out supply there. S&P, SPX. What's the 6,700s going for? 6,700s. I might buy a few of those 6,700s. Come on, Thinkorswim, slowing me down. 6,700s are $1.10. Let me buy a couple of these just for shits and giggles. Okay, I bought some S&P 6,700s. Okay. Okay, you can see what I'm looking at here. Okay, not only did we take out liquidity, for whatever reason, TradingView is delayed on futures. I'm not sure why. You can see that line right there. That's the pre-market. That's the pre-market swing low. Okay, so swing low was right here. That means there's liquidity down here. Algos a lot of times will take these out, reverse right back up. This is a swing high, pre-market swing high, right there. Swing high, swing low. We came back with the swing high, came back to swing low, took out liquidity. Now it look like we're going to turn back up. 6,700 is a area of positive gamma. We're looking for this to turn back up. You could take something closer to the money. The only reason I took the 6,700 so because on broadcast, I'm not really paying attention that well, so it's not a big position. NVIDIA continues to push. There goes Google. Google popping. Google pop. There goes Google. Okay, Microsoft popping. So far, so good. Okay, this is delayed, so let me go to S&P. S&P. Okay, you can see the nice reversal in S&P. SPY, same thing. SPY. Okay, we're starting to head back up towards that level. What happened to CNBC? Okay, Palantir pop. Palantir pop.
people. Yeah, because it's sexist. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, have you seen their ads for the private markets? Kind of interesting. You didn't even go to GlaxoSmithKline, Dave Moss.
DWTX, that is a therapeutics company. I hit a high of $11 pre-market over here. Okay, looking for higher lows. Got a buy order block pre-market right before the open. Looking for it to head back up towards the 11 o'clock, the $11 peak. DWTX. They acquired a license from Serpa Pharma, I believe it was Serpa, to market their product globally, royalty free. It's a cancer pain medication. Okay, S&P 500, Western Digital, again, the top of the list. Western Digital breaking out. Okay, we also have Seagate Technologies, STX. Seagate as well. Okay, what else? We got AppLovin on the move again. AppLovin. Microsoft. Okay, Microsoft. We've been waiting for Microsoft to get above the 50-day. Microsoft looks like today is the day. Okay, Microsoft back above the 50-day. So what do I have in Microsoft? I have a position there. Microsoft. I've been sitting on a losing position below the 50-day. Microsoft. Okay, that's back. Actually have a call fly on Microsoft. Okay, NVIDIX. NVIDIA. Flagging right now, flagging. Google's still pushing. Google. Okay. Home Depot. Just chopping around. Home Depot, you would think with the storms off the coast, hopefully there's no damage, but there would be some buying there. Let's see. MongoDB. Okay, MongoDB pulling back in a little bit. MongoDB.
Tesla's up 33% this month alone. Tesla's just a horse, and all these people come on.
Lulu. Okay, Lulu. That was one that was grinding higher. Lulu trying to continue towards the 50-day. Lulu. Fortinet was another one from last week. Looking for that to continue. Fortinet. It's at the 50-day now and needs to pop above the 50-day. NVIDIA flagging right now. Higher lows, higher highs. Watching NVIDIA. Google still pushing. Pretty active morning. Pretty active. Google looks like it's going to continue. Google, I do have calls for June of next year. 270s, 270, 275. Those are profitable right now. All right. Hope everyone's having a good morning. It was a nice start. This is Cousin Vinny coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Watch futures backing off a little bit. It is Monday, the 29th. We're just shy of 10 o'clock. Okay, let's look at Trace. Okay, we got a nice reversal there on the hedging flows. Let's see if this can follow through. 6670 overhead. It was resistance this morning. 6700 above that. Okay, Microsoft still pushing. Microsoft. Okay, Microsoft above the 50-day could run. Okay, let's go back to Microsoft now. Microsoft. Want to see buy order blocks?
offerings, other cruise lines have started
Anyone heard from Frank, Dr. Frank, if you're listening?
really differentiate themselves, and I think that's what Carnival's trying to do, is really bring in consumers that are expecting a little bit more, especially from a carrier that might have that broad-based appeal. I think they will also want to try and bring in.
All right, Dr. Frank, we're thinking about you, buddy, if you're listening. Okay, Microsoft, NVIDIA, Google, Snowflake looking pretty strong. So we got 4 out of 10 right now. Tesla's retreating just a hair. Futures look like they want to go. Okay, so we took out some liquidity futures. This is delayed, so don't get okay, so you can see here that line right there is a area of liquidity. That was a swing low pre-market right there. Okay, that was a swing low. Okay. We know that algos will take out swing lows a lot of time, or a swing high. They'll take the liquidity pre-market from the London session. They'll take it out and reverse it a lot of times, which is what we're seeing on Trace, if that makes any sense. Liquidity down below, you got people with sell stops, buy stops, get taken out. All right, let's see. And presently, that's what it looks like. Big gap up this morning. All right, we started off the day with a bullish bias. S&P 500 started off with a bullish bias. The way we closed, the way we traded on Friday gave us a bullish bias. We had 3 days fade from all-time highs. Friday was a bounce that gave us a bullish bias to start the day. Look for a follow-through, and that's what we're seeing at the moment. Let's look at junk bonds. We want that higher. That is higher, so that's confirming what we're seeing. High yield corporate debt. High yield corporate also higher. Okay, what's the 10-year deal? What's the 10-year doing? 10-year reversing, which is what we need to see. The 50-day is descending, so that's good. The trend is down. Watch the S&P here. Not getting a full follow-through just yet. Might be still a little too early. Palantir. All right, so these pops are getting sold real quick, so be careful here. I generally take it a little easier on a Monday. Microsoft. Okay, back to Microsoft. Okay, Microsoft. All right, we're looking for S&P futures. They took out liquidity down here in the swing low. If you watch the swing low and the swing high, the hour or so before the open, okay, before the 9:30 open, if you watch the swing high and swing low from the London session right before the New York session starts, a lot of times we'll see these levels get taken out. All right, so if you have a swing high and the markets initially from 9:30 run up and take out the liquidity overhead, a lot of times we're looking for a short back in the other direction. Same thing this morning. We had liquidity taken out below a swing low prior to the 9:30 New York session. The London session, swing low. Some liquidity just got taken out, and we're looking for confirmation with a move back up in the other direction. So far, we're just kind of stalled here. Okay, let's look at 0 day. 0 day is a little bit more clean. Okay, these purple areas are areas of resistance for now, support and resistance. Got a little bit of support right in this area, support, resistance, kind of neutral. If we do get moving, that red area over there is higher volatility, so we can see a quick scoot to the upside and head towards that area of resistance, that positive gamma node on the right over there. Okay, 6,700, which is what we're targeting for now. If we can manage this follow through, Okay, Microsoft, NVIDIA still looking pretty strong. Google's backing off of its high of the morning, but Microsoft looking pretty good here.
Not just for older, not just for younger. It's not too late to start investing. I'm worried that
Okay, with the 10-year rolling over, Mondo just mentioned something here. With the 10-year rolling over, that should be good for IWM. So here's the 10-year. IWM should get a bid. Okay, we got a bounce. We have a bullish bias from Friday, looking for the follow through.
Yes, I do, and I've got the handoff of Yum. You've got the old CEO and the new CEO, Chris Turner's doing great. Yum.
Okay, buyers at the low of the day. IWM turning back up.
Over this period, and Taco Bell, fantastic. I like Taco Bell after you have a big night out, of course.
We'll see you tonight and tomorrow.
Thank you, guys. Noon tomorrow.
At 6 p.m. Eastern Time, with some split markets to start a busy and uncertain week. Stay with us.
All right, IWM looking good. Okay, Mondo, I joined you, but I bought Friday. Give myself a little bit more time. All right, Palantir dropping off here. Palantir very volatile today. Watch Palantir. This has been zippy back and forth. If you have a dog or a cat that does zoomies, you know what I'm talking about. This is what it looks like right now. Palantir, Microsoft holding the highs of the day for now. Microsoft, we'll keep an eye on this. Microsoft. NVIDIA starting to flag. Bitcoin. Okay, watch Bitcoin as well. Bitcoin. Nice reversal. S&P is still sitting here, not moving, consolidating. Circle, that one's on the move. Circle, I think one of you mentioned it. Maybe it was Dr. Frank. I'm not sure. Who mentioned Circle? Circle's on the move. All right, nice reversal at the 20-day. Oh, it was you, Frano? Thanks, Frano. Look at Circle. Let's look at Circle here real quick. Okay. Now what I saw, the daily looks good, but look at the weekly too. The weekly, nice reversal starting, and the 60-minute. Whenever the 60-minute moves above the 20 EMA on the 60-minute, looking for higher highs and higher lows. Okay. Microsoft, for example, Microsoft. Okay, back above its 20 EMA. This is bullish. Okay, you want to be bullish above the 20 EMA, especially if it's advancing. Right now, it's just kind of sideways. Let's take a look at NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA kind of sideways too. Palantir, sort of sideways for the last few days, looking for a push to the upside. Okay, Bitcoin. BTC, USD, Bitcoin. Okay, so now this is starting to trend. You see the difference? This is looking a lot better. So Bitcoin's probably going to do very well.
Good Monday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Sarah Eisen with Carl Quintanilla and David Faber. We are live, as always, from Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Stocks are kicking off the week in positive territory, at least looking at the S&P 500. A little more pressure on the Dow, down 25 points. The S&P, though, higher, and it is led by technology. As you can see, the NASDAQ starts off strong. We're up almost a
Okay, so Circle looks good. All right.
Underperformed on this climb in yields. As for treasuries, we start the week where yields are sitting near 1-month highs.
Circle.
Today, lower yields, 4.14.
Okay, so we need to, over this week, we need to see what happened over here in September. We got a higher low. We want to see price action continue to do what it did back here in middle of September for a couple of weeks there. If we start to do that, this will be a good swing potentially. S&P, no follow through yet. S&P.
Former Tesla president John McNeil will join us to discuss. And the end game for EA, the video game maker going
S&P, no follow through yet.
more than $50 billion. Details on the buyers. Straight ahead.
Okay, we could come right back down to this area. Looks like an area of consolidation starting to form.
Hey, Carl, pending home sales in August.
Okay, looks like an area of consolidation right now.
8% higher year over year. That is a strong
S&P.
Street was looking for flat.
We got a fair value gap down here.
So it's a forward-looking indicator of closed sales in
Okay, they could run this a little bit further. So watch those calls that I bought.
Outsigning these deals were slightly lower than they were in July, but not as low as they are right now.
Need a fair value gap.
Saw a huge jump in sales of newly built homes, which are also measured by signed contracts.
Okay, there's one right
Among
there.
most expected to be revised lowers all agreed that the trajectory for sales overall is higher because of falling interest rates. Now, a survey of realtors showed 19% expect an increase in buyer traffic over the next 3
Okay,
months.
Snowflake is starting to move. Snowflake.
But fewer expect an increase in
Okay,
December
Snowflake
traffic
squeeze
compared to
and
July.
breaking
We
out.
did see inventory in August fall for the first time since the start of this year. Sales increased in 3 out of 4 of the regions, with just the Northeast dropping. Sales were strongest in the Midwest. Of course, that's where homes are cheapest.
Snowflake.
Okay, good news there, I guess. Thank you, Diana. Diana Olek. We're going to get a lot of government data and economic data across this week.
Squeezing, looking like it might follow through.
Highlight on Friday. We'll see if we get that. If the government shuts down, probably not.
Watch
But it doesn't
Snowflake
matter
here.
because there's still a lot of other big
Nvidia
stuff.
still
For
flagging.
instance, on the job market, JOLTS will come out tomorrow ahead of that shutdown deadline, and that's
Okay,
important because
Snowflake
jobs
is
will
squeezing.
be
Looks like it
lower.
might do
And then
something
ADP, which is the private sector read, will have
soon.
either way. So
Snowflake.
it hasn't been the best indicator for the government jobs report,
Let's
but
go see
it's important
earnings
to
on
see the
Snowflake.
direction nonetheless. And then, we'll also get, assuming things work okay, we'll get ISM services, we'll get some consumer confidence.
Snowflake reports again
They
on
shut
November
down at this
27th.
point, a little more than 60%. If you look at
They
the
missed.
markets, the poly market, whatever,
They missed a low
higher
expectation,
percentage
but earnings growth
for
was
shutdown
123%.
this year.
Revenue growth
The
is
business
31%.
were
Many of the
starting
stocks on the
shutdown,
watch list have
increasing, and jobs is
pretty
really
high
key, right? That the Bureau of Labor
earnings
Statistics
growth.
releases every
Okay,
month
noted in the
the
watch
jobs
list
report,
in the
and
margin,
it's really
in the
important
remarks
because
section.
they trade off of it.
Okay, let's go
The
take a look at the
Federal
watch
Reserve
list real
has
quick while we're
increasingly
waiting
paid
on
attention to the
the
labor market and
markets.
worried about the slowdown in
Market's
jobs,
still
and that's
chopping
a key
around.
story. We want to see
I'm your host, Cousin Vinny,
slowdown
coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's Monday morning, the 29th.
Again, we kind of want to see whether
Just a
it's
half an hour
bullish or
into the
demand
trading
issue.
day,
I'm not sure that
10:07
there's a firm answer
on
on
the
that,
East
but there's
Coast.
no doubt, Carl, the trend has
Okay, let's see
been
some of these.
weaker jobs
Inigo,
really
Migo,
slowed to
Eagle.
last month. It
We've
was
got
down
those stocks following through. Cybersecurity stocks following through.
very
Watch your
different than the more
favorites.
than 100,000 we were getting per month
Okay,
last year, as
Google
you can see.
trending.
Of course,
Got hims and hers, hims and hers.
Watched closely is awfully close to a multi-year high. Although Hammock's on the tape today, in true hawkish fashion, saying it's really inflation expectations.
Hims and hers on the watch
that's what
list.
worry the most.
I know, she's
Um,
really surprised
I
me.
wouldn't take all of
She
these. I would
gets
just
all the
take maybe
facts
one or
later
two.
today. She's not a voter this year, but she is.
Take
I
one or
would say
two
the
positions and see how these
scale where she
fare.
thinks that
Hims and hers,
constructive
maybe
restrictive
something a little bit
policy is
longer dated.
appropriate given the
Hims and
inflationary
hers.
pressures. And the point is, you can
HIMS.
make that case. It's
Let's
not one of the
see.
things that the rest of the committee is more worried about the job
Hims and
market right now,
hers.
but they're
Maybe the 60
just
call.
got the PCE numbers. We're
Out of a
be
couple of
closer to
months.
3% than we are
Let's see.
2%, which is where
They
the
said
Fed
the
wants it to be.
next
I
earnings
think the
for
committee
HIMS was when?
basically
We said
chalked up
in
some
the
of the
watch
tariff
list.
impact as a one-off kind of impact. We need to respond to the labor market.
November
Is that
10th. All
really
right.
what
So
it's
November
trying? We just don't know yet. We're going to continue to watch these reports.
monthlies on HIMS and hers.
Let's bring it in, Stacey Amoroso, managing
70.
chief investment strategist for private
Okay,
wealth
Hims and
partners.
hers.
With us, good to see you as
Good morning.
always.
Good to see you.
Again, we're back to this discussion where
70 is way
labor market
off.
weakness and sort of consumer
50
confidence
delta is
weakness, and a
65.
market where desks are talking about blow off tops
Five.
going into
That's
year
right.
end.
That's right. I mean, I think as market participants, we're
65,
counting on the fact that the Fed is going to
75.
deliver enough accommodation and quickly enough in order to cushion this process of adjustment that's taking place right now. If they do,
Okay, Hims and hers looks like it's going to follow through. Okay, there goes Snowflake. Hems and Hers on the move.
For a lot of corporations, small and large, and that potentially could cushion, for example, the tariff impacts that corporates are seeing. So I think part of the reason
Okay,
why
Hems and
there's
Hers
a
on the
lot of
move.
hiring right now, Carl, going on is because there's just the replacements. There's some churn, there's some replacements.
Okay,
that
looks
have
good
not
on Hems
yet
and
been hiring.
Hers.
That's because
Okay,
there's
Snowflake looking good.
and if you looked, companies had
Hems
to
and
absorb a
Hers
lot
on
of
the
it.
move
They've
here.
maintained their margins, but how? They've not actually
Okay, there
hired.
goes the
So
S&P
we need
turning
some
up, turning
loosening
up.
of kind of financial conditions that would help.
Did the comment we covered McMillan's comments from Walmart in the journal piece the other day about AI and how it's changing the nature of work and the nature of employment growth for a while, like for the next several years. You think that's a seminal comment of sorts?
Okay, so if you look at the S&P, you can see a range. We did break out. We did just break out S&P. Okay, so S&P is going.
But what could push it off the cliff, so to speak? And I do think there needs to be some sort of an external force. For example, artificial intelligence. If it does lead to ongoing layoffs at the time when corporates are already kind of, tightening their belts,
Okay,
that
breaking
could
out of
potentially
the
push us over.
upper
I think that's something to seriously think
morning
about
range.
because companies are increasingly experimenting with AI. Now it's 9% of companies, but I think it's happening across different verticals.
Okay, there we go. Nice little breakout of that range. We took out the liquidity. We're looking for fair value gaps. We got several here, so we put a stop underneath here. Okay, so using ICT methods, what you would do is take a long here, put a stop underneath this buy order block or fair value gap, whichever. We're looking for 6,700, right? 6,700 would be, if we can get there, 6,700 would be 5 to 1. A little early, but just watching for S&P to continue. Hems and Hers looks good. Hems and Hers. Flagging. NVIDIA looks like it wants to keep going. NVIDIA. All right, so you got quite a few stocks here that look like they're going to continue this.
In a way, we should be somewhat thankful for the lack of additional supply that the labor market has
NVIDIA.
to absorb, because clearly there's not
Google on the move.
to
Google
absorb that supply.
trying to push here as well.
But I will say the break-even rate today is closer to 90,000 jobs created. We're not even creating that much, so I think that's why the Fed actually does need to worry. Do you think they have to worry about inflation too? Look, I don't think so. I know there's commentary.
Costco. Let's see, Costco.
I think that's a little bit of a backwards look. And what I mean by that, if you look at the core PCE,
Okay, I have the call side of a Iron Condor. I took the puts off because it just felt a little weak. But I can take these, the call side off or double up. They expire on Friday, and we'll see what I can get out of this for. Okay, so these are worthless anyway. Worthless to the person who bought them. I sold these calls overhead. Okay, so presently looking at $100 per contract in profit. So I took the put side off. That subtracted about 60 bucks. I think the debit was something like 50.
Finally, just seasonally, got through September okay. Do you think tailwinds start really presenting themselves in October as they normally do?
Okay, so S&P, no complete follow through yet. Hems and Hers, watching Hems and Hers. Okay, Netflix just reversed pretty quickly. Palantir, very choppy market, very choppy this morning. Look at Palantir, big whippy price action. This is a 1 minute chart. Okay, go to the 15 or the 5 minute. You can see that's pretty whippy. Looking for a break above 181. Palantir, it's on the watch list again.
The largest leverage buy of all time announced this morning. EA, Electronic Arts going private in a deal backed by Saudi Arabia. Essentially, the Saudis are buying EA along with some partners and the likes of which are the large private equity firm Silver Lake, as well as Jared Kushner's firm, also Affinity Partners. They are all getting together in a deal worth some $55 billion to acquire EA. You can see the stock is up a bit this morning.
EA.
Price being responsible.
Wow. Yeah, that was active last week as well. Can't chase this though. What's DWXT doing? DWXT. DWXT.
210, and
What?
that was a 25% premium to the unaffected share price, about 17% above the all-time high for electronic.
Oh,
arts.
DWTX,
It does
duh,
represent 20 years' worth
DWTX.
of the last 12 months of
Okay, that's
EBITDA.
pulling back a bit.
So if you're looking in terms of trying to understand
No follow through yet.
multiple,
Fade.
whether that's fair, you want to use that number. To put it in perspective, Activision was bought by Microsoft, I believe, right around 19, 20 times last 12 months EBITDA. So a bit above that. And again, need to go back to sort of the overall,
DWTX, that one's not following through at all. It's fading that gap up this morning. It hit 11 and then reversed.
Equity check. Now that does include the rolling over of that 9.9% stake. But as I reported earlier, the vast majority of the equity.
Boeing. Okay, let me take a look at Boeing. I have a iron condor on Boeing. Boeing, Boeing, Boeing.
And Affinity Partners. Silver Lake, by the way, part of some of the larger deals that have taken place.
Okay, Boeing pushing down towards the put side. Now, let me take the put side off here.
And they do typically, at least according to some shareholders, get a very good deal. We'll see if that is believed to be the case here as well. Andrew Wilson, the
Put
current
side.
CEO of EA, will remain in that role. And Sarah, you know, it just goes to sort of the crown prince in Saudi Arabia's continued focus on sports because most of their key games are sports.
NVIDIA.
Obviously, Madden, NBA.
Hims and hers.
There's the CEO, and as well, he's a gamer. I'm told.
He's a gamer, and this has been actually a giant push from the kingdom. I mean, this is the biggest deal yet. But in Vision 2030, which is the whole diversification of the Saudi economy away from just being reliant on oil revenues, they have really prioritized and emphasized gaming and esports. We had at our conference in Singapore, the Converge conference, the Saudi esports minister. There is a minister in charge of this kind of strategy where they've been attracting, for instance, esports games and esports World Cup and esports Olympics. I mean, this is all a major effort by the Saudis, which is a multi-billion-dollar business, and they want to be the capital of it. So
and they have
with that strategy.
Much smaller, but they have bought a couple of other gaming companies over the past. A company called Niantic, another one as well.
Scopely.
Scopely. That's right. They bought those, so at least not a stranger to this as well. Did want to point out.
Okay, Bitcoin. Bitcoin still driving higher. Bitcoin.
$36 billion equity check. Obviously, that's how you get to how they're paying for this. No private credit there. Kind of interesting to note, given how often they have now taken what typically had been the commercial bank's role. But in this case, I'm told JP Morgan brought in only very recently to finance the transaction. But again, one of the largest of all time. Now that said, the previous number one was the go private of TXU in 2007. Didn't go very well at all for KKR and TPG. And then you go back to the likes of 1989 and the go private by KKR, RJR. So the bigger they get,
Okay, what's Oracle doing? Oracle.
There's HCA as well, rounding that out along with
Oracle. Pushing a bit lower, Oracle.
Well, but this is different because it's the Saudi, sovereign wealth fund. I do wonder, I assume it has to go through CFIUS review. I guess it's good that they have Jared Kushner as part of this deal.
Yeah, it's a good question, sir. I don't know the answer whether it's even seen as having any national security.
There's data. There's a lot of data.
There is data, I guess, of those who use it. Yeah, so perhaps that is the case. I don't know, but that's an interesting.
Costco.
Understand that. And you're right, Jared Kushner.
What's Oracle doing? Oracle.
Sort of the interlocutor between the. Excuse me.
Oracle pushing lower. Oracle. Okay, it's at the 20-day.
He's got good relationships there.
Oracle is at 20-day.
As he always is, a key engine as well.
Oracle. Let's take a look at Oracle. I have some puts on Oracle for now. Okay, starting to bounce. Oracle.
John McNeil about how that news could impact EV demand and also, of course, Tesla's share price.
Plus our AI stocks or those related to the AI boom in a bubble. Venture capitalist Byron Leader is going to join us. We'll have some talk about some of
I took those puts off. Oracle, I took the puts off. Bitcoin, nice reversal. Bitcoin. This is a risky asset class as such. when it's moving higher, that's risk on. So we're right at the 50-day moving average right now, the blue line. Okay, 50-day. If we get above the 50-day, this swing high probably gets taken out right there. Okay, so we're looking for that swing high. We got people buying down here, no doubt. Okay, NVIDIA still flagging. S&P pulling back a bit. S&P. No follow through on the S&P. Okay, so we peaked out there. We're right at a 98 percentile. Did we lose this level? Taking out some liquidity right here. Okay, Google looks good. Microsoft's still looking good. Google, nice. We got the JP Morgan caller tomorrow, and we still have I didn't hear any news on the government shutdown theatrics that I talked about in the weekend video. Riot finally turned back up. Riot. Okay, so I have the size that I had last week, Riot, but it's still looking good. Riot looking good. Riot. All right, so S&P 500, we did pop a little bit there. We broke out, and we're back into this range again. Okay, so you can see this range from earlier. We're right back down into that. Right back into that range. Okay, so we extend this out. It popped briefly. Looking for the follow through. Got a buy order block. We're taking, it just looks like we're going to trend sideways for a little longer. Okay, so S&P not going anywhere at the moment. Can we bounce out of this area? We had a buy order block. We came right back down to that level. Volume tapering off. You can see the volume tapering off for the most part. Volume tapering downward like this. S&P. Okay, Hims and Hers. Hims and Hers. All right, so we got a higher low. Hims and Hers. Watch Hims and Hers.
They were thinking about it. They're probably buying or leasing right now. That's why you are going to see record numbers when we get the total for EV sales for the third quarter. Cox Automotive estimates it'll be more than 400,000, up 30% compared to Q2, up 21% compared to Q3 of last year. And for the EV sellers, the leaders within the market here in the U.S., yes, we are still in a Tesla world in the U.S. It still dominates.
VIX, you've seen a lot of action in the VIX. There was someone buying SPY 610s as well. Let's look at SPY. SPY 610s. That's, ooh, that would be really ugly. That was mentioned by Brent over the weekend.
The established automakers, or the legacy automakers, if you will, whether it's GM or Ford, keep in mind that the bulk of their sales remain internal combustion engine vehicles.
All right, we're still chopping around here. S&P is still chopping.
Of the total sales, that would be a record low in terms of ICE models being sold for a quarter. Shares of GM, Toyota, Rivian.
Mondays are usually a slower day for me, as we're looking for a direction. We had a bullish bias to start the week after Friday's bullish delivery. After a 3-day fade, the S&P managed to bounce. Okay, we had a 3-day fade. Friday, we had a bounce. Okay, that gave us a bullish bias for today. We're above that level right now. Junk bonds, high yield corporate looks good. Money's saying VIX is on the move. Let me take a look at VIX. Or calls are being bought anyway, right? Okay, VIX, right in the middle of the bands there. Let's look at some other additional risk on indicators, IWM. We want to see that above the 60-minute. 20 EMA. It is for now. Just dipped a little bit, looking for a follow through. Okay, we're not quite an hour into the trading day. Okay, Microsoft is still going. Microsoft. Okay, pulling away from the 20 EMA, both the daily and the 60-minute. We're trying to take out 520. Microsoft.
A demand drop off in the short run, but I think we're on a long run curve that it's hard to deny.
Okay, 520 target on Microsoft. Microsoft 520 target.
Headwinds in terms of manufacturing and production, but that curve is up and to the right. It's just not straight up and to the right, and so I think we're going to see a little bit of a
Hems and hers. Hems and hers.
Why do you think there'll be a recovery, John? I'm just curious. You know, if anybody and everybody who wants to buy an EV now.
Okay, hems and hers. Look at the sinuous nature of this 20 EMA, 60-minute 20 EMA. Okay, every time it dips and then price moves back above and the moving averages turn up, what happens? We get this nice leg higher. Let's see if we can do that again. Okay, so if you don't know what I'm talking about, what I'm looking at are these legs higher? Leg up. Okay, leg up. So that would push us above that breakout zone. That would be good for hems and hers. But it looks good. Notice RSI too. Okay, hems and hers on the daily looks good. Okay, bouncing off the 50-day, 20 days crossing up to the 50-day. This is on the watch list. You got targets there. Microsoft still pushing. Microsoft.
And they're super fun to drive because the weighted the center of gravity is actually in the center of the vehicle.
Palantir pushing.
And so that's what drives, I think, long run demand. David.
Okay, let's see what Trace is telling us. Okay, we're trying to make a higher low. All right, we still got support here at 6670. 98 percentile. This sort of looks like an iron condor. Tight price action between 6670 and 6700. Sorry, can't talk. So we're looking for a test of 6700 or a loss of 6670. If we lose 6670, we'll head back down to 6640, I believe, was the level. 6640, then 6620. These are small areas down here.
So what? They have to get competitive at a price level that the Chinese EVs sell at because they're much cheaper.
I think that's what's happening. Like the GM.
You can see all this positive gamma for S&P. All this positive gamma where price is right now. Right in this area, there's a lot of positive gamma. You can especially see it here. See that double bump, that double peak there? A lot of positive gamma in this area to keep prices sticky in this zone. Okay, that looks good. Okay, watching that. Microsoft looks like a little profit taking on Microsoft at the moment.
You think that the U.S. manufacturers can get the numbers down, to Sarah's point, to equal sort of the Chinese, so we could compete in other markets other than our own?
We're going to absolutely need to get our costs down to compete, and that is existential, I think, in the future for manufacturers. And we definitely need a level.
Okay, NVIDIA still looking good. NVIDIA. S&P looks like it wants to pop out of this area. Okay, so we have like two areas here. Got this overlaid range this morning. We had this range this morning. Now a little bit larger range. We need to see either a breakout or a push back into the range and a drop for a short. Right now it looks okay. S&P 500. Okay, back to hems and hers. Hems and hers. Okay, no follow through yet. Hems and hers. What's that? Oracle turning back up. Oracle turning back up. Oracle, nice pop.
Okay, John, thank you for joining us with some of the perspective. your time in the industry.
Oracle
John
popping
McNeil,
off the lows.
formerly of Tesla.
For Frano, I took the puts I had off, Frano. So this is free to run.
Giving Andrew Cuomo a boost against Zoran Mamdani, who does have a commanding lead in the polls. We'll get the latest. Plus,
Okay.
is the AI trade losing some steam after that rough week for big tech?
Oracle, nice move back up, Oracle.
Investor in that space. And check out this move in cannabis names surging in some early trade. We'll talk about what's sparking that rally later on this hour.
Oklo. Okay, Oklo had a pop this morning, right? Oklo going. Oklo. Okay, I have November calls on Oklo. Oklo looking good. Nukes. The nukes looking good. There was some mention about some of the quants as well this morning. Let's take a look at those. Let's take a look at some of these quants. There goes Oklo. Okay, sort these by percent change. ARQQ, QBTS up 3.75%. QBTS cheap at $25 for the most part. All right, it's fading right now. Microsoft though, all right, at the highs. Microsoft, Meta fading. Okay, Nvidia looks good though. Nvidia, where are you, Nvidia? New York Fang. Nvidia up to almost 3%. Okay, Palantir turning back up. Apple, nope. Nvidia looking good. Followed by Snowflake. Snowflake trying to push a bit higher.
Just do this, please.
Yeah, so big move across that sector. We're going to talk about defense stocks.
Netflix still pushing.
Tim Draper is going to join us. And I want to talk a little bit about cruise lines right now. Norwegian is embarking on its largest.
Okay, what are some of the other names like Nano Nuclear doing? Nano inside day for now. Nano Nuclear. Oklo. Oklo looks like it could go into the gap. Oklo into the gap. Okay. AMD with a nice move here this morning. AMD needs to get above the 50-day. AMD needs to get above the 50-day. Right there on the right, you can see the 50-day is just overhead. Bollinger Bands are fairly tight. These open up could indicate that NVIDIA's AMD is going to go. Histogram is starting to open up. TTM histogram starting to open up. Got the 50-day resistance above that should run. AppLovin looking pretty good. AppLovin.
New turn in the closely watched New York City mayoral race. Current mayor Eric Adams suspending his campaign for re-election, saying, quote, "The constant media speculation about my future and the campaign finance board's decision to withhold millions of dollars have undermined my ability to raise the funds needed for a serious campaign." Well, that news shaking up the prediction markets a bit. Not really, actually. On Polymarket, former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo only got a 3-point boost, while Democrat socialist Zoran Mamdani pulled back a couple percentage points, though he's still up, more than 80%. Republican nominee Chris Lee
Man,
stayed unchanged.
you imagine having a social, what is he? He's a Marxist, right? He's a Marxist. I think people get it confused between socialism, communism, and Marxism. I believe Mamdani or whatever his name is a Marxist. All of them are non-capitalists, whatever he is.
Deterioration in the quality of life because of Governor Andrew Cuomo. So now we're going to give him another opportunity.
He's not going anywhere. Well, President Trump posting about
Riot.
this morning on Truth Social, writing, remember.
Riot, looking for that follow through that we're finally getting on Riot. I might add to my Riot position actually. Riot, let me take a look at that. I want to add to Riot. We could have a multi-day run in Riot. Yeah, let me add to Riot. What do we have already? 500 shares. I'll leave it at 500 for now.
I don't know if
Riot,
it's too late.
Riot
for us
looking
to
good.
pop out, that Cuomo would get a big boost. We'll see. The prediction markets they kind of flipped around on the primary day. I remember.
Riot's
They
on the
didn't
move.
necessarily call that quite right, but look, you talk to business. You guys talk to business people. They're really, really worried about this Mamdani potential as mayor.
Be good for Florida real
It's been
estate.
a bit of a
Everybody
migration
seems to be
issue
moving
in
to
New York, and I do
red
wonder if
states.
they will, if there will be less investment by business.
That's a
in
fair,
places
it's a
like
fair
New York.
concern. We've heard it from many people. I don't know that there are going to be any number of businesses leaving, but it may be that they decide to hire fewer people. Again, a lot of it goes back to potential quality of life, not to mention the overall budget. And it is an odd thing to think about the center of capitalism being run by an avowed socialist,
Correct.
no doubt. But Cuomo has not been able to mount a significant opposition here. And we'll see whether, in fact, Adams dropping out is going to really help him in a significant way. Of course, I can remember Curtis Lewa from the 70s and the Guardian Angels. Still see him wearing his beret. No, but I would see him not that long ago on the subway, always standing.
They took it off
He
here
would
for the
never
stock
take
exchange
anybody's
interview.
seat. I mean, I give him credit. He did show up back then to try and help.
But the thing is, he'll get what 10% of the vote as
Yeah,
a Republican
Republicans,
candidate, and that will
Yeah.
just take.
Mamdani's a
Votes
Democratic nominee for mayor in New York City. That's why he's got an 80% chance of winning.
And also the backing of the governor now.
Says Marxist influenced perspective, Mamdani.
Let's get a news update. Silvana now has that. Hail, Silvana.
Hey, Carl, good morning. President Trump is meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu today in
Okay,
his latest
so-
bid to end the war in Gaza. And it comes after the U.S. presented a 21-point
Okay, Palantir on the move here, Palantir. Trying to get back up to the highs. S&P is still range bound in the larger upper range here now.
The two leaders are expected to give a press conference around 1:15 Eastern Time. The 22-year-old charged in the killing of conservative activist Charlie Kirk will be in court virtually today. Tyler Robinson and his legal counsel will decide if they want a preliminary hearing where a judge will decide if there is enough evidence to move forward with a trial. Robinson is charged with
What?
aggravated murder. Prosecutors say they plan to seek
That's
the death
crazy.
penalty. And country music icon Dolly Parton postponed her Las Vegas residency, citing health challenges. She was supposed to perform 6 shows between.
Okay,
December
Netflix
4th
looks like it
and
wants to keep
December
going.
13th.
Microsoft is flagging. Snowflake looks like it wants to keep going too. Snowflake.
She moved the performances to September 2026, David.
All right. Thank you, Savannah. After the break, Oracle shares, they're still up very big on the year, but they are off 15%, at least from those recent highs we saw right after that big announcement, of course, of the huge unexpected backlog during earnings. Is it all a sign that that trade involving a lot of AI-related stocks is cooling down? We're going to talk to a top investor about that. Later on, CSX announces it's got a new CEO as of yesterday. Shares are up, perhaps in the hopes that they can still try and sell the company. We'll have the details when Squawk on the Street comes back.
Looks like we're stair stepping up a bit. S&P is still stuck here. No obvious trend. We got a little sell order block right there. New York FANGs are mixed. So if we could take a look at those to give us an idea of what we can expect as far as leadership is concerned. New York FANG looks okay. It's trending 921, 50, 200 day. All the moving averages are stacked, one above each other. RSI is turning up. So overall, this looks okay. We are starting off the week with a bullish bias, kind of slow at the moment. Let me just take this and change this now. We're trying to turn up. MACD is flat, more or less flat, neutral. Okay, we got the JP Morgan collar roll tomorrow. Okay, so these stocks, let me just move this over a little bit. These stocks. Okay, RSI is pointing up. So we're looking for Microsoft to gain some strength here a little bit more. It's above the 50-day Microsoft. Microsoft. Let's see, Microsoft. Okay, we're looking for a 20, 50-day cross for it to push through this area. All right, so we're above the 50-day. We looked a little bit better. It looked like we were going to push through 520, seeing a little profit taking at the moment. Pulling back, looking for a B and C pivot on Microsoft. So if you missed the morning rush, you don't have to chase it. Look for B and C. A lot of times what you'll get with the A segment higher, if you're a new member, you don't know what I'm talking about. A lot of times you'll get this run up in the morning as you got people out on the West Coast, get up at 6 o'clock or so, have their cup of coffee. They're sitting in front of their computer at 6:30. Maybe they trade for an hour or so, and then we get this run up along with the New York session. They go to work, they quit around 8 o'clock or so. We start to see some sellers coming in, and then we get the B pivot into lunch. So that's what it looks like right now. It looks like the run up into the morning. You get the West Coasters, you get the East Coasters, and everybody else joining in. They go to work. They take profits. Enjoy the rest of the day. Enjoy the rest of the day on Microsoft. All right, watching S&P.
Welcome back to Squawk on the Street. That AI trade taking a breather, as you know, over the last week. All of the Mag 7 except for
Okay,
Tesla.
nothing going on. You can see hedging flows are just flat.
One of the biggest underperformers is Oracle, as David said before the break, though the stock is still up 70% on the year.
Okay,
More than 50%.
you can see the hedging flows are back and forth.
Check out CoreWeave, down nearly 35%.
Need to see a higher low, produce a higher high now. That's a basket of equities are lower highs, lower lows. SPY, sideways. NDX, sideways. IWM, maybe IWM can give us something. Okay, trying to see. They got some flow right there, IWM. Buy puts.
Give you a sense that there's a little bit of, bubble-licious stuff going on. More on that later. Let's move on, though, on this and focus on those AI stocks. Amid some warnings from investors, at least, that AI spending is maybe getting out of hand. Ken Griffin saying, for example, to Sarah last week, that right now there are echoes of the dot-com bubble.
Okay, we're trying to break out this time. Trying to break out this range. So it looks like we have these little ranges, and we step up, build a bigger range, maybe step up again.
He holds investments in Anthropic, Perplexity, Canva, and many other companies. All right,
Hedging flows are sinuous at best. Okay. S&P.
Does any of that scare you?
It turns out that these numbers are pretty big, and yet the revenue side is the difference this time. So I think the anxiety is well-founded as people are trying to figure these cycles out. But I absolutely refute the dot-com analogy. We're looking at a market here where the revenue numbers and the pull-through from consumers and application partners are staggering. And so as we're getting into the hundreds of billions of dollars of enterprise value for these private companies, it's unprecedented, but I don't think irrational.
So you believe it will be there? I mean, we can take OpenAI as an example. ChatGPT, obviously an incredibly successful product. I think they talk about having 700 million at least monthly active users. And the revenue projections are very steep. All that said, though, it's still a very small percentage of people who use it who are actually paying for it. And then we get to the enterprise, and what is the hope there that businesses really will pick it up?
Okay, watching for the S&P to push a bit higher. Bitcoin's still going. Bitcoin, nice move on Bitcoin.
And Anthropic have real revenue growth that we have never seen in the history of software, blowing deep into the billions in pure revenue. Gross margins have started to follow in pretty attractive ways. They're doing it though with different approaches. OpenAI and ChatGPT as their lead product is really going after Google's core and trying to disrupt the most valuable business in the history of the internet, which is Google's search monopoly. On the other side, and certainly has the clock
Coinbase, what's Coinbase doing? I closed my Coinbase position. Coinbase. Okay, that's gone. Okay, looks like it's going to come out. Coinbase looks good. Okay, Coin looks good. We're going to follow through here. Coinbase, look at Coinbase looking pretty strong here. Okay, flag. So I would look for a B pivot at this point. Coinbase, not buy it at the high.
Data centers that are going to run all these applications.
Coin.
Why do you believe ultimately then, again, that the return will be there in terms of all the invested capital taking place? And to your point, we've talked about how it may,
Core Scientific.
concerns around the dot-com bubble, but
Higher
I
highs,
think these
higher
are the
lows.
largest
Core
companies in the world that are
Scientific.
spending this money. They have the
Looking for a
capacity
follow
to do
through.
it. Nonetheless, why do you think they're going to get a return for all that capital they're investing?
So if we step back to pure market size, I think the hyperscalers are the closest.
What's Oracle doing? Okay, Oracle just rolled over again.
Trillion-dollar businesses emerge in that category, as well as those enabling that category, with NVIDIA as the most notable, provider into that arms race. This foundation model race is very similar. This is the brain of the AI revolution that these companies are fighting for, and it will be an oligopoly outcome again. However, this time it's not just historical software markets, but we're seeing things pulled into them as we're talking about job displacement and disruption. The services economy is going through this cycle. We've seen it before with many tech innovations and disruptive cycles, but the value chain is going to go deeper and bigger. We talk about adding a zero to all the numbers that we thought of historically in software, and I think that is
340, 350 Oracle. I doubt it gets above 340. 340. All right. So Oracle, I put some of these back on the 340, 350s. My apologies, Frano. I'm looking for prices to stay where they are presently. All right. So put more of these back on. Added November. I have these right now, 340, 350. Okay. So it's about $6 in credits right now. I took the put side off because it wasn't really working that well as we drifted lower. I did have puts. I took those off this morning. Long puts.
Like the Industrial Revolution or the Renaissance, or smaller degrees, steel and automobiles and aerospace.
Okay, beginning to look more like a descending channel.
There is going to be a realignment, and this one is probably going to be faster and more significant.
Okay, beginning to look more like a descending pattern.
However, if we want to be competitive on the global stage, U.S. businesses need to be efficient.
Okay, so that's good reason to take these puts off. I don't have these anymore. The short puts or the long puts, I'm out of that. Looks good.
I think that's exactly your point. We're seeing that now, as we're seeing expansion in parts of the economy that we hadn't anticipated in some other areas.
Okay. That's what it looks like now. It's sitting right on the 21-day, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a bounce. Oracle.
GPUs might be so efficient and might actually improve their energy use to where they can maybe operate at room temperature.
Okay, S&P is trying to break a bit higher. S&P.
All of the leading chips now might be rendered obsolete before they had a chance to make any money.
We are seeing crazy things in the hardware innovation cycles, and then the software footprints that follow in terms of driving efficiency. And so there's a lot of disruption still there ahead. Broadcom obviously has been doing a lot in partnership with the hyperscalers here who are producing their own silicon now collectively. Power remains a bottleneck, so it's a key focus area. Cooling is a key input into that. And so anything you can do for chip efficiency and to reduce the data center footprint there will be transformative. People are hitting it from all sides. We're seeing a rebirth in fission. We're seeing fusion, nuclear being funded now again because there's such a shortage of power, and at the same time, the hardware and software layers are coming at it. I expect dramatic innovations in all three sides, and that we're going to see continued leap aheads in terms of price performance and power performance for this industry that will benefit the end consumer as the cost and efficacy of these continue to skyrocket. The costs come down and the efficacy continues to go up on a dollar per output basis.
All right. Byron, very, very optimistic. Always appreciate it. As you can tell, we're always...
Okay, S&P is trying to break out here.
Look forward to having you back soon. Thank you.
Always fun to be with you. Thank you.
S&P is trying to break out.
Shares in the green as the railroad company names a new CEO following activist investor pressure. What investors need to know in just a few minutes. Plus, Carnival Cruise beating on earnings, but shares are lower. We'll talk about the quarter and any impact of a government shutdown.
All right, bullish bias for today.
Later in the next hour on Money Movers. We'll be right back.
Bullish bias for today. All right. All right, NVIDIA is trying to break higher. NVIDIA. All right, NVIDIA is going to go for the breakout. NVIDIA is going for the breakout. Watching NVIDIA. NVIDIA looking for the breakout. NVIDIA.
Competition Meet the Drapers is entering its 6th season with tapings currently underway. The show, hosted by venture capital icon Tim Draper, brings in entrepreneurs from around the world to pitch ideas and compete to win $1 million. And Tim is the founder and managing partner of Draper Associates. He comes from a long line of venture capitalists as well as generals and diplomats and economists. Tim, great to have you on the program. I mentioned that because I want to get into a little bit later how you look at venture capital through the lens of what your family has accomplished throughout generations. But first on the show, what are you looking for here? Is it the idea that you're interested in, or is it the person pitching that idea that's more important to you?
Okay, NVIDIA trying to push higher. We just got rejected, NVIDIA.
U.S. tour now, and I've just been in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, and I've been in Detroit, Michigan. Now we're doing it in New York, and the show is taking on amazing forms. We've done it mostly internationally. I mean, it reaches 300 million people worldwide, but the U.S. is relatively untouched so far. But now we're looking for entrepreneurs in the U.S. We think timing is perfect now. The regulatory environment is improving, and we're looking for entrepreneurs from generally high-tech entrepreneurs that are looking to transform very big, lazy, bureaucratic industries. So that's kind of where we're going, and we've got like 1,000 entrepreneurs trying to get on the show for.
Joe Henricks, CEO of CSX for the last 3 years, is out. In a press release this morning, the company said that its board of directors has named Steve Angel as the president and chief executive.
All right, we're still just sitting here right above these levels here.
He's 70 years old.
98 percentile. 99 percentile is the short right there. The dealer is short. The market is long.
Perhaps more wisdom. Now, really, what is going on here is not completely clear, other than Sarah, the board, perhaps losing confidence in Henricks.
Got support right in this area. Positive gamma at 66.70.
Chairman of the board of Linde and chief executive officer of that company.
0 day and
as well the
further out expiration, pretty much the same. Not much difference there. S&P. Okay, back to NVIDIA.
Many investors here have simply been hoping for is that Burlington Northern
New York Fangs look pretty good. Thank you, acceleration. That looks good. I like it. I like the bounce.
Transcontinental deals out there.
Because Union Pacific and Northern Southern just did this deal.
Correct.
Yeah.
And the idea being that these guys are going to somehow, potentially be impacted. But it does not appear at this point that Burlington/Berkshire is interested in pursuing said transaction. So it would be interesting.
Okay, Celsius and an uptrend. Acceleration over there in Connecticut. Hello, Connecticut. What's the weather like over by you guys? Celsius back to the 50-day. 50-day. Back to the 50-day. All right, we're back above. Celsius Energy Drinks. Were they ever acquired by Coca-Cola or somebody like that? Okay, let's see what Monster looks like. Maybe the whole group is moving. Monster breaking out.
Maybe this new guy is going to be able to be seen as running the combined company better than either one of the CEOs currently, or Henricks or the current CEO being.
Monster Beverages breaking out, trying to get through this area. PepsiCo. No, nothing there. Coca-Cola. No.
Roads and tied to the fate of what the economy is going to do. And actually, cyclical stocks have been outperforming defensive stocks lately. On
Honeywell?
the idea that we might get an upswing as the
Is that
Fed
what you're looking
starts
at?
cutting
Honeywell?
interest rates at a time, Carl, where the economy has hung in there relatively well, and we start to feel
Okay,
the
the aerospace and defense stocks. Let's go take a look at some of those because there were some comments from this morning from Frano that we might have a bid there. AVAV. Remember when this was like double digit?
Those 3.9's huge, although a chart of UPS and FedEx might argue differently. It's really confusing in transports right now. Meantime, cannabis stocks are lighting up as investors get bullish on the space following the comments from the president today. We'll get some details after this.
Yeah, AeroVironment 315. It was a double-digit stock not too long ago. Coco, another beverage company. Coco. Yeah, that looks good. Coco looks good. Thanks, Rob. It's Derek, right? Okay, so watching NVIDIA for follow through. All right, so S&P is not breaking out yet. S&P just killing premium right now. Okay. S&P just killing premium. NVIDIA is trying to do something, but S&P is just killing premium. What's Hims and Hers look like? Hims and Hers. That faded a little bit. Okay, Microsoft faded. All right, so stocks looks like they had some energy this morning, but the juice has come out of the tank. We're just pulling back a little bit right now. Okay, IWM. Okay, that's pulling back. IWM. No follow through on IWM. Snowflake. Palantir. What a choppy mess, Palantir. It's a doji tight price action today. Trying to get above that 185 zone. Palantir. Not able to do it. Just chop. Can't trade this. You can if you want, but I would rather not because you can see this range. Why would you want to get chopped up like that? Let's go to the 15-minute. Okay, 15. Okay, back to what is actually working today. Stocks that are working. NVIDIA trying to break a bit higher. It's still hanging out at the high of the day. Caterpillar looking a little better. Caterpillar. UMAC. Yeah, UMAC. Wasn't there something? I saw some news on UMAC. Looked like it might want to go. Okay, squeezing right now on the 5-minute. Let's look at the 60-minute. Okay, Bollinger Band's opening up. You see that lower band starting to turn up? That's telling you look for a grind higher. UMAC. Maybe some in the money synthetic long options. Maybe go November in the money. Or just buy shares. Or just buy shares. Okay, that's just chopping around. VIX is starting to chop around here. Apple pulled back. Microsoft pulled back.
Another area of the president's focus. Now, this isn't Trump's first move in cannabis, though. Back in the 2018 Farm Bill, hemp-derived products like CBD were legalized. And then you had just last month, he hinted his administration would move to reclassify cannabis from a Schedule I drug, which places it alongside drugs like heroin and LSD to a less dangerous Schedule III, alongside steroids and Tylenol with codeine.
Pull back, MongoDB, pull back a bit.
Lift tax burdens on companies, and notably open the pathway to more medical research. Now, And one legal expert I spoke with highlighting new HHS standards for, quote, accepted medical use, which acknowledges widespread physician use and, quote, some credible scientific support. That's rather than demanding full FDA-level clinical trial evidence. Of course, that's a step toward welcoming Big Pharma to the table, but still a lengthy process. Nonetheless, the cannabis sector has been volatile. Some stocks halved in value this year, with others gaining over 30%. Right now, though, Carl, investors are clearly buzzing.
I mean, he said in August he might reclassify it at the federal level. So I guess it's another step in this direction.
Okay, S&P just in a big range.
From the administration, obviously the previous
Sideways.
did a lot of the work in terms of reclassification, putting forward the DEA's recommendation, then opening it for public comment, and now that process sort of sits with the current administration to enact that. And of course, the president has some leverage here to sort of expedite that process.
Yeah, we've been through movement at the state level, and of course, trying to help them get better banked. Talk about the rescheduling. This new chapter moves the stock.
Okay, let's see what Home Depot's doing. Home Depot.
CEO Carnival's going to join us, breaking down some new numbers there on the quarter. How the consumer is holding.
Okay, so no follow through yet on Home Depot. I took the put side off of a iron condor I have. It was getting close to break even. So took that off. Home Depot. Okay, Oracle. What's Oracle doing? Oracle. Okay, S&P is just sideways. Doji for today. S&P. We had a bullish bias, spinning top, very narrow range today. S&P 500, IWM. Okay, selling it back down to the 90 MA. This had a little dip. There were some buyers that came in earlier. IWM. Back to Friday's close. NVIDIA still trying to push here. Get somebody to lead. Maybe NVIDIA can lead us out of this. Okay, NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA. What is Oklo looking like? Oklo. Okay, Oklo hit the highs at 121.50, reversed. Okay, we got a doji for now. Oklo. Okay, Oklo. Oklo. November. Okay, November calls on Oklo. Okay, let's go see what Trace is doing. Trace just chopping up. Hedging flows back and forth, back and forth. Price action just moving sideways. No direction at the moment. Oh, we got some shorts here at 66.70. They haven't closed these positions yet. 0 day or regular expiration. Let's go look at NVIDIA. Okay. Sideways. You can see hedging flows are just sideways on NVIDIA. Mag 7. Sideways. No trend here. Let's see what kind of squeeze action we might have today. No symbols. Equity earnings today. That was Carnival. Okay, Carnival. I never did get into Carnival. I was going to do Carnival for earnings. Okay, good thing. Pretty nasty looking. I didn't get into Carnival. Core Scientific, CORZ. Core Scientific bouncing off the 90 MA. Looks kind of bullish. Bollinger Bands are pointing up and to the right. All the Bollinger Bands are pointing up and to the right. So whenever you get this condition, you should expect prices will just grind higher. Okay, so you can see the upper band is doing this, lower band is doing this, and the 21-day is doing the same thing. So expect price action to do the exact same thing. RSI is at the highs. You got MACD momentum is bullish, and we're embedded, telling you to look for closes in the upper half of the daily range. What does that mean? It means you don't have to chase it. Given the bullish nature of Core Scientific, if you wanted to trade this, you could buy dips, and you'll most likely see price action close in the upper half of this range. Okay, so we have this situation. This is the range. And since stochastics is embedded, it's telling you to look for prices to stay in this upper half today. So if you buy dips, most likely you'll see it push back up. Likely areas would be the 1 EMA or VWAP, depending on whatever kind of chart you're using. Okay, but Core Scientific looks like it's going to keep trending. Okay. NVIDIA is trying to push higher. Kind of a slow day. The S&P is not adding anything to this. Let's see what the advanced decline looks like. Okay, advanced decline. S&P is starting to stall. This was pointing higher on Friday. Mid caps, small caps in the top two. Mid caps, small caps pointed down. NASDAQ turning up. So it looks like tech stocks are probably going to keep the bid today. Okay, you can see tech is moving higher. Okay, SMH. So look at your favorites. The top stocks on the NASDAQ 100 would be the first thing I look at. Okay, MicroStrategy turning up. MSTR. Okay, bouncing off the low. Okay, NVIDIA, AMD, these stocks are on the list. AMD needs to get above the 50-day. I like AMD, but it's just my preference. I'd rather be above the 50-day as support rather than below 50-day as resistance to take a long. So if you took it this morning or last week off the low, that little pivot at 154.78, I would be looking for resistance at 165. If it gets above 165, Bollinger Bands will start to open up. RSI is rising. NVIDIA at the upper Bollinger Band, seeing some people taking profits. I guess because we're not getting any kind of follow through, people are taking profits. Makes sense.
Yeah, and that's right. And there's no real clear sense now that Hamas is willing to agree to that, given the scale of the fighting and devastation that they've experienced. They've been under just enormous pressure. Whether they're ready to cut a deal or not remains to be seen, right? And it takes two sides to have an agreement. And so we'll see. If President Trump can put pressure on Netanyahu here and through his intermediaries in the Middle East, put pressure on Hamas, maybe there's a path forward there. But this is the Middle East. It's just very, very tricky. And, things can turn sour on you very, very quickly.
Eamon, appreciate that. Eamon Jeffries outside the White House today. Let's get back to the markets today as all three major indices look to rebound after closing last week.
What's Intel doing? I haven't looked at that. Intel. Okay, that dipped. Intel looks like a buy. Intel on the dip. We got semiconductors strong. SMH. Okay. Intel. Okay. Intel, a little flag. I'd rather buy it off the 90 EMA if we get that a little bounce. RSI still showing muscle. LRCX, Lam Research. I know Frano likes to trade this one from time to time. Lam, she may even have it in her long-term portfolio. Broadcom, just squeezing. Probably going to stay like that. I could sell some iron condors on Broadcom, actually. Doesn't look like it's going to make any major move. Let me see what I can sell. Broadcom, AVGO. Bollinger Bands are still fairly tight. So what I'll do is with the Bollinger Bands, I'll capture this premium if that continues to contract and narrow, similar like the first week of September. If these Bollinger Bands turn inward, I'll capture that premium. Let's see. Let me go to October. 18 days. Let's see. Let me sell an iron condor on Sell an iron condor on Broadcom. Okay, the upper band's at 375. Let's try that and see what we got. Probably not, may not even be worth it. Let's see, 375, 380.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about that CSX and what cyclical
375.
right now about the direction of travel for the U.S. economy and earnings growth, and the outperformance is notable.
Yeah, I think that's the beauty of it. Under the surface, there's a lot
380.
to get to 10, 12% earnings growth.
And below the 50-day, 300, 310. Let's see, 310.
On the other side, growing nothing. When you look at 2026, you're going to get a conversion.
315. I'd have to go out at least another couple of weeks. November would be November.
You do, I think, upgrade a bit consumer discretionary, right?
Yeah, it's again where the cyclical might kick in, or at least there's nothing priced in expectations wise.
380.
Front, right? So
390.
Tailwinds from lower rates in some of the more rate sensitive areas. Yeah, that part of the cyclical can really kick in.
And
You
below.
pair that really nicely with the financial story that's playing out well, and credit's holding in with the secular tech story, and you get this
310. Looks like it's headed towards 310. 310.
Potentially position yourself for broadening.
Let's go to 300. 300.
Which, have rested more on the Fed rate.
290.
So if we are seeing a cyclical upturn, then maybe we don't need as many rate cuts.
$377 contract.
I agree with that. It's funny. We kind of argue that the Fed might not matter as much if the underlying economy holds in better than you think. But yeah, it's definitely a tailwind if you're getting both. And small cap definitely benefits. It's funny if we're looking to step back, like more of a 1,000-mile view here, looking down. You probably want to buy the Nasdaq on one side and pair it with the Russell 2000 and small cap on the other. What you really might want to kind of overlook is a little bit of large cap value. Use that as your funding for that barbell trade.
Interesting. Finally, credit spreads getting lots of attention today. Page 1 of the Journal looking at just how hot credit is running. Got to go back to the 90s on some of these things. We have had some blow-ups in auto subprime financing. How do you think about all of that?
If you have a constructive macro backdrop, if you don't have a lot of commodity volatility, not a lot of rate volatility, not a lot of FX volatility, which is the backdrop right now. That's good for risk assets. We see that in
Okay, Palantir drifting a bit lower right now. S&P dropping off. S&P. S&P dropping off, not working.
Once we get into October, appreciate it as always.
Take care. Thanks for having me.
Okay, S&P back into this range.
With us just this morning, the president taking to social media with threats of tariffs on imported furniture. Ethan Allen, perhaps.
We could be headed towards filling the gap. Let's see what the hedging flows say. Okay, we're below this level, so we could be seeing some downside pretty quick here. S&P. Okay, the calls are not working, so there's that. Put side. What 6640. All right, looks like we're heading in that direction. Put side. Okay. All right, we're starting to lose this level right here. 0 day. Let's see what builds up next. 6640, 6650. Nick. Pepsi's going to buy Celsius. Okay. Riot. Still looking good there, Riot. Okay, flagging at the moment, Riot. Okay.
Minute-by-minute breakdown.
Okay, Broadcom pulling back a bit. Broadcom.
Global movers, just the trades that matter. As the bell hits and the markets react in real time, opening bell live at the NYSE right when it counts.
Believe me, when it comes to investing, you'll love Carl's Way. Take a left here, please. But there's a Carl's Way is the best way.
Is it? At Schwab, how I choose to invest is up to me.
Exactly. I can invest and trade on my own.
Yes, and I let them manage some investments for me too.
Let's move on, shall we? No can do.
I'll get out there.
Where are you going?
Schwab.
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. It's time for the big three. We've got 3 stocks, 3 charts, and 3 trades. Rick Ducant joining us in studio here to take us through the charts and here to take us through the trades is Mike Shore, the Director of Training Education at Prosper Trading Academy. Thank you both for being with us. Mike, to kick things off, before we get to the trades, could you just give us a big picture thought on the market and how we're starting out the week and even thoughts on last week as well?
My opinion really hasn't changed a whole lot. I think we have a supportive base in kind of across the board, and especially with potentially
Broadcom.
more cuts to come along the way, at least one. That's at least what the market's pricing in. So it's kind of business as normal. I expect pullbacks, and those pullbacks are to be bought until something changes. And you're wrong, then I think that you keep with that recipe.
All right, so with that, let's get into your first pick, SanDisk. We've seen them increasingly bullish coverage from analysts. They spun off from Western Digital. What's behind this pick?
It's exactly, just the whole space. And then technically, this is one of those ones that, you wish you had just gone in with the market order to begin the day. I was looking for a little bit of a pullback here. But now, the stock's up 15% right now, a little bit north of that. Great idea. And the markets weren't open for my great idea.
They seem to agree with your great idea. So, Rick, we're looking at that rise there on the chart, up more than 15% right now. What are the technicals showing us for SanDisk?
Right, the storage space is really strong lately. So Western Digital and Seagate are the 2 main players. Toshiba is another one. They don't really have a tradable stock, though. Then there's SanDisk as well. And if you were to look at this chart, the first most obvious thing is basically if you were to look up a textbook example of a full flag type of pattern here, that's pretty much probably what you'd find. So we had a big push to
New York Fangs are somewhat mixed at the moment. Let's go look at that real quick. Okay, so right now we have a fade from the high of the day. We're still above the 21-day, still above the 9 EMA. Got a long day ahead of us. S&P continues to move lower, so it looks like puts are working. Puts are working. You can see the hedging flows dropping off here. Hedging flows dropping off.
But this is pretty much what you'd be looking for to happen if you had a bullish outlook on that pattern here. Moving averages, not too much help. This one hasn't been trading for too long enough to use our exponentials here. 20-day simple moving average is down near 85.50 or so, so not really much help there. But we can see RSI, our measure of momentum.
Okay, you got Supermicro trying to do something. All right, Supermicro. Okay, 50-day is basically flat overhead. Supermicro looks good there, Mondo. Looking for a pop through this area. S&P pulling back now. S&P. Okay, into the gap.
Plus 2 standard deviation channel, pretty close to where we topped out, around 112.57 or so. Notice as well, our plus 2 channel lines up pretty closely with that gap level. Near about
A lot of fair value gaps overhead. S&P.
All right, right now trading at 111.45.
Okay, what time is it? 11:19. I need to take a 5-minute break. I'll be right back. Watch this bearish move at the moment. Trying to fill the gap, S&P.
The October 17th, 100, 105, 108 broken wing call fly. Now we've blown through that whole thing. If we had gotten that pullback, we just never had a shot at it today. So, like I said, great idea. It's too bad the markets are closed on a Sunday.
I'm not upset they're closed on a Sunday, but we'll take it. Let's move on to your next one, Applied Optoelectronics. I wasn't as familiar with this company, so tell us about this pick.
Yeah, and I'm not super familiar with it. It pops up on some of my scans, and so it's caught my attention a little bit more. And this is one of those ones that it's in the correct space, and it's a little bit undervalued right here, and it's still undervalued. I'm looking. I wanted to get over that 20-day. I use SMAs for my longer term charts. I use EMAs for my shorter term charts. But anyhow, the 20-day SMA, that is 2670, and so I'm looking to get into just a call calendar spread, just a 1010 versus 1017. That's the 32 call calendar that you should be able to buy for 45 cents. Very, very cheap. And then my modeled reward, because we don't know, we know what our risk is on a calendar spread, but we have to model what the potential profit is on it because of time and implied volatility. But the way that I have it modeled out is that we should probably be able to make about 65 cents on this thing, which would give us 1.44 to 1 reward to risk on that one.
All right, Rick. So for technicals on Applied Optoelectronics, walk us through this chart here because we have quite a bit of movement here.
Yeah, and to the point, the technicals will be the same regardless of what you're looking at. Even if you don't really know too terribly much about the company, the readout can be very similar still. Now, if there's some terrible fundamental situation, you should probably try to look into that first. But regardless, what we see here based on the price action was this old high area, our pink line here. Then we had another gap and then highs. And then more highs here. So between about 29 to 30, 64, so that's where the gap opened up. That's the resistance zone to be considering here, looking for a potential breakout in this name here. So we can also see if we were looking along the lower edge of the trading activity, we had our low point here. Then we've made a successive series of higher lows from that point. Our white trend line is in play. That was roughly where we touched last time here. So still trending upward here, still improving. If we consider moving averages and RSI here, well, for now,
Okay, big change in direction now.
fairly closely together. We're kind of in the middle of the shorter and longer term ones here. So about 27 to the upside, about 25 to the downside. Those would be the breaking points one way or the other based on those moving averages here. We can see, though, RSI has been broken after this triangular type shape in the shorter term. We are below the 50 midline. We are below our green trend line. We're not seeing a matching breakdown in price, though. So this could be just a consolidated phase or a pause here as we kind of try to assess this ascending triangle type of shape here where we have upward sloping trend line across the lows and consistent resistance. So
Riot looking pretty good. Bitcoin looking good. Here's Riot. At present, Riot in the center of the Bollinger Bands, right at VWAP, just bounced off of VWAP.
All right, right now trading just above $26. And Mike, your last pick, a much more volatile selection. We're going to talk Carvana. Shares are up 128% in the last 12 months, but it's been a bit of a wild ride. So, walk us through this pick.
It has been, and this is just a momentum swing breakout play that, if it's working, just go with it. Again, this is one of those ones that if we were open yesterday, that would have been great. But it just took you actually off the open, you did have a chance to get into this one. I was looking at 376.73. So, and that was my breakout where we have those little tops there. This is kind of one of those ones that, another, great idea, but now, the train's kind of gone bye-bye. You just have to wave to it. I don't chase these markets. If we get these pullbacks, that's great. In companies that you believe in, companies that have momentum behind it, but do not chase this market. There's plenty of opportunities elsewhere.
Right now shares of Carvana up more than 5%. So Rick, as we look at it's a roller coaster here on Carvana. Walk us through these technicals.
I just wanted to start with the 5-year chart because it's so extraordinary. Carvana is a company that's based right outside of Phoenix, Arizona. I could not think of a better kind of metaphor. Left for dead, then comes roaring back to life. Like that's kind of what the Phoenix creature was here in mythology. So if we were to go back, we can see that Carvana has been trending upward, rising wedge type shape here. Here was our old close near 390. That's about where we've topped out again a couple more times. But now we can also see that we have tested the upside of that rising wedge shape here. We have a consistent low point near about 350, 355 at our green line here. So that would be a downside area to watch. But big green candle trading near the highs of the day.
What's Coinbase doing? Coinbase. Okay, that's giving you a B and C pivot. Coinbase got rejected at the 50-day. As we suspected, it might. Watch the S&P. It might be a bear flag here. S&P bear flag.
That could be another area to watch for potential support.
All the New York FANGs pulling back.
Watching the train go by and waving at Carvana as it passed, how might we look at trading a company like this, a highly volatile one?
Right, like I said, right here, don't chase it. You have some resistance up here at like just above, right at 397. It's hit that about 4 times over the last couple of weeks. But I just have a hard time just flat out shorting, stocks that are moving up, and we have the potential to keep moving up. The windows of opportunity are.
Thank you very much. Now coming up is EA goes private at 55.
S&P looks like a bear flag.
Jason Chapman of investment firm Convoy on the impact of the gaming industry. This is a firm that only looks at the gaming industry, and we've gone over the details of this deal, Caro. We've looked at how historic it is from a financial perspective. All the gamers out there going, I love some of these EA games. Yeah. Why are you doing this?
My son recently new to the whole EA experience, but I'm looking though at the market effect. We're up 4%. Remember the market moved on Friday. That was the initial reporting came out. It's a nice tasty premium. We'll see what private equity could do for the business. This is Bloomberg Tech.
380, 390, 380.
Group planning so easy and feels like vacation. Trip planner, not very well.
The latest fashion trends arrive daily for Hamrick Sportswear Spectacular. Get out for dinner fall coordinates, just $25. Speculation lock necks, 2 for $10 or $5.98 each. Modern fashion tops, only $15. Ruby Road fall coordinates, just $20. Southern Gal string tees, $10. And speculation solid fleece tops and pants, only $10. Make your move before the deals cool down. Run to Hamrick Sportswear Spectacular.
After the storm, every second counts. You don't have to face it alone. Servpro is ready day and night. Business for home and everything that matters most. From water removal to full reconstruction, our local team is ready to solve. No job is too big or too small. We bring the experience, the equipment, and the commitment to deliver right. We help you recover faster to get back to normal sooner. When disaster strikes, be ready. At Servpro, Georgetown, and Horry counties, we got you.
Being a new mom is no joke. I mean, the poop everywhere, and they are so expensive. That's where they're going, because they are so darn cute.
Okay, where are these? 380. 380.
90% cash back in about 2 days for
covered claims
What?
like surgeries, dental issues, and much more. Choose America's favorite pet insurance for your baby. I mean, pet.
You don't just see it, you feel it.
I'm in.
Cheers. Better get loud.
That's what I'm talking about.
1, 2, 3, I'ma make 'em all holler. Showstopper. Showstopper. Check it out, bring 'em out. I'm a jaw dropper. Look at me, yeah, I'm a showstopper.
Hey guys, Bill Brocco here, owner of Competition Cars, along with my brother Anthony, my new salesman. So after 29 years in business, we moved to an awesome new location right across from the Oakland Grand Mall. We still offer the same great cars, low prices, no dock fees, and warranty, and now we've added classic cars and exotics to the mix. So come see us at 541 Piedmont Avenue and check out our awesome new indoor showroom.
And remember, Bill worked hard to earn Best Grand Dealer for 11 years, and I'll work hard to continue that tradition.
Group planning so easy and feels like vacation. Trip Planner with Virgo. Group planning so easy and feels like vacation.
All right. S&P still looks like bear flags for now.
The price you see includes fees. Make it a Virgo.
Irreverent happens. I'm Saucy Lapa in Sintra, Portugal, and this is Bloomberg.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Tech. Electronic Arts, or EA, the video game company, is going private in the largest leverage buyout in history. We talked about the structure of the deal throughout the program, but we start to question why. This is a 5-year chart of the stock, and apart from that spike on the far right-hand side, which was the trading, remember, $210 per share is the offer. We're at like 203 right now. It's a stock that's traded sideways for 5 years, and there are a lot of questions about whether executives at EA saw the writing on the wall or on their console screen or whatever, that there's some uncertainty for the future, Caro, and I'm still trying to understand it.
All right, I sold an Iron Condor on Broadcom.
As an investment firm, it's dedicated to video game and interactive entertainment industry. You understand better than anyone the disruption that's happened within this industry. Is going private the right tactic for EA?
Thank you for having me on again, Caroline and Ed. And I absolutely do think it is the right thing for EA to go private. And here's why. Today, EA has represented kind of the digital home for many core tenant properties and games. Think of the sports division, which compose about 60% of revenue. You've got The Sims. You've also got Battlefield, which is about to launch. And a lot of speculation for EA has been that they continuously go back to the well of producing the same types of IPs, and they haven't come up with anything quote unquote new in a while. Going private will allow them to take a risk to develop some new IP and also be a powerhouse.
Okay, S&P looking kind of weak here. Looks like we could drop out of this area.
You're investing at the frontier of gaming and the next experiment. So what is it that they can innovate on at the moment? What are the trends that you're seeing in your portfolio companies that can be adopted by the bigger studios?
Yeah, so one of the challenges for large studio-driven public entities is that the public market cycle is difficult for developing new IP. And so, you saw the Activision Blizzard acquisition by Microsoft. You're seeing this again. Finding homes where these companies can actually innovate in private. Think of like what Rockstar is doing with Grand Theft Auto. That is difficult to do as a public entity. It just is unless you have a multitude of properties that can kind of play defense for you in the short term. And so what am I excited about? I'm excited to see what that infrastructure optimized, let's call it further refined, which I have full confidence the PIF and their other partners will do here in this transaction to see what they can produce on the other end. And they produced Battlefield. I don't know if y'all saw that test, but it was the 19th most successful CCU event on Steam. And Ed, I'm
I've seen the test, and like all over Instagram Reels and TikTok is the early access experience. What you just said about PIF though, this is the letter that Andrew Wilson sent employees, right? And in the limited amount of time I've spent with EA's leadership this year,
They've talked about IP in the context of going outside of games. And this letter, he talks about sports, and he talks about gaming, and he talks about entertainment broadly. This is something that Saudi Arabia has been working on for a number of years. Do they just give EA a new domain to move into?
Absolutely. Roughly right now, about 2% of the PIF's assets are in entertainment and sports. That's going to move to about 3.5% at the conclusion of this transaction. They've seen massive success with Scopely. They acquired that for just under $5 billion. They've rapidly expanded and acquired Niantic for an additional $3.5 billion. They are now looking at EA as the mothership of their gaming strategy outside of mobile. I believe that you'll continue to see Scopely dominate their mobile strategy, and EA will now probably dominate their console and PC and alternative strategies outside of mobile. And so this is a formative move by the PIF, and I'm excited to see what they do with it.
I'm keeping our team in New York on their toes, but like Battlefield 6 we're showing on the screen right now, Sims, Madden, EAFC, formerly known as FIFA. What are the future of those properties? Do they change somehow?
People are spending less time on new titles and more time on existing titles. That's going to continue to propagate here, and that's why I look at this transaction by the PIF as a very intelligent move. EA has dominated the digital homes that we're familiar with for years, and that's what people want on things they're slightly familiar with. Also,
all right. So this Iron Condor.
New properties that will come to life, like a new Battlefield. I'm excited to see them challenge Call of Duty with their Battle Royale.
I'll post in the trading room.
So for all these reasons, I like the transaction.
What about consolidation? Do they start picking away at companies that you invest in?
I think when you have a new buyer in the market, which the sovereign wealth funds appear to be, one, we're seeing this with PIF mainly, but secondarily, we're seeing this with Temasek with their move into Keyword Studios. So absolutely, having a new buyer on the scene is a good thing for the industry. It's not a bad thing, and especially one that's willing to pay a premium. Typically when you look at private equity, you're not that excited, given that the multiples you may receive are not quite what you would hope for if you're going to go public. But sovereign wealth funds are here to play. They're here to play well. And I think having another place of capital liquidity is only a good thing for startups and for those who are motivated.
Jason, I saw a tweet about that very quick. I think Kara's question is, it's a good opportunity for your portfolio companies to get acquired by a bigger beast, because like EA goes for very technical acquisitions.
Yes, absolutely. And I'm very excited about this. I think it's a good sign for what is to come. And there's many good companies in our portfolio that work with EA and many of the parties involved in this transaction.
All right, we're still drifting lower here.
Appreciate you coming on Bloomberg Tech. Thank you very much. Caroline, we're looking at shares of Comcast. So much news coming out today. Basically, it's a very simple story. They're down 0.3%. Basically flat. The story.
Okay, so I sold Iron Condor. I meant to sell 5. I wound up selling 4 instead. Okay. Not sure how that happened, but look for prices to stay between these two levels. Okay, that's Broadcom. S&P is still moving lower. Looks like a series of lower highs, lower lows.
You don't have to go far to feel far away. Book your next weekend getaway with Verba.
Sell order block, sell order block, sell order block.
We've been part of your family for years, just like these two, growing up, learning, and serving you better every day, from heating and cooling to
markets, the Schwab Network. Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on SchwabNetwork.com and on all your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Do you like using charts when analyzing your stocks? Our technical analysis webcast series breaks down different charting techniques like trend analysis, price patterns, moving averages, oscillators, and much more. Best of all, you can ask questions directly to an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest.
Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden here in our Chicago headquarters. Let's head out to the New York Stock Exchange for a check on the market. And welcome in Nicole Petalides, our lead anchor here on Schwab Network. Nicole, good morning to you. We're just 2 hours into today's session, a little bit more. What are your thoughts on the action we're seeing so far today?
I think I'm just overwhelmed with this government shutdown. And so last week we snapped a 3-week winning streak. We pulled back a little bit, and stocks are not that far off from record highs. However, this looming government shutdown tomorrow night at midnight is obviously front and center. You have the betting sites saying it's over a 70% likelihood we'll actually have a government shutdown, and possibly 5 days or more. And what does that mean? Will we not get our Bureau of Labor Statistics jobs print on Friday? Will that be delayed? The CPI next week. I mean, the Fed is waiting on those jobs prints. So that certainly is on my mind. I know President Trump is now meeting with congressional leaders today, trying to iron this out. It's often political theater. In the meantime, we've had some back and forth action on stocks. There has been some fighting on the AI trade and tech, so that's always fun to see. But and also some earnings and such. But certainly, I'm focused on this government shutdown. I just want to have it behind us. That would make me feel a little better. Back to you.
It certainly would, knowing that we have some very important data we're waiting on at the end of the week that won't be released if we do, in fact, see that shutdown. But you mentioned the president taking meetings today, and I do want to talk to you about his recent announcement on Truth Social saying that he's planning to impose a 100% tariff on movies made outside of the United States, which could potentially mark the first time he's imposed a tariff on a service as opposed to a good.
It's a big deal in that he's tossed the idea around before. It was put out there in May. Nothing came of it. It's out there once again. It's coming under the premise that California is particularly hard hit. This would mean that they are going to be putting 100% tariffs on movies made outside the U.S. And we're seeing, for example, Paramount Skydance went from negative to positive. That's now up 2.1%. Lionsgate is higher. Disney got a little bit of a pop. But the big picture, too, is just the questions. Will it cost more to see a movie? How much do you value a movie? So there seems to be some discrepancies on how to value a movie. And then also, when will it actually start? So it seems to be a conversation that has started, but not necessarily going on like full force. So he said it's like stealing candy from a baby. That's, he's always good at the sound bites, but that alluding to that the movie industry has moved abroad. John Voight, who's part of the special ambassadors for Hollywood, suggested other things like tax code changes, federal tax incentives, co-production plans, things like that. He did not comment particularly on the 100% tariffs on movies made outside of the U.S., which still seems a little vague at this moment.
Well, Nicole, we appreciate you giving us the details that we do have and breaking that one down for us. Still no details on when or how that would potentially be applied, but that was the announcement this morning from the president on Truth Social. Thanks again to Nicole Petalides for that. And now it's time for the disruptors. George Tillis, our senior markets correspondent, is here with today's company, Western Digital. Now, shares higher on the session after getting a couple price target hikes. One of them a really impressive price target hike. Would you mind walking us through some of this analyst action?
Sure, Marley. There's a lot going on with Western Digital, particularly in the storage end markets, because we know that the demand for inference-based artificial intelligence and cloud computing, or edge cloud computing, which relies on high bandwidth memories, as well as short-term storage, is in high demand from a secular standpoint. Cyclically as well, if you look at the demand for hard disk drive technologies for PCs, there's a catalyst there. And not to mention, if you look at Western Digital going back to April, the stock has just taken off tremendously alongside the other memory manufacturers like Micron Technologies and Seagate, which is another competitor of Western Digital. All three of these companies have done extremely well, and particularly Western Digital and Seagate in the storage markets as well. The other catalyst I think that's underpinning Western Digital is, if you go back to February of this year, they spun off their company into two divisions. They typically had their hard disk drive, if you will, their storage solutions business, as well as their memory, NAND flash memory business. They actually spun off the flash memory business to SanDisk, and that actually unlocked a lot of value from an earnings multiple standpoint. That's also a primary catalyst. So there's a lot of great catalysts going for Western Digital. I think this is why some of the analysts are still relatively bullish, constructively bullish. If you look at, for instance, Rosenblatt, they increased their price target to $125 from $90, maintain a buy rating. But if you look at Morgan Stanley, they're actually quite bullish, raising their target to $171 from $99. And the catalysts really are that there's demand for infrastructure spending in cloud and edge cloud computing. Not to mention, of course, the data inference demand is still high on a secular basis, and the AI infrastructure demand is still quite robust. And they are also seeing a shortage in hard disk drives for PCs in the next upgrade cycle. So all these supply and demand metrics together point to earnings which are growing. Even with the stock up year to date about 92%, one needs to be mindful of this valuation, which I also think is one of the compelling reasons why these analysts are still bullish. Because if you look at earnings for this year at $6.55, it's trading around 16 times this year's earnings, only 14 times next year's earnings. Historically, on a 5-year average, Western Digital typically trades at a 30 earnings multiple or 30 times multiple, but its growth rates next year are expected to be quite a bit higher than its 5-year average. So I can see why Morgan Stanley's got a pretty high target on this name, irrespective of the fact that it's hit year to date, it's higher by 92% already.
And George, that demand that you mentioned and the undersupply for the hard disk drive market, one of the big things that stuck out to me, Morgan Stanley saying that level of demand leaves the argument that hard disks should be considered, any of these drive makers should be considered AI stocks, which is very interesting because it puts them in a very different category here. But, with everything you said, knowing the last 12 months, they're up 120%. As we look at an example trade on Western Digital, how would you approach that?
Well, I'm going to go in the direction of the trend, Marley, which is still positive. Now, you got to keep in mind, we're seeing some big moves in the stock today. Just another day where it's moving higher. So, nonetheless, go in the direction of the trend, but we have to accommodate. We're taking into consideration that the market and the stock can pull back. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to structure a bull call spread in this case for a debit. I'm going to go out to November. So we have over 50 days in time to let this manifest. I'm basically going to buy 115 call and then sell the 125 call against it. So you're going to pay about $4 a share or $40 a contract for this trade. And so you have to keep in mind your break-even level is 119 if you hold to expiration. Your total outlay or total risk is $4. And your total profit.
All right, NVIDIA did pull back a little bit from the high.
If you hit 125 or the stock hits 125 or higher by expiration. So you're outlaying $4 to make $6 per share. And again, the reason I'm structuring a bull call spread than an outright call is it'll give us some insulation or some consolidation, just in case the stock consolidates. So both positions will pull back, and that short call will make up for that long call loss in the short term. But you have to consider the trend is still positive.
Well, George, thanks for breaking down Western Digital for us. Shares up more than 8% right now, trading at 115.54 on those bullish analyst calls. That was George Tillis with our example trade and Western Digital coverage. Now coming up next, it's time for our 360 round. We'll be diving into Carnival Cruise Line's earnings, which reported a top and bottom line beat, but shares are lower now in reaction. We'll break it all down next on Trading 360.
IBM finding some buyers at the low of the day. IBM still bullish.
Is powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim desktop with robust charting and analysis tools.
Oracle hanging out at the 20-day moving average. Oracle. Stocks that are showing strength today. NVIDIA is off the highs of the day, but it's up 2.3%. Caterpillar looking fairly strong. Disney looking very good. Disney coming off the low, double bottom. Triple bottom if you look over here on the left. Triple bottom, looking for it to move back to the 50-day maybe for the next couple of days. Short-term swing. UNH. UNH still range bound. I sold an iron condor on UNH. While we're waiting, I do have June 400 calls. June for next year, 400 calls.
I have a question for you.
So UNH looks like this. UNH. Okay, I sold an iron condor on this one. 400, 410 on the upside, 300, 290 on the downside. 21 delta on the upside, 16 delta on the downside, $285 credit times 5.
This is Fast Market, built for traders who want more than just headlines.
We walk you through trade ideas with structure, risk management, and a focus on execution.
Okay, Broadcom pulling back a bit. Broadcom. Okay, Broadcom. I just sold an iron condor on Broadcom.
Insight across products and sectors. We deliver what active traders need to stay ahead. Fast Market weekdays at noon Eastern, live on Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
Okay, Broadcom drifting a little bit lower. The 50-day is right here. I might double up on the call side if this continues to slip a little bit. 921 day, the 21 days up is a up and to the right. The 90 may flattened out to slightly lower, crossing over at the moment. S&P still pushing lower. Okay, S&P drifting a bit lower now.
Thoughts on the quarter, 10 straight quarter of record revenue here, but shares are lower.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of focus on some of the incremental costs that the firm is going to be facing next year. They brought up roughly 200 basis points of headwinds on investments they're making to continue to elevate and build the brand. And while that is a little bit of a near-term phenomenon, we do think such efforts will really help elevate pricing over the
Pricing, there are a lot more hurdles.
We got Christmas coming up. It's already September, moving into October. Here we go. The S&P is drifting a bit lower. Sell order block, sell order block, sell order block.
Acceleration in apparel spending in a way that we hadn't seen in a while, particularly heading into the holiday season. Some incremental increase in electronics, appliances. Obviously, if you give the gift of furniture, there's been some price increases there. But it hasn't been alarming and it hasn't been sudden. It's just trending in a upward direction versus this time last year where things were trending in a downward direction for those categories in terms of pricing. Which is why the spending has held up despite partly nominal. Some of the pricing.
Are seasonal hiring trends concerning at this point in retail?
I mean, I think retail seasonal hiring is really hard to pick out because I think the pattern keeps changing year to year in terms of the timing of the holiday season and the type of workers you need. One thing that we've seen very clearly is this continued move towards e-commerce. So when we look at our own data, we're looking for 7.9% growth in e-commerce retail spend. That compares to just over 2% for in-store. So when you think about the staff you need and the talent you need to accommodate and succeed during the holiday season, I think it's changed.
Broadcom pulling back a bit more.
Going online to shop. There is also this idea that the
S&P continues lower.
And there's a big disparity there, and that the spending that you're seeing is being driven by the high end. Do you break that down?
I think when you look at the forces of spend and what supports purchasing power, certainly the household balance sheet is a big part of
S&P, the daily still looks fine. We have a bullish bias to start the week. Fill this gap is fine. Still continue with the sell order blocks along the way lower.
Is a game changer if you're a consumer, yeah.
All the New York things are mixed at the moment. Even NVIDIA showed a lot of strength earlier. It's fading a bit.
Unnerved by subprime auto financing, or got a Chapter 7 and a lender? I mean, that's beginning to get some notice.
Yeah, I mean, you have these things on the edges. But
I find when the markets aren't doing much, if it's not trending higher or doing anything, selling premium is always a good idea. While you're waiting on the markets to maybe get some momentum, start trending again. If you're selling condors or butterflies or put or call credit spreads, you're adding income, you're padding your P&L while you're waiting. let everybody else bet on a direction. I like to sell premium. That's why I sold the iron condors on Broadcom. I got call credits on Oracle. Let's go take a look at that. Just real quick, Oracle. I do expect that Oracle's probably going to stay in a range. It has started to drift a bit lower now. So I took the short side off because it was starting to threaten that level. Good thing I did. And I doubled up on the call side. I do this very often. If we start to show a direction, like last week, I was thinking this is going to stay in a range between 292 and 345, but it started to lose the lower part of the range. So what I did was double up on the other side. That's working. The side that's not working, this short, I took it off, and I had some puts earlier. I took those off. Oracle's starting to bounce a little bit. It's right at the 21-day. So these calls overhead will make money. These calls will make money. So I doubled up here, took the put side off. It's about $6 in credits right now. Like $3,000. So all I have to do is wait for time to pass.
I think it depends on where that break-even rate is. If the break-even rate, if R-star is around 3%, I think you can tolerate another 2 cuts because you can say monetary policy is a bit too tight with some of the cracks that are showing up. But to argue that the economy needs significant accommodation right now, no, I don't buy that.
Yeah. The elusive neutral. Michelle, thank you. It's really good to talk to you.
It's great to talk
from you with the new forecast. Michelle Meyer from MasterCard Economics Institute.
When we come back, top lawmakers meeting with the president this afternoon ahead of a possible government shutdown at midnight Tuesday. Just heard from BLS about a pause in data. If that happens, we'll talk about what's at stake in a minute.
Yeah, those actors are very weird. You can pick them out. They're just so strange, you know. Tilly Nordwood. So weird. That's just freaking weird. Weird as what was her name? That actress with Disney that blew everything up. This weird. You can find out how weird it is. Okay, so S&P continues to grind lower. S&P trend is down for now. Looks like they're going to fill the gap down here. Okay, gap fill. We're more than 50% into that level now. Let's just see what that looks like from the close up to the high. Okay, we're currently at 618, so we're past 50% already. 618 looks pretty bearish. All these sell order blocks, pretty obvious. Sell order blocks are obvious. Excuse me. Okay, we continue to have sell order blocks headed back down to fill the gap down here. Gap fill would be down here. AI actors and actresses. That sounds so, I don't know. I don't know if you've ever seen some of these commercials, but you can pick them out, the ones that are obvious. Especially the ones for seniors and Medicare that I've seen recently. All right, we're starting to see a little reversal here. S&P 500. Let's see what Trace is doing. Okay, we're getting a little hook higher. That might be enough for a reversal. S&P.
Welcome back. On the brink of a government shutdown, top Republican and Democratic lawmakers meeting with the president this afternoon. Let's get to Emily Wilkins in D.C. with more on what that meeting may sound like. Hey, Emily.
Hey, Carl. Yeah, big question here is whether Trump and congressional leaders really can hash out a path forward when they meet at the White House, expecting that meeting around 3 p.m. Right now, there's no sign of a potential compromise. The White House told NBC in a statement over the weekend.
Okay, 6650 continues to build positive gamma down there. That means people are short. The dealers are long. The purple, the dealers, this is what you're looking at, the dealers hedging impact. The dealers are short, or excuse me, the dealers are long. The markets are short, down to 6650. They're trying to get down there. 6650, 6640. 97 percentile.
But the fundamental question hasn't been answered yet, and we'll see on Monday. Are they serious about negotiating with us in a real way?
So two very different places there. Democrats are continuing to demand provisions on health care, notably those extending the Affordable Care Act premium tax credits that are set to expire at the end of the year. Now, there are some Republicans who want to see those tax credits extended in some way, shape, or form, because if they're not, more than 20 million Americans are going to see their insurance costs rise.
It's so funny when they talk about health insurance. You remember when Obamacare first kicked in? I remember I was working corporate at the time, and I was paying insurance paid 80%, you paid 20%. You didn't have this horse crap that you have to have a deductible of $6,000 to $8,000 before, as a family, before your insurance even kicked in. They just right off the bat, you paid 20%. Healthcare company paid 80%. And then when Obamacare came in, it just wiped all of that aside. And, these huge deductibles. It's all leaning towards the insurance companies. So anyway, that has nothing to do with trading, of course. It's just my opinion, because I remember how inexpensive insurance was,
And there's this ongoing debate about whether the White House is even spending the money that's already been congressionally approved. Is that sort of getting in the way of a potential deal this time?
I mean, Carl, it's definitely one of the things that Democrats are asking for. And if you talk to the lawmakers on Capitol Hill who are really dealing with the nuts and bolts of funding, many of them will tell you this does not make things any easier for us. I mean, you're sitting down, you're trying to negotiate, you're coming up with an agreement, and then the White House is effectively undermining that agreement by saying they're just unilaterally not going to be spending the funding. At the same point, you've seen in the past that Republicans haven't really wanted to come out and try to prevent the president from doing so. And I think there was a sense initially that the courts would handle this. It'll be interesting to see how that position changes now that we have gotten this initial ruling from the Supreme Court. Okay, Emily, thank you. Emily Wilkins, tracking the latest in Washington ahead of the shutdown potentially tomorrow night. Stocks are hanging in there, though. Investors say we're not going to be fooled by we're not going to trade off of a shutdown. Peter Bookmar wrote it in the note this morning. We've heard it constantly. Though it could mean we don't get a jobs report on Friday, which would have an impact, I think, on trading.
Yes, indeed. Let's get to the judge in the half.
Carl, thank you very much. Welcome to the Halftime Report. I'm Scott Walker. Front and center this hour, an upgrade for global equities. Goldman Sachs looking for a year-end rally, which means we'll discuss and debate that with the investment committee. Joining us for the hour today.
Got a little bit further to go to fill the gap here.
Steve Weiss and Brent Talkington. We'll check the markets here. We do have the NASDAQ and the S&P are green. You see the Dow is a little bit red. You have gold extending its record high, getting closer to 4K. Bitcoin's about 115K. And it is Goldman looking for that year-end rally. Quote, we think that good enough earnings growth, Fed easing without a recession, and global fiscal policy easing will continue to support equities. Brand, you like the call?
Yeah, I mean, the trend is your friend, right? So we got to dance until the music stops. I just think that because we do have the Fed now starting to cut rates, which is positive, earnings we've talked about all year have continued to surprise on the upside. I think that the tech spend is massive. I think that the data center growth as part of GDP is close to 35% of GDP the last few quarters. Plus, we're going to get a lot of stimulus next year.
We're still on a 60-minute sell signal since about 5 a.m.
Negative at this point with the backdrop that I just walked through.
Yeah, Steve, earnings, Fed easing. That's the bull.
Tick cumulative is green, so that's interesting.
Anything to hit out on that?
Well, let's simplify it.
On the 60-minute.
So whether the Fed goes,
So we got some mixed signals at the moment. Oracle trying to turn back up a bit
and
more.
there's some debate about that as the economy continues to look strong, and we've seen somewhat a moderation in inflation, meaning it's not ticking up. The last couple of numbers came in okay. So look, while I don't think anybody's happy with valuation, you know, we heard Tepper come on network last week and say that. So this is truly a hated bull market because valuation is where it is. There's no reason to believe that as we go through earnings and we're not seeing the revisions, that it won't take it another leg higher. And I think that's what will happen.
But that'd be good.
That'd be very good.
You know what I'm saying? If earnings are the thing that takes it higher.
Exactly.
You're not just talking about multiple expansion here. You're talking about earnings growth.
And we're not talking about earnings growth based upon an easing by the Fed. So when you add the Fed easing, you'll potentially put that in hyperdrive. And then we can talk about a year out. What's it actually mean for inflation? That'll be very inflationary. But now you got to dance while the music's playing.
Yeah, market doesn't care about anything way out, right? Tunnel vision. You play the cards that are in your hand, and the hand looks pretty good, doesn't it?
Well, the hand looks pretty good in the short term. And I think the most hated bear market, like that's where I sit. It's the most hated bear. Oh, sorry, the most hated bull market. Thank you.
You talk about it like
Yeah, insurance is a very touchy subject with a lot of people, especially health insurance.
And so the way I look at it is clients are constantly asking,
If you're here illegally,
what else should I be in? But the thing is, there's not
should
much
you
else
get
to be in. What are you going to be
taxpayer-funded insurance, healthcare insurance?
You look at bonds, those yields are way down from 5.5%.
It's crazy. Crazy.
Like four and change, and those yields are probably going down. I don't think it's going to drive the prices of bonds up huge because I don't think it's going to
Just come into the country legally and you have no problem. I don't know what's so hard about that.
low multiples. Like even the value stocks, they still have decent earnings growth out there, and I think you can.
Okay, listen to Jenny.
Decent earnings growth.
Yeah, it was reasonable, right?
Interest rates, those are just forces that support the market.
So why so uncomfortable then?
Because
it's not like it's going
Okay, NVDX continues to fade a bit. NVIDIA.
we were up 26% last year, 20+% the year after that. Before that, we're trading at almost 23 times earnings. It's just kind of too much, and it feels uncomfortable, and it feels frothy.
Two
And you know
handfuls
what
of stocks
else?
are trading like at 23 times earnings.
Fair. But also that concentration in the S&P 500 makes people queasy. And I think that a lot of people are kind of all in on the S&P 500. And that concentration, plus the multiples, plus the couple of years in a row, plus we all have PTSD from when you have a couple of big up years, like something just happens and the market backs up.
Let's see if the S&P drops some more here. Okay, the that horizontal down below, that would be a gap fill. Kathy Woods is on Bloomberg. What's she talking about? Inflation could be below 2%.
S&P's tracking for a 7% gain, Joe.
So everything that Jenny just said that you would be troubled by, you could have said that on August 31st.
Yep. And I did.
And again, this is not personal
No, I
directed
know.
towards you, but this is the general overall perception of the market. The interesting thing about that is we had a lot of skepticism moving into the month of September. Where are we on the other side of that? The S&P's up greater than 3%. The NASDAQ's up 5%. So I think that caught people off guard, and I think that's important to understand when you're thinking about positioning and where we could go from here. Over the next couple of weeks, we're going to be waiting on earnings. This week, the focus is going to be on the labor report. You have the end of the quarter. So this week, I don't know that you have very much of an edge, but I think overall, the secular bull market is in place until you tell me that earnings are going to defeat them. In addition to that, we're talking a lot about the Federal Reserve. There's also the
A lot of these shorts came off at 66.70. People taking profits here, 66.70. You can see right there, these orders have closed. Okay, if you scroll back, you can see where these came off. Right here. Okay, right here.
But there is still the remnants of, I think, the last 5 to 7 years where you have skepticism and you have underweight positioning as it relates going outside the U.S. Even myself personally, I'm not aggressively going to look outside the U.S. when I should be actually doing that. I've done that earlier in the year with the EIS, the Israeli ETF. That's the one area outside that I got some overseas exposure. But
Yep.
domestically, U.S. equities are giving me enough that I'm staying anchored there. And I think that's
I
what
agree with you, Mondo.
you could see this run outside the U.S. last a little bit longer than people anticipate.
Jenny makes a good point. I mean, Doug McMillan, Walmart CEO, like, I can't think of a job that's not going to be impacted by AI. Now, I guess we'll worry about it when we have to worry about it. Market doesn't seem to care about.
Okay, big reversal here on the S&P.
Earnings are good, so I can justify where we are, and the Fed's easing, so I can justify why we're going further.
I think the trouble with thinking about AI and the jobs that it's going to take and how that's going to impact the economy in the long run.
S&P, a little bounce there.
Overnight landslide. It's going to be a slow creep. So almost everyone I know right now who has a kid who's just graduated from college in May, they're sitting at home twiddling their thumbs, and they're in final rounds of interviews. And the big companies, like big major companies, are waiting to make that final hire because there's so much out there. So my thought on how that plays out is we see it creep. And we see the unemployment rate creep from like 4.2 now to 4.5.
Right, low hire, low fire. That's sort of the environment that you're in, right? Companies don't really know what the impact of AI is truly going to be on its workforce, so you're not really hiring as many as you normally would. Thus, you still can't get rid of maybe as many people as you otherwise would because you just don't know.
And then at the same time, when you ask how far does the market look out, I think that lens has shifted to a much closer looking out than it used to be. When I started, I always thought the rule of thumb was the market looks out 18 months-ish. Now I think people say rule of thumb is 6 to 12. Frankly, to me, it feels like 3 to 6. So if you're thinking the market looks out 3 to 6 or even 6 to 12, it's very hard to digest the fact that those job losses from AI are going to play out over the next 5 years and have a compounding painful impact.
So you know what you do? You know what you do? You continue to buy AI stocks. That's what investors are doing.
All right, S&P is bouncing a bit.
Place to be. That's why the trades.
A doji now? A doji for now?
But I think the challenge there too is going to be the AI stocks right now. That the primary AI stocks, many of them have pretty rich multiples. The first derivative AI stocks also have rich multiples. And when I think broadly about how this is going to impact us, everything can benefit.
But you know
from a corporate margin perspective. But everyone's going to benefit.
You understand this. I know you do. Right now, the market is not focused on what the multiple might be. The market, you have this force of momentum, and it's just, it is what it is. I mean, we could sit here and we could say we have all of these deteriorating potential fundamentals. They are concerns for 2026. Right now, the dominant force is that flow of capital that we characterize as momentum.
Well, that's why I tried, Bryn, to bring it that direction, because the NASDAQ is leading today. It's tech and comm services. NVIDIA, let's check it right now. NVIDIA is not at the highs of the day, but it was up better than 3%. It's up 2% now. The target goes to 220, 205, reiterated by Jefferies. Chips across the board today. NVIDIA, Micron, AMD, Broadcom, they've all been higher. There are other names you could point to as well, but that's where the action is today.
Hedging flows continues to drop off here.
This weekend was on one of your besties podcasts, Brad Gershner. I highly recommend people listen to it. And when, Jensen's talking about not the billions, but, trillions, which is a crazy number because a billion seconds is 32 years and a trillion seconds is 32,000 years. And so while I always said Jensen is the master salesman, at the same time, he's delivered the goods. And I think if you can get past the circular financing that's happening with an Oracle and an OpenAI, which I don't own either one, I think that you still feel like the spend is massive. And to me, as long as, the hyperscalers or cloud service providers don't do an Oracle and go negative free cash flow which I don't think they're even that would be like almost impossible at this point. I think we're good.
S&P, pretty decent reversal so far.
I would get more concerned, but as long as it's still going to settle around the Oracle and OpenAI, I think the NVIDIAs, the Broadcoms, the Vertivs are just
still a doji on the daily, so they're killing premium right now. If you're betting to the long side or to the short side, they're killing premium.
You do have huge numbers being thrown around. It makes some people concerned. It's almost in a bit of disbelief, the level of investment that you're having from these various businesses. But they say, excuse me, demand looks off the charts. That NVIDIA's OpenAI deal and Broadcom's new 5-year target suggests we still may be early. And we're hard-pressed to think of a better use of NVIDIA's cash flow. At this point, they argue own both NVIDIA and Broadcom. Don't pick between the two. And others would probably say, yeah, own those two and.
Yeah, look, I mentioned this last week. The valuations in the public markets pale in consideration and relevance to the private markets. So you take a look at companies like NVIDIA, for example, investing $50 million in this robotics company, Humanoids, that didn't have a prototype. They just did a round a year and a half, 2 years later, that went from $500 million to $38
Market's in a doji pattern. I love selling premium outside of 18 deltas, 20 deltas. Going 20 deltas short, above and below price action. I love doing that because the markets they're just chopping around here. They're not giving you much of anything to go on. I did one recently this morning, Broadcom. I'll show you Broadcom. Okay, Broadcom just sitting here in between these. I meant to take 5. I have 4 at $327 per contract. Okay, if this drifts much lower, I'll take the put side off and double up on the call side like it did with, what was it? Costco?
That's where all the spending comes from. So those to me are sort of like the worry points. When do you tip the edge? We're seeing bankruptcies pick up.
No, it wasn't Costco.
Private credit. So those are all warning signs, but I think we're going to keep going, and when they hit, they're going to hit
That's
hard.
our front page story of the Journal today.
UNH looks okay. UNH. Okay, that's a doji. So it's sitting here. It's not doing anything. So let's say you had calls and you're looking for UNH to make a big move. It's just sitting here for the last week. 5 trading days, it's pretty much in the same place. So selling premium makes more sense because as time passes by, the theta is kicking in. Implied volatility is contracting as the Bollinger Bands contract. Just makes a lot of sense while we're waiting on the market. Sell premium. UNH, what else? Tesla, Snowflake. Snowflake is tight. Snowflake.
I think right now these are the 2 of the 3 names that you want to kind of focus on.
The president is talking about tariffs on foreign
Micron. Was it Micron that I did? Micron.
So on a day where we're
Micron, same thing. Price action for the most part, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9 trading days. It's been between 155 and 170. So sell premium. If it starts to head towards a breakout towards 180, then I'll take that side off and double up on the put side and grab a credit down there. Okay, S&P just rolled over. Okay.
Stocks moving up. And why? Because we're increasing our missile production. Part of that's replenishment from the wars that we've been
Okay, so
to in Ukraine.
Looking for a breakdown again.
That's why you have aerospace and defense names up today.
Right.
Like the Lockheeds, the Northrops.
Right. But the primary reason that's being attributed to the increase in production is potential for a conflict in China. So the incongruity here is that Taiwan Semi, mostly their operations.
Okay, so where is the pre-market swing low?
Get the stocks up to that continues to be a concern of mine.
Oh, we're below the pre-market swing low. Okay, so we drop below the pre-market swing low. The London pre-market swing low right before the open. We had a swing low, 67.24. We're below that and continue to trend lower. S&P is trying to hold on to this level right now.
Now they're downsizing those plans because they won't be able to, because those will be tariffed.
Okay, so it looks like we're going to try to turn here.
The market at this point takes much of the tariff stuff seriously.
Well, it doesn't take tariff stuff. I think,
like if
or the China stuff.
But if you talk about, all right, I'm going to put tariffs on every movie that's made outside the United States. You see initial moves, like you put up Netflix, for example. You would see an initial move on the headline itself, and then the market's like, yeah, but I don't really believe that it's probably going to happen. So There's the dip down earlier this morning.
Hold on.
Tariff stocks and what don't.
All right, looking for Nvidia to get bought. Microsoft just turned up. The New York Fangs are kind of mixed at the moment. They looked a lot better earlier.
Engineers coming over from foreign countries, India, etc., and that's going to raise the
Okay, Riot.
costs for wages in the U.S.
Riot is squeezing. All right, Bitcoin is giving us a second bullish day. Bitcoin giving us a second bullish day. Well, look at Coinbase. That might be something to trade. Coinbase on the daily. Okay, we're trying to get above the 50-day. We're currently right above it. Bollinger Bands start to open up. Let's look at CONL. Okay, that's at 35. BITX. At 55. IBIT, IBIT. That's at 65. GBTC, Grayscale Bitcoin Trust. Okay. Riot looks good. Riot's above and trending. This looks good. I might actually add to Riot.
Think of it as a custodian, right? This is the most poor level. It's like the stickiness of Robinhood. The other custodians can't even touch that. They're open from 8 to Central Time, 8:30 to 3. And so I think, Robinhood is an engineer-based company, just continues to innovate so quickly. And I just think that this cleaning everyone's plot. So between stocks, between crypto, between this type of betting, you're just
Mic check.
that platform all the time. I just think it's such a unique type of custodial that the other custodians would love and wish that they would have thought of. But Robinhood has such a big advantage from the
Yeah, there's no way the insurance companies don't win out. Obvious.
Anything but it's made a huge jump with other names in the orbit of the Palantirs and momentum names like that, but this is a big move today.
It is a big move. There's a little of a bit of a follow-through effect from joining the S&P 500. It joined, I believe, on September 22nd. So there's a little
Okay,
bit.
S&P is turning up. S&P turning up.
I think it's crypto-oriented.
Okay, we broke the downtrend. We got our first buy order block.
I think it's telling their
SPX.
They've done a really good
First
job of going out and
buy
telling what their
order
story is, what their
block.
vision looks like. It seems as though the leadership has matured from the standpoint of understanding they really need to bring in a lot of intellectual capital.
First buy order block on
They
S&P.
haven't done that. So right now, it's in the sweet spot. Momentum, yes, is fueling it. There's some fundamentals underneath the surface as well. But I want to be clear on one thing. If you were to see a rollover in crypto, you're
Mic
not
check,
going to
mic check.
see a relative outperformance on the part of Robinhood.
No,
It's going to go
they
lower.
have other levers. It's not
They
just
do.
it's not a straight
They
crypto
do.
play.
No, they do, but you have to make the point that if you're long the
Mic
stock
check.
and you're seeing it at 130, 161 at an all-time high, you can't say to yourself it's going to be completely impervious to the fact that if crypto does roll over 15, 20%, that Robinhood can maintain.
All right, so we got sell order blocks over here. We got to break that downtrend. We broke the downtrend. Now we're trying to pick out the sell order blocks overhead.
Acquisition, excuse me, of Electronic Arts. You own the stock.
Okay, there's probably some stops overhead of these, each of these levels.
And we were talking about it, and he looked at me and he said, you know, we both look like heroes, and neither of us bought it for the reasons that the stock is up that much. We bought it for the fact that strong momentum was in play.
Still a doji. Expecting any kind of big
We didn't think it was going to go out at
swings.
$55 billion value. Criticized the deal and said maybe the deal.
Not expecting any kind of big swings. Just choppiness in between the highs and lows of today. We got close to a gap fill.
You know, isn't that a comment on AI that you would think, you know, software companies are going to be disadvantaged because of AI, and that companies like this with content can be disadvantaged of AI? They're obviously looking at AI and saying, this is much better for us in the future.
Thank you.
Because we'll lower costs and create more product. So I think that's kind of interesting. That's my takeaway from this.
Joe, how do you trade it? If it's not closing until the first quarter of 2027, what do you do with your holdings?
Well, that's where all of the M&A arbitrage, and there's a lot of people that are out there still playing that game
But what are you
and
and
doing
Josh
really
gonna do?
well. Well, I'm not going to do anything until the end of the quarter, until it moves. You know, we rebalance on a quarterly basis. I don't know what Josh is going to do. We didn't discuss that. We were too busy looking for our balls in the woods.
China Tech rallying today big time. Weiss, I'm curious your take on this because Goldman had an interesting note today talking about what was an uninvestable thesis in the hedge fund community. You included, right? I mean, you had come to the perspective that these were not stocks to buy anymore, and you had exposure there over the years. That the tide has now turned because of AI and the fact that China is not just going to cede everything to the U.S.
Yeah.
If you look at the 3-month gains, can we show some of these names? I think we have this. Alibaba's up 57%, Baidu 56%, Tencent 30%, PDD 25%, the KWeb overall, which is the ETF composing these China tech names, up 22%. What do you think?
Well, I think I feel like a complete moron, despite having a stock whisperer who's one of the best ever, not whispering in my ear, yelling in my ear to buy these. I had a dalliance with Baba and then quickly got out. So it's probably sustainable. They're not overvalued now. They're overvalued historically to what they were, particularly Baba, and they've got so many levers to pull. And what's changed now is that the Chinese government's
Yeah,
behind
Tony,
them.
there's
They're driving innovation
some
'cause they
chatter
want
this morning. Defense stocks were ripping because the Pentagon wants more weapons produced.
I think they still have some legs going.
Okay.
My concern had been a delisting.
Riot looking for more follow through. Riot.
You know, of these companies. That never happened, and I just don't see it happening at this point.
Hey, just a quick note. Josh has just texted saying that Josh is going to ring the register on EA. So
I think that's a good trade.
It makes sense. The risk reward's untenable at this point.
he'll be on tomorrow. He can give you a little
Yeah,
more
yeah, for
color
days.
into that. But he's ringing the register, and you're sitting tight.
I can't do anything.
Oh, yeah.
Rebalance,
Yeah, you're stuck.
reconstitution.
You should have just bought it personally.
No, I want other people to make money before myself.
Oh, so generous.
Yeah, okay.
Such a mensch.
Especially you, Steve.
Thank you, Joe.
Yeah. Okay. Up next, a committee move. Jenny just hitting the sell button on a name that's up 20% this year. We'll tell you what it is when we come back.
Electronic Arts, there's no calls up here north of 220. Maybe sell some calls on that one. 220, let's see. Electronic Arts, EA. Let's sell some credit spreads. Let's see what that looks like. EA. Let's see what 20 October 20. That's 18 trading days. $17th. Yeah, they're not going to offer any premium for that. Okay. Above that level, October, November, 200. Yeah, that's already priced in. All right, so I was thinking about selling some call credits, but nah. Electronic Arts. Lots of volume there. Lots of volume. Microsoft looks like it could be maybe entertaining a new high of the day. Microsoft. Okay, Microsoft above the 50-day. Finally starting to get some sort of action where we might lift off of this and start to head towards that earnings high that we put in at 554.54. Okay, back there in late July, we made that high on earnings. Looks like Microsoft is heading that way. If you're looking at swings, I would consider Microsoft maybe for the next few weeks. We're probably going to push a bit higher. Volume over here, second week of September, and then previous week there, third week of September, we had a big spike in volume. So it looks like institutions are trying to do something with this. MACD's turning up. Need to hear some news from Microsoft, something noteworthy. Okay, S&P is trying to turn up here. S&P is building a base, a range, trying to take this range, take it to the upside. Okay, so can we make it to the upside here? Okay, looking for it to turn back up. Take out this level. Overhead, OG, maybe we get a more bullish look. We had a bullish bias today, so buying the low, starting to work. All right, let's take a look at defense stocks. Frano mentioned this morning that Pentagon was active, talking up defense spending, what they want. Okay, let's look at aerospace and defense. Aerospace and defense stocks. Let's sort these by performance. What's working the best?
Jenny has a move to tell you about. Star Bulk Carriers.
Kratos.
Yes.
Why'd you do that?
Oh my gosh, this was such a home run of an investment.
Kratos.
We bought it in 2021. And we
Okay,
bought it
trending
around
Kratos.
18 and change initially. We just sold it around 19 and change, like at the exit price. But here's the awesome part on this. We actually had 117%
BWXT.
in those 4 years because they were paying out huge dividends. So when we bought it, dry bulk shipping rates were high.
Okay,
and
that
the
looks good.
inventory of dry bulk ships was
UMAC,
really low.
that's
So
one
they were
Frano
returning
mentioned.
cash flow to the shareholders. They ended up making an acquisition,
UMAC.
slightly changing their capital allocation priorities, not having this juicy dividend, and that's fine. I made my money and then some on it, so I sold it. It's a source of funds, and I wish I could tell you what I'm buying with it, but I can't because I'm not done buying it. So when I'm on next week, I'll tell you. But I'll give you a little sneak peek, which is it is as interesting and exciting, I think, as Star Bulk was when I bought it with those huge dividends. This one's boring. It's a consumer staples name that trades at a fraction of the multiple of the S&P and has a 4% and change yield. So you can kind of see where my head's at, which is take risk.
Okay, we're sitting here not going anywhere at the moment. Doji.
It's not Costco or Walmart.
It's not Costco or Walmart, no. But it is just
What's speaking of Walmart? What's Walmart doing? Walmart dropping off here. Costco. Costco. Good thing I sold the put side. I took the put side off, bought it back. Okay, Costco. I did take that off, right? 99% sure I took that off.
Weiss, do you have any thoughts on that?
Costco.
Staples play?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, in carriers,
Yeah,
I mean,
call sign.
continue to be down.
Yeah.
I mean, reach down by
Costco.
75% year to date.
Costco.
You know, I look at Staples, and they're never cheap, and you know, I'm just never comfortable owning because those valuations when they
Oracle turning up. Oracle.
when they have really punk growth overall.
Yeah.
Okay, bouncing at the 20-day. Oracle bouncing at the 20-day.
I am. So I'm on a track to the group, and I'll continue to be unattractive because I see much better alpha elsewhere, such as in technology names.
Right.
So I don't feel I have to broaden. Where I have broadened is like in
All right, Robinhood.
Caterpillar, for example,
That's being added to the S&P, right?
where I think the economy.
Whoa, look at the move on Robinhood.
And the onshore.
But just to be clear, like I would not buy the consumer staples index right now or sector for that. I would look through and say there's certain names that kind of got punished because of tariff worries.
Clorox.
No, and I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you even if you get it right.
P&G.
I'm not going to tell you. What's that? No, I'm not going to tell you.
Helen of Troy.
Oh, come on now. All right, I'll say one of those might have been right.
Robinhood. Okay, that looks
But
good.
if you look through them and you say it does have 6% growth ahead, 6% dividend growth ahead, it has a decent yield. That's okay. I'm with you. I wouldn't want to buy the group broadly. I think
Bitcoin still at the high of the day. I really want to do something with Coinbase.
I'll tell you next week when I'm on.
Coinbase probably follows
It's
through.
not a staple, but we should hit Williams Sonoma and RH for that
CONL.
matter. We did mention tariffs and the president talking about furniture tariffs. He says, I will be imposing substantial tariffs on any country that does not make its furniture in the United States. So we're looking at those.
A lot of
Joe,
furniture
you-
manufacturers in North Carolina.
We do.
Jenny's got Ethan Allen.
But Ethan Allen, very different chart than Restoration Hardware and Williams Sonoma. Because, and don't forget the investment thesis there was that 70% of their manufacturing is in North America. And so if you look at Restoration, that's down like 60% or more from its high. Restoration's super tame. The CEO was on just on the show before us talking about how they manage that, you know, why they set the business up that way. And it's interesting to see now they finally get a little bit of a benefit. Sorry,
I love how we look at the charts when it benefits you. Now we're looking at charts. The chart does look good, though.
But it is okay. But it is interesting because this one's insightful. Like if you have 3 furniture companies, Restoration, Williams Sonoma, Ethan Allen,
What about
why?
Waystar?
Okay, fine. Why is one not down so much? The reason is it's a totally different business model underlying it. By the way, Ethan Allen also has no debt, right? Which is interesting. They pay a 5.4% dividend yield. That's got, I think they earn about $2 of dividends. It's a $1.12 dividend yield. Sorry, $2 of earnings, $1.12 dividend yield. It's just a totally different beast than the other.
Have you been reading Buy High, Sell Higher?
Stop it.
Williams Sonoma, we bought it at the end of July. We bought it because the company is delivering strong operating margins. The problem is, and you can't ignore this, this is a challenge for them. The production is coming from Vietnam. It's coming from Malaysia. It's coming from Indonesia. Jenny is spot on. You want to be able to, if you're going to be
Coinbase looking for a follow through.
Identify exactly which one. We've given back. We were up. We were up in it. We're basically giving it back where we were. What's interesting is on Friday, everyone was buying Lazy Boy because the majority of production for Lazy Boy is in the U.S. I think it's like 70%.
And it's comfortable. I love a lazy.
All right, let's get the headlines with Angelica Peebles before that goes any
Coinbase, CONL,
Drug
CONL.
prosecutions are reportedly down this year to their lowest level in decades. Reuters reporting that cases dropped by 1,200 so far this year compared to last. That's a 10% drop, and it's the slowest pace since the 1990s. A senior Justice Department official tells Reuters that the drop is a result of agencies switching to focus more on deportations. The Trump administration just announced it's opening up more than 13 million acres of federal land to lease to coal miners. Well, the Energy Department will be providing $625 million to
Coinbase looks good.
revive it as a fuel source.
Maybe you want to think about some of Bitcoin stocks.
Repeatedly called climate change a hoax.
Nice turn. Last couple of days, last turn. Saturday, Sunday, looking for a push higher. Back above 114. Top Bollinger Bands at 119. Coinbase and CONL, those look good. I just bought a 40-50 vertical. Okay, so a test of this recent pivot, a move above the 50-day, and tested the upper Bollinger Band is what I'm thinking. And I sold the 50, so I'll make a nice, nice credit there if it continues to move higher. Coinbase looking good. Coinbase, CONL. Okay, BITX. Bouncing. Okay, and Bitcoin looking good. Bitcoin back above the 50-day. Okay, we get a follow through like this tomorrow. That would be great. Bitcoin. All right, New York Fangs are all mixed at the moment. New York Fangs are mixed. S&P is not following through per se. Stalling here, Doji. Okay, if you're bullish, we definitely need to see some volume coming in here. This is very suspect. Looks like it could fail. We have a doji for now. It could turn to be a shooting star. Tomorrow we've got JP Morgan collar, which is really not that big of an issue now. We're so far away from it. 65.05. Okay, so.
And so we're all here to serve the end investor in the end of the day. And
UMAC looking for a follow through. Drones and military expenditures need to satisfy the Pentagon. Pentagon's looking for more armament. Let's look at Lockheed Martin, LMT, trending. Northrop Grumman. Okay, coming out of a squeeze. Raytheon at the highs. Raytheon popped and then pulled back in on that news. AVAV. Okay, that one's looking pretty trendy. UMAC looks good. S&P still looks like a bear flag. Needs to push quickly.
And then we have a lot of vehicles that you can choose what's the right vehicle for you based on your circumstances.
Understood. Gerard, thank you so much for joining us today. Gerard O'Reilly is co-CEO and co-CEO of Dimensional Fund Advisors.
Okay, Riot looks good. Cheap way to play Bitcoin. Just buy some Riot.
Coming up on Bloomberg Markets, Electronic Arts just hit the high score in deal making, selling for a record-breaking $55 billion in the biggest leverage buyout ever.
Riot. Nice move on Riot. Okay, Riot. RIOT, Riot.
At Waccamaw Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing, we've been part of your family for years, just like these two, growing up, learning, and serving every day.
Okay, Riot looks like it wants to go some more. Riot. Riot. Okay, we're only half of Friday's volume right now.
How to know when it's time to worry about bubbly markets? I think everybody would love the answer if you have it. Let's hear it.
And look, it's become an increasing focus. I would start by saying I always think it's a good time to start worrying about pretty much everything. It kind of stress tests your assumptions, keeps expectations in check. But if you're really trying to diagnose when you have a high risk of devastating capital loss because of the way assets are priced, I'm not sure you can make the case now. What you'd want to look for, what I would look to see is truly extraordinary trailing rates of return. We've had a great run here, but the NASDAQ 100's done like 30% annualized for the last 3 years. It's great, but not necessarily something that suggests it's overheating in a historic fashion. The nature of the rally has also been pretty
Riot,
orderly.
it's at the
So
high of the day.
Usually you get this huge accelerations to the upside and you have volatility rising along with stock prices. That's something that I would keep an eye out for. And even when it comes to strategists,
Oklo.
very muted for the end of this year.
What's Oklo doing? Oklo. Okay, it did bounce again, Oklo. Trying to get into this gap, Oklo. I don't like that Friday action. Friday action seems like there's somebody there that wants to sell on any bounce. Palantir, no follow through. Bearish day on Palantir. Inside of last week's action, Palantir. Watching NVIDIA, looking for a follow through. Oklo, no follow through yet.
Except for Microsoft. At some point along the way, it just didn't happen all at the same time. So we have these crises
NVIDIA.
once in a while.
How are you thinking about
Baba. What's Baba doing? Baba was active.
Not very much.
Baba was activated recently. Baba's back up to the highs.
I think it really has to rise to the level of macro risk. It's an inconvenience not to get a jobs number on Friday, but I feel as if we can triangulate a little bit with claims and with, JOLTS and with ADP. And to me, the market's not so much on an edge about stagflation risk as it was a little while ago. So I think you can navigate through it, obviously, unless it gets prolonged and the bond market.
Baba at the highs, 52-week highs here. Baba.
I'll see you on closing bell, Mike. Thanks. That's Mike Santoli. Calls of the day.
Okay, looks like we're rolling over here. Okay, looks like a rolling over. S&P. Okay, we just rolled over S&P. Back down to the low. Okay, so it's still a range that we're dealing with, basically. Do we drop off of this? S&P, do we drop off or what? Okay. The trend has been down today for the most part. S&P. Okay, looking more like a, could be a shooting star by the end of the day if this fills the gap and drops a little bit more.
Displaying some poor performance here. So you are seeing shares of the company.
JD.com, what's JD doing? You got Alibaba. JD trying to get back above. Trying to get back above the 200-day JD. Very choppy. Most of these Chinese stocks are very choppy. They up one day, down the next. So this needs to clear 36, JD.com. I know, Angel, you took that. I took it as well. Currently off a little bit on that one. About $30 per contract.
Investors here, and of course we know that this is a $55 billion deal here. This is the biggest leverage buyout that we've seen here in history, Scarlett. This is going to be the stock of the hour that we're going to be discussing a little bit more shortly.
All right, Nora, thank you for setting up that perfectly, because Electronic Arts EA is our stock of the hour, and we want to bring in now Bloomberg M&A reporter Michelle Davis. So, Michelle, Nora was just telling us that the company is being taken private. Tell us a little bit more about the buyers here. Silver Lake, Saudi Arabia's public investment fund, and Jared Kushner's Affinity Partners.
Exactly. So you have a consortium of 3 buyers. The party that's really driving the bus here, though, is Saudi Arabia's public investment fund. And, you know, they've been making a really big push to diversify.
Futures are testing the low here. Futures testing the low.
That they were going to make about $40 billion of investments in video games to do that. And this is them making good on that promise. And what's really interesting about this to me is it's a big, more than $50 billion take private. The biggest we've seen ever. The last time we saw something even remotely this size was in 2007. We all know what happened after that. But it really feels like anything's possible right now. You know, all the deal makers are saying that the sky's the limit. You could see more mega deals like this, and it just feels like, again, anything's possible. So
yeah, you mentioned the last deal that was in 2007, TXU taken private for $45 billion. So I guess that invites comparisons of whether we're at the top of the market, whether there's.
All right, what's Costco doing? Riot at the high today. Riot high today. Okay, Riot's still pushing. Riot's still pushing here. High of the day.
All right, let's do calls of the day. AppLovin is one that we'll do. So the analyst at Morgan Stanley obviously missed the stock. They had 480. Now they go to 750. Overweight's the call.
Core Scientific, CORZ, Core Scientific.
It's just a massive bit of catch up here on a stock that's frankly surprised a lot of people.
It sure has.
Core.
I mean, it is literally, when you think about the story of momentum in 2025, it's Palantir, it's AppLovin. Recently added to the S&P 500 on September 22nd. This allows it to be the 4th best performing technology stock year to date, along with Palantir, Seagate, and Western Digital. It's the ad platform. And you mentioned the skepticism in the price target. What's remarkable is that 82% of the analysts that cover the stock have a buy rating, but yet the 12-month price target is only $597, well below where it is today. So I still think the skepticism is embedded in the stock itself, and as long as this momentum factor, continues to be the leading factor, that's going to further drive upside potential.
All right, Weiss mentioned Caterpillar
Okay, 68, 6650 is down below. 6670 over above.
Look, I think that this is, it's clearly going to benefit from the onshoring. And that's exactly what's occurring here. So it's going to get a lot tighter. We see we are invested in some companies that have skilled labor as opposed to to labor that's not certified for electrical and all that kind of stuff. And it's just very, very tight, exceptionally tight, where these companies are actually developing their own schools to certify electricians, plumbers, etc. And that's going to mean that Caterpillar is going to have more work. It's going to sell more equipment. So I think you have to stay with this one. And Deere also. Deere I go back and forth on, frankly. Haven't gone there. And to me, it'd be a little bit like Caterpillar. So I'm not going to do that one, but others may.
B of A still likes Progressive, Joe. They maintain their buy rating. They do bump the price target.
S&P just stuck here.
From 343. So that's a nice upside for
Yeah, over the last several months, I've been talking a lot about the insurance companies and the financial sector. I don't like what I'm seeing. I'm seeing the deterioration of momentum. I'm also seeing the earnings growth up against some very difficult comps, and I think it's reflected in this name itself. You know, I often talk about understanding where the individual equity names reside from a rankings perspective in the Joe Team ETF. And you can see the insurance companies slowly dropping from the upper quartile
So
to the
drifting
middle
lower,
quartile to
Costco.
now in the bottom quartile.
Adobe back above the 50 day. Adobe, Palantir, Palantir. Starting off the week with a little consolidation inside of the lower part of last week's price action. Palantir.
I can see Hartford, which we still own, Travelers. That's okay. It's fighting to maintain its momentum, Allstate. But in the case of Chubb, in the case of Progressive, it really has lost that positive momentum.
Quick Spotify.
Spotify,
845 at Argus.
Streamers. They just did a deal with Sony. Now they have the
Micron.
three major music, Warner Brothers, along with Sony and Universal. This potentially leads for a lot of potential belief that they are going to launch a Music Pro subscription, which would be really interesting for super fans.
All right, we'll come back. Sorry, Joe. We'll come back with ETF Edge after this.
There's just no price. There's no action right here between 12 o'clock and 1:30, basically.
Outside the U.S. in ETF Edge next.
All right, S&P showing signs of testing the low of the day here. All right, so we got some stops down below. See if they take out this liquidity and then reverse it. Pushing lower. S&P pushing lower. All right, selling premium. I like to sell premium when the markets are trying to figure out which way they want to go to start the week. I sold some Broadcom. I'll take a look at that real quick. Just check it out. Good thing about selling premium is you only have to look at this like a couple of times a day, maybe in the morning and at noon. Make any adjustments if you need to. Usually you don't have to do that very much. Here's Broadcom. Okay, so just watching Broadcom. This is from the earlier this morning and the latter half of the morning session. Sold some of these. I meant to sell 5, sold 4 instead. So if this starts to threaten these puts down here, I'll take this side off and double up on the overhead levels. Go with the trend. S&P still threatening this level. S&P. Let's see if they take out the liquidity down here. There's undoubtedly some liquidity at the low. People that have gotten to have buy orders down here, buy stops, if it drops through this area and then reverses quickly, or if it just keeps going. We have a gap fill potentially. Starting to move.
It's opportunity. We're back on the half. Emerging markets have been on fire this year. The EEM ETF far outpacing the S&P. But is that running out of steam? Contessa Brewer has that and more. Today's ETF Meditate, Contessa.
You just really nailed all those letters in a row, Scott. Good job. It is true. Investors have been moving around the globe looking for opportunity, but they've largely been ignoring two of the largest markets. Our next guest says you can't simply have emerging markets back in favor without China, and certainly not without India. Joining me now, Kevin Carter, founder and CIO of EMQQ. Okay, so if they fell out of favor because of geopolitics, what's fueling the resurgence in investor interest?
Well, if you're talking about China's stocks in particular, it's I think it was DeepSeek and the AI that China has. China had been basically thrown away, was uninvestable according to people, and so the stocks got really, really cheap. And in January, when DeepSeek showed up, investors looked at the Chinese internet companies.
All right, we're going to take out some stops and then reverse this. Looks like they're trying to create a doji or a spinning top on the daily. We do have a bullish bias and a gap below, but we have a bullish bias from Friday. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Snowflake trying to turn the corner. Broadcom, ditto. Google looked better earlier. That faded. Netflix faded. Microsoft faded. Tesla faded. Amazon faded. Meta faded. And Apple faded. So I'm not surprised that we would see S&P move lower.
Latin America, it's Mercado Libre and Nubank. Southeast Asia, Sea Limited, Korea, Coupang, and in India, which is hard to access, Make My Trip trades here, or Eternal, which is hard for investors to spot, trades in India.
It's a fascinating look at emerging markets. We're going to continue the conversation over at etfedge.cnbc.com. And Kevin will be joined by Dave Natick, who's the president and director of research at ETF.com. So, Scott, we'll get more into that. Still to come.
All right, Contessa, thank you. Contessa Brewer, we'll do finals after this break.
Oracle, what's Oracle doing? All right, Oracle's sitting on the 21-day. Riot having a good day. Riot's having a good day. Okay, UMAC at the highs. UMAC, drones. UMAC trying to push up. Okay, Lockheed Martin, LMT, that's trending. Currently off the high of the day. This time of day, not the best time to buy. Between 12 and 1:30 or so, we're looking for B and C pivots and maybe something in the evening session after 1:30. Right now, though, we're just kind of drifting lower. S&P showing weakness. S&P is about to snap here if this keeps up. This will snap. All right, let's see what Trace is saying. Trace at the low, 66.50 is a target right now. Hope everyone's having a good day. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's Monday the 29th. We're more than halfway through the day now.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play.
And it looks like a doji for now. Could very easily turn out to be a shooting star or a gravestone doji. Okay, we're gonna fill the gap or what?
Any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com.
Okay, while we're waiting on the markets, let me just check a few things here. Oracle, this is the one I doubled up on. So the put side wasn't working on Oracle. Put side wasn't working. I can delete this one. Okay.
Live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange.
Oracle.
The countdown, the setups, the stories that make markets move.
Okay, the put side wasn't working, so I doubled up on the call side. Put side got tested. Took that off last week, I think Thursday. Now we were sitting on the 21-day now, so this is very possible for a bounce. I could take some of this off actually. Oracle. The October 340s, those are up $100 per contract. All right, I just took these off just now. $100 per contract profit. I had 5 of those. Okay, so I just took these off right here. Oracle. Okay, Oracle. I doubled up on this one. I just saw that this price action was sitting here. The Octobers are, I bought them back for $50. Sold them for 157. The upside. So I got the Novembers left. Let's see what the Novembers are going for. I might want to go ahead and take those off too. Novembers. No, they got a lot of room. Okay. Micron. So I took the Octobers off. Don't have to have a bias. Slightly lower is all I'm carrying. All I worry about or are concerned with. Put side is just too much risk that it could threaten or drop down to the 50-day. So I'm going to hold on to the November call credits and wait on more bullish price action. You can see the volume has all been sellers for the last 5 trading days. Nothing to do there.
Today has been, largely a nice start to the week, although it's still a 50-50 rally type of a day where half the stocks are lower, despite the fact that you have names like NVIDIA really, bearing the torch today.
That is true, and I feel like we will discuss some of these names that have really propped up markets over the course of the last month, as there's a wide variety of those chip-exposed stocks or semiconductor stocks that have really been our bright spot throughout the last month of trading. But as always, we'll focus on these individual equity movers throughout the next hour. We will kick things off with some of these tech-focused names on the move today. We will also be diving then into some names in the auto space, and specifically those EV autos, as we do see that EV tech.
Kind of a slow day today. Doji, maybe a shooting star, but narrow price action for now.
Leaders of the markets for the month, that being Seagate Technology, with some price target raises to kick off this week, as well as discussing the latest tariff turbulence we're getting from the Trump administration, discussing right now potential tariffs on movies. We'll also preview all things that you can expect from a holiday shopping perspective, as I'm sure there will be lots of deal hunting as always, but lots of spending, as we know the consumer, has been a bit shaky, has still been one of our brightest narratives throughout the markets all year long.
Yeah, and I did want to say one thing before we get into some of these movers too. It's looking increasingly likely, and this is not a prediction, this is just headlines and kind of what market odds are suggesting, that we're going to get some sort of a government shutdown probably. Now, historically, that hasn't
72% probability of a government shutdown. Not that that's a big deal. Most everything's electronic anyway. S&P, what are we doing here? S&P. Okay, S&P is dropping off. Okay. S&P is dropping off.
Or whatever standpoint, but just solely market standpoint, it can have a short-term, diminishing impact on GDP. But most importantly, I think short-term is it could delay some of the data. I know we've talked about this throughout our programming, but that's sort of the first thing to look out for is if there is a shutdown, maybe NFP this week, maybe CPI coming up, maybe we don't get those on time. And so you're going to be trying to steer the ship and figure out this stuff with a little bit less clarity.
Okay, that's a great reminder as well, because I typically don't give these potential government shutdowns much weight, but I do think that seemingly right now it's going to be at least a real statistical probability that we could see that, of course, take place. Obviously, we're hoping that we reach a resolution before then, but it would be a fascinating thing to see no non-farm payrolls number released on Friday. So we'll have to wait and see if any clarity can, of course, emerge over the coming days. But we'll start off things with one of our biggest stories of the session, which we actually first got news of this story Friday afternoon, that being EA, which has given back actually some of its strength on the overall session today, but has now agreed to be acquired by the Public Investment Fund of Saudi Arabia, as well as Silver Lake and Affinity Partners in this all-cash deal worth $55 billion. So shareholders will receive $210 per share in cash. Trading was halted actually earlier this morning on this news when shares jumped as much as 6%. Again, following that Friday report from
S&P
the Wall Street Journal, when we saw shares up
broke down through this level now.
but the deal value now represents about a 25%.
All right, Brent from Spot Gamma's on.
And welcome to everybody that's new. I hope I got all this up right here. All right.
Gonna let Brett go with
And maybe
it.
we got to play around with the times of the webinars or whatever else it may be to help people out here, but we'll see. So what's up, Pedro, dude? So Michael, all right, seek and destroy. That's the first question kind of out of the gate. Again, if you have any questions, use the Q&A button on the old Zoom toolbar there. And question about why won't Zoom, or excuse me, why won't things flush? I am probably not supposed to be showing you this version of the dashboard, but this is the dashboard that I've been given. So this is how we operate now. So Hero quite negative today, minus 5.7 billion. That's like, 10 billion. We can go with that negative. So it is pretty negative. Question is how much of that is zero DTE. And if you unlock it, what you're seeing is a decent separation between these two, the teal line and the purple line, which tells us that there's a little bit of longer dated flow coming in. And so if we just look at what that is, it seems to be a decent mix of call.
We're just going to listen to Brent over at Spot Gamma.
Line, which is the blue line. And so that's fairly negative flow, and $5 billion is a decent amount for sure. And equity market is down 12 bips, but we were way up here about 20 handles higher on the day. And if you look at where we were versus certainly versus Friday, we're doing all right. So I think a lot of us look at this gap close. Now the question is seek and destroy at work today? The big strike was at 66.70, and that is a zero DTE strike. If I toggle this on and off, you can see that. Let's just see if that open interest is still there. So we go to net OI. The strike is now gone, right? It was there. It's closed. So the seek and destroy part of this equation in terms of like, hey, give me the big strike and let's go get it. There's no big strike out there right now, right? So that makes a little bit of a challenge. We do have a pocket of gamma down here, 98, 93, 97. So I think this is decent support. And if you mashed all this together, you kind of get the seek and destroy strike, I guess. But in terms of the reason to go back up to 66.70 in terms of the seek and destroy parlance, not really there. Now, did we tag that strike earlier? 100%. It was the 99th percentile strike. And like 98, there you go, 98.8. And we drive Hero up, we hit that level, and then the market says, okay, let's take a break here. And as it fades, that position ends up getting closed. Now, did that position being closed help the market to reverse? I mean, if you just kind of overlay them, you can see that once that strike was hit, what did they do? They closed it up, right? And negative deltas come on the market and down we go. So that seems like the zero DT operation that we typically run. And as far as right now goes, there's good support here. Most of this is zero DTE, as you can see, right? There's a lot of non-zero DTE here, 66.50. It's not just today. So there's a decent support there. All else equal, you would kind of think that we would bounce. But if Hero continues to pressure down, then obviously that weighs against that outcome. So we're watching for Hero to reverse in order to play a bounce until that happens. What are you going to think about? Why would you expect a reverse? And then the second question is here, what is the equity space doing? So if we look at the S&P equity indicator, we just push these together and look at the total. You can see 447 million positive. It's not bad. It's not huge, but it's okay. So that's not that negative. Again, as people pointed out here, quite negative in the equity space. And then what about the NASDAQ? We're out with that. Mildly negative as well. So yeah, index flow, pretty negative. We've moved down to 66.50. I would favor playing a bounce here once Hero lightens up. And if Hero doesn't lighten up, well, then I'm not playing a bounce. And that's just kind of that's just kind of that. And the 0DT numbers had been a lot bigger, and the Hero's been a lot bigger when 0DT's been a lot bigger, I would say, over the last couple of months. If you look at the size of the S&P 0DTE flow.
NVIDIA, looking for a bounce in NVIDIA.
The last year, we had this giant swell in early September, right? And we were getting
No.
10 billion.
Microsoft holding up okay. Microsoft's above the 50-day.
Be positive, next week it'd be 10 billion negative, right? So those swings have been really big. Around expiration, that flow subsided, a decent amount. It's funny, it's like 50 used to be this incredible number. Now 50 is like, why so light? And then over the last week, we've pumped that number back up into the 60s again. So this
Coinbase
stuff is really in control. And it's hard to debate against that. Amon's saying 66.20 at a big short put. Let's take a look at that. If you zoom out, and what you can see in here is there's this layer here of positive strikes, right? Not all that is 0DTE, like a good chunk of it is not actually, particularly at 66.50. And it seems like we have pretty decent support all the way down into maybe 6,600. So, if I was going to be worried about the market again, it's under 6,600, and that's what we've been putting in the founders notes. Last week had every chance to really blow up and just never did. And there's still a couple of strikes sitting there. But if we break it today, do we go down and test the strike tomorrow? I wouldn't put that out of the realm of possibility. I mean, I just think that under 6,600, things just get much more squirrely, and you got to be worried about it. We had two really spasms down, and they rallied back up over that. But it's a very hard market to read at the moment, I would say, because number one, the dynamics with the positions wearing away underneath, and then the second one is the unusual shape of the volatility curve. We've talked about that a bunch of times now, that there's weird stuff happening in the vol land. And so if you look at 1 month fixed futures, these are all things that we've talked about in recent notes, right? If you look at the spread between first month and second month fixed futures, for example, you see that if we go and we look at, we can probably just do this, right? Bring up the VIX term structure. And so this is not as clean as looking at the futures eyes, but this term structure, if we just look at the VIX curve, which I can't do here.
I'm just following along. This is volatility skew. Term structure he's looking at.
VIX Central is here. The site is always down on the VIX Central site. Trash. Anyways, that contango goes very, very steep, and
you can see the height of this here.
S&P term structure, you get
the grayed area versus the teal color line. It's a big, steep drop here.
Is not huge, and you go up a little bit farther in time, you're getting 15, 16 a year out, right? Well, maybe not 16, at least 15. But then again, you look at 1 month realized vol, and vol is just dead, right? It's absolutely anemic at a 7. So things still aren't computing in that front. This is all stuff that we've talked about in the founders notes. So if you have any questions or just don't quite know what I'm talking about, you can dig in on those founders notes and find, all these references. So yes, things seem pretty stable right now. I would think again strongly that we would bounce for today, given that there's these big strikes here. But until Hero rolls over, I don't really want to play that bounce. So I'm going to be favoring that. I don't love being short because of these strikes right now. But ultimately I want to see Hero turn to suggest that we'll get a little bit of relief just on the intraday. Hey Dave, good to see you there. He's new to spot. Damn, you're curious what my thoughts are. The large positions at 66.70, 66.75 for a while after the open. So we have a lot of these 0DT condors that start the day now, right? So if we go
Palantir doing what it normally does. Palantir usually turns around this time of day. Watch Palantir. You might get a quick scalp on this one. There we go. Starting to move. Palantir off the low. Tends to do this a lot. Let me see what kind of trades I have on Palantir.
So these are huge strikes that are in the market nearly every day. The put happened to be so far to the money. This trade was probably put on Friday night, I'm guessing, because that's normally how they operate. And
Palantir.
So, this is it. And the market tends to test these strikes. Now, they closed up the call side of this equation. as I mentioned before, and that put seems quite likely to be tested, if it's even still on. I'm guessing they closed it, but we'll see. It looks like it's still there. It's why they closed the call side, but not the put side. Like the put side had to be worth nothing, right?
S&P retesting the lows here. S&P testing the low.
There's a problem with these strategies that are
S&P's testing the low.
skewed payouts. It's like you make $1.50 and you risk $3.50, right? And odds are that you're going to win every day. But you lose $3, and then you take out a nickel or a dime for closing those positions early on the transaction cost side, and some of the P&L just is not terribly exciting anymore on those types of trades. But that being said, if you ever check Captain Condor's timeline, he's buying Maserati and everywhere else. Yeah, and so Dave's specific question here is, when there's a spread like this, do these offset? The gamma should be pretty much neutral, right? Because you have a short strike and a long strike. So you go, okay, well, like, why should that be impactful? And what we believe it sort of boils down to is the idea that zero DT market makers, right? The market making firms have an all expiration desk, and then they have a zero DT only desk. So the zero DT people, that $5 spread on 10, 20,000 contracts can be a ton of P&L, right? And the market knows there's positions there. And so I think that position is actively traded in a way that maybe a normal book would not trade it, right? Like, you probably wouldn't hedge that position at all if it expired in a month, right? You just wouldn't care. So because it's zero DT, I think it makes it more actively hedged. And I need to look up, I think it was Einstein said the theory of relativity. I know I said this like 10 times.
All right, S&P is going to drop off a little bit here. Looks like.
It's sort of like, I don't know exactly how.
Hedging flows continue to drop off.
The seek and destroy is, we tag those strikes. Happens like every day, you tag one side of those strikes. And then it's like, once we touch it, it's like a binary average. Like, we touched it, it's like knocked in, and then we're good. Like, we mission accomplished. Wait a minute. Can you provide the current flow patrol? Yeah, I gave I apparently put the wrong flow patrol in this one. It's a 15-step process to deliver flow patrol, and so if you miss flow patrol, here's the download link. I did send it out twice, so hopefully most of you got it.
All right, so markets are just kind of sitting here.
For a little bit while it's up. Still working on some of the things it says in a way that says that. I will say the big change that I just made over the weekend was, some of you may notice that it would talk about like Amazon Gamma in one section, and then it would give a different figure in another section. And the reason the figure is different is because in one section it was talking about the change in Gamma on the day, and then
Volume coming in, shorts covering, looks like.
So I added language in here. This Delta Gamma thing is super
Little short covering.
confusing, so I'll remove that. But now it's supposed to be specifying the change in Gamma, which means what changed yesterday versus like where the whole position stands. So, you know, I'm constantly iterating on this, trying to make it better. If you have any, you know, requests, questions, improvements you'd like to see, info Flow Patrol at spotgamma.com. That comes directly to me, and I can help. That, you know, that's where that kind of stands. If you're new to Flow Patrol 2, unusual options position is one of the pages that I particularly like for new ideas. I've highlighted the open section now in black.
That's just me adjusting positions.
It's a spread, you kind of ignore it, but in theory, the more interesting positions are these ones that, you know, are just opened.
Palantir looks like it's going to turn. Palantir.
Tesla position is really interesting because it's just huge. As you can see, it's for this week and it's huge. And someone sold this put spread, so that's what's driving all of that kind of gamma, almost $1 billion of premium. That's a big, obviously quite a big trade. And Tesla at 441, so stock, you know, doing pretty well. This is quite an interesting trade. I don't see another leg to this one. It's RR. I'm not sure what that is. All these names that Rich Tech Robotics. That's a new one. Don't tell me y'all have heard that before.
Okay, watching
And then looks like a pony spread here. You can see that 20 and 20.
watching for hedging flows to turn up.
Peloton buyer. Interesting. Not huge. You know, $500,000, but interesting. Interesting to see that. So those are the trades that I generally think are more interesting. What I'd love to see is just like
Peloton.
a single call bought, right? Huge size, kind of like that RR. Like, okay, what's going on with that? I mean, that's a $6 call. It's a very deep in the money call that was bought to open with the stock at, oh, sorry, I thought the stock was at $44. Stock's at $4. So this might be one that I take a punt on. I don't know what's going on there. I might take a punt on longing that one as a result of showing up in the report. So we'll see. In the past, we're calling out these things. We've seen some names that really popped, and you know, I don't know, you can buy a single call. What was the expiration on that? 10/24. Is there earnings coming up? No. So that's a pretty short dated bet. Could always be a hedge to something, you know, they could be in convertible bonds or this or that, the other thing. So you never know that it's just someone betting on an outright event, or they could be short the stock or whatever, right? But it's worth exploring for sure. Sean, you're saying that your watch list isn't saving. What browser are you using? So we'll have to watch that. Captain Condor is advertising on YouTube. He's getting very cocky. He keeps his trades are winning, and for those of you who don't know what the problem is, he doubles down every time he loses. So I calculate that if he loses 6-7 times, he's got to come up with 50. I think it was like $50 million. The numbers start getting just like insane. And so yeah, I don't know. That's a little sketchy. Yeah, so Chrome, that should be working for you, Sean. If you have not emailed info@spotgamer.com, please do it again. Just do it now. I'll check as soon as I sign off. So I got your name there. We'll figure out what's going on. Why do I call it an algo? Market makers an algo to move the price. So I think what they do is it's not really an algo, right? Like, so what is happening here? Like in the morning, it's positive delta trades that flood into the market, right, to move the market into these big, big strikes or big areas. So I'm going to look at today's. Let's refresh this real quick. So, we open here, right, and then we got to tag that strike. So Hero jumps at the open, for example, and we've seen this number get, massive. And what is it? It's 0DT call buying or 0DT put selling. So if somebody's out there doing that, like the way that this works is, people say a lot of times, hey, market makers, 0DT market makers hedge with other 0DT
Palantir trying to turn up.
Somebody at some point in this chain's got to start buying futures or just buying stock, right? Like, to me, that seems like that's the inevitable end of it, right? Like, if I buy 0DT calls from you, Omid, and then you go, oh, I just sold a bunch of calls. Like, I'm gonna buy some calls from Vinny, and then Vinny, like somewhere, I think someone's got to be like, crap, I got too many short deltas. I gotta buy some stock, right? Or buy some futures. Like that. That's kind of what I think happens. It's sort of like, and that's the same thing with like over-the-counter trades. It's like if people are buying or selling tons of variance swaps, like at the end of the day, some listed products got to get traded to hedge that out somewhere, I think.
Oklo, did we get a bounce on Oklo? We did, but we faded that one.
Look it up in betting. It's the same thing. So
Doji for now. I don't like this candle from Friday. That Friday candle is worrisome. Oklo. Somebody wanted to get out.
You bet again, only double your size.
What's Nano doing? Nano Nuclear?
The idea is that
Nano, no follow through on Nano. SMR.
Now, there's problems with that, right? Number one is the casino come cut you off, right? That's if you don't run enough capital. Because how many times can you double down? You lose 10 times in a row, you're on a pretty modest bet, like the exponential numbers get so big. Right now, in this case with trading, people know you're out there. They know the size of your trade. So far, that's going okay. I think actually everyone's kind of making money off of it. I think when you see the seek and destroy, that's gamma scalping, and and market makers are making money on that. I think even if it doesn't close in the money, they can still make money. Like both Captain Condor and the market makers can win on the same day. And then this, so what are the risks for Captain Condor is he doubles down.
Palantir starting to rise.
Blown out 10 times in a row and he just runs out of money. You can't double down again. The other one is his broker goes, hey, buddy, I don't want you trading 200,000 0DT contracts. Like, no, can't. And then you're just screwed, right? It's like, it's literally like the house says no. The muscle guys come out of the back of the casino and said the pit boss are like, nope.
That's funny.
Can I organize columns and flow control by similar expiration date? I don't know how I have them. I don't think I have them filtered now. I think it depends on what table you like, but I think it's by premium. So we could just do it, reorganize it by symbol.
TTM is trying to turn.
And then expiration date.
Today's probably a throwaway. Pretty narrow range for the most part. We gapped up pretty decent, up 40, 50 handles during the London session. We faded a lot of that.
A lot of positive gamma. 25 million bucks at this purple line's pretty good. That's about as big as it gets. And so, what do you make of this if you are in the stock? It suggests that volatility or the stock should be well supported, right? Now we're at 487, so we're kind of in this trough here. So thinking it could go up to 500 makes sense. Over 500, it's still just positive gamma to the downside. You get 470 support. I think if you own the stock and you just kind of let it work, I mean, kind of an unexciting name from that perspective, I would say.
CrowdStrike, that's on the watch list, right? Can we put that on the watch list? I'm pretty sure we did.
As a trader, I like movement. I try to position myself where stuff's moving. If vol
it's on the extended watch list.
Sell that vol. That tends to, what I like to do. But if you just
cybersecurity names look good.
Why not? Just let it go. And really, it's been just stuck in that range, right? I mean, I haven't looked at a chart of the stock in forever, but it's kind of where you're at, right? So there's a ton of gamma here. There's a ton of gamma here. It's like, all right. I don't have a good reason to think that would change based on this. Steve R saying, what are my thoughts on how to play calls relative to gamma and tickers like Amazon and Google? So Google has been very interesting. Negative gamma to the upside, it still is. Over 250.
All right, JD, what are you doing,
JD? Because of
JD?
the negative gamma to the upside.
JD.com. All right, we're trying to stay above this level.
On the support level.
JD.com. Alibaba was at the highs. Alibaba.
Right. This is what I want to see.
That's Brent from Spot Gamma talking in the background. He's covering Spot Gamma's alpha platform and talking generally about the markets. Alibaba. Okay, I have the 180 calls. I've been in these forever. I bought them back when Tepper was talking about it. They were leaps at the time.
Positive gamma.
Okay.
To like JP Morgan, right? Positive gamma. NVIDIA. A lot of positive gamma right here.
All right, so no follow through in the S&P yet.
So I like to own these names that have negative gamma on the upside. Now the issue is, can you find a cheap way to get upside exposure to those names? And if we look at the top options positions, what do you see here? Amazon calls very expensive. Where's Google on my little list here? Intel extremely expensive, Oracle expensive. I mean, I think you got to be short 1x2s, or you want to try to sell vol in these names in some way. Google very expensive now. So how do you trade these things? Tesla, call spreads at a minimum because that offsets some of that IV cost. Call flies. I think you can structure those out of the money, which aren't too bad. Just buying stock, if you want to. I think those are all viable ways to get upside exposure in those names. And then the second one is, can you go into the sector ETFs and get relative exposure to, like the XLK, for example, has, the tech ETF. XLC, the communications ETF, is a lot of Google. Where's that guy at? Let's see here. This uranium is screaming to be short as well. There's XLC. What is Tesla? Tesla's in? No, I forget what Tesla's in. Tesla's in a weird ETF. I can't remember it. A weird ETF, XLY. That's funny. Yeah, all the way down here. So, maybe that's the way you go. And XLY has Amazon as well. I think you already. So maybe that's a better proxy for that upside, right? Less sexy if the market rips, obviously. But if you're just looking for the cheapest call exposure you can get on a relative basis, that to me seems like a better do, right? But I don't mind call spreads or 1x2s in those names. It's just, if you're buying outright calls, you have to know that you're paying a relatively high price.
Palantir starting to rise. Palantir.
That is the thing to be aware of there. And we have a product coming out in a couple of weeks that's going to help structure trades, do all those kinds of things. Very exciting. Actually disappeared on my dashboard here, but you'll see it in a few. You've seen it there. So we're gonna get better at objectively saying this is how you can price this, and so I'm excited for that. Let's look at one thing. Oh, vol dashboard. So let's just look at.
Only NASDAQ is giving us positive gamma, or positive more advancing. S&P a little hook lower, but it got some momentum. Let's see if that follows through tomorrow. Junk bonds. Let's see what junk looks like now. Junk is still okay. This is not signaling any kind of downside movement. Junk bonds are signaling that we're not going to see any kind of huge downside movement. If anything, we'll just stay here, make dojis, just make dojis and type price action there.
Tariff bounces, all that other stuff. Calls are now as expensive, not 90% up, but dang, they're quite near, right? So calls to me are just unobjectively expensive. But implied vol is not horrible. So this is the 1x2s, call flies, call spreads at a minimum, that kind of thing makes sense.
S&P pulling back. Testing the low again.
The scanners, you can also look at the Explorer view, and then you can look at call skew percentile, because sometimes the risk reversals.
We got 2 hours and 29 minutes to go. I'm your host, Cazavini, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. We're just listening to Brett over at Spot Gamma talking about alpha in general, the markets.
Here, Amazon 92, right? So this is just based on the
Oracle pushing a bit higher. Oracle not going anywhere. Oracle.
Period. So you just got to be aware of that situation where sometimes if you're looking at
Riot, having a good day. Riot is having a good day. Haven't seen that on the IBD 50 very often.
Which, if you think Bitcoin would go down by 50%, MicroStrategy might be the best way to short Bitcoin. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. This is just not a good look, is it? We're at 6,700 on futures, and that you see this hero just won't back off, right? It's just we now plunge ourselves kind of into 6,648, so 6,700 futures as well. See if we can maintain this. But again, until this turns, I don't want to do anything. Why? Because when this turns, it's telling me that people are selling puts or buying calls, and so until that happens, why would I think the market's going to bounce? In fact, if it keeps going down, then I think there's just more continuous pressure. And so at a minimum, maybe we just pin it. But I can't think there's going to be a bounce if I don't see increased options flow. So the crypto complex has been a weird one, hasn't it? And, there's not a ton of options positions. It's almost like people just kind of moved on. They're just like, whatever, crypto. That's kind of what it feels like to me. Ethereum's got a little bit of negative gain on the upside, and this is based on the ETF, so you take that with a little bit of a grain of salt. Somebody asked about gold. Gold's got this giant number here at 355. This, to me, doesn't probably move the gold complex, but it's just interesting to see where positions are. Nobody's short calls in gold. Like, where is it? There's negative gamma down here. There's very light positive gamma up here. It's just like no one's trying to do that right now, right? Silver just doesn't stop too. This is all negative gamma, right? So a lot of negative gamma all the way up through 44, 45. So if I'm trading this thing, it's like, okay, overbought maybe in here because the positions are out. Kind of like gold seems like the positions have run out as well. But being live. These things just don't stop. So what does the call skew look like in silver and gold? Here's silver, which is crazy because it's not all that high. It's not even the highest it's been in the last year, which you would think a move like this would finish with that. We said the similar thing about gold, right? Gold, same thing, 83rd percentile. Like this is like a generational move in these products. And like where are the call buyers at? Maybe today it updates. And Steve, your point on the crypto ETFs, there's more ETFs now than single stocks. Like this whole thing is just getting to be, I sure I must have spilled a little stuff on me. Look like a real mess here, sorry everybody. So, you know, that's what I want to see. I want to see these call skews get expensive for me. Like, okay, it's time for a break. And right now it just doesn't seem like that, you know? It just does not seem like that.
Just listening to this Brent over at Spot Gamma in the background.
What about this uranium? Because that has negative gamma here. Stocks at or ETFs at 60. Yeah. Negative gamma here, and then looks like there's some, you know, small short over here. Very small options positions. Kind of hard to use that as like a proxy here. 300K, right? Just
Okay, Riot.
Not all that great of a proxy. But when you look at the scanners and you look at uranium, there's URA, for example. I got URNM on here, do I? No. You got decent RV, relatively high put skew now. So this is come down a little bit here. If you look at the high IV rank, the IV rank up there, 81%, right? So shorting, you know, quote unquote, being short vol in this situation, a name like that, or this makes sense to me because this is so elevated. This vol should come down. So how do you play that? I think call 1x2s, thinking that stuff cools off makes sense. Short a straddle, you know, something like that. Yeah, and Sean, you just mentioned, I hope I answered your question there. I think it was another person that answered or asked about, yeah, right above there, Steve and Sean. Yeah, there's nice upside negative gamma in Amazon. So like I think these names all seem like they could rally. And there's plenty of negative gamma in the upside. The calls are expensive, which is the one thing I don't love about it. But vol comes down, market can rally. You can make that case. Like, in just to short the market on some other idea, just to me doesn't make sense. Now you may hate the fundamentals or hate this or hate that. Like I don't know, but I just don't see the positioning yet to really allow for downside. I did, and then we just keep rallying up, and we built this. Now we built like this, you know, cushion, right? And so when you zoom out on this map, you're like, where's the deep dark red to the downside? It's still all the way down here. Now, when the JP Morgan position goes away, this will probably be more red after that. But like right now, it's like, where's the negative gamma at? It's just not there right now. And then we do have the moment, like last week is like, okay, the moment is here. Like it looked like escape velocity, like bam, we're gonna go to 6,500 like that. And the dip just comes in and we just kind of like rip back up. So even when you had the setting in the short term for it, it's like you got a taste, right? A moose boosh, as they like to say.
Okay, looking for Riot to continue. It needs to get above 20, that call wall.
Hard to fight that. Josh is saying, what do I think about the high end of the curve coming off after the expiry? Does it lend more to belief to the to a break? I'm not sure which curve you're talking about there, Josh, but and you look at this gamma, right? There's tons of gamma up here. A lot of this can be 0 DTE or next expiration flow. So if we just remove that, you see the difference, right? The difference between these two lines is all 0 DTE gamma here, right? And some of that is Captain Condor. So that rolls on a daily basis. And then if a risk event comes, that positioning just like, oh, we're gone. and then you don't have that stability. So when you lose the JP Morgan strike, you're going to lose the stability. But that strike is so far below, right? The gamma is basically nothing. And there's a lot of positions I think related to that position that offer some stability. So that position is going to be gone, which in theory allows for volatility. Now, could the market go up or may the market go down? Well, the shutdown shenanigans, who knows how the market reads that. Then you got, the inflation rate related data that's all going to prop up this week. So it's like,
All right.
you could move either way.
Riot trying to go. UMAC is trying to go.
Which is the highest strike to the upside, or you go to 6,500 or below in a heartbeat. And I wouldn't be surprised about either, right? There's a lot of times where you don't think those moves are in play. And so the way that we're just looking at is right now, if we break 6,600, I got to go back to thinking that the market drops and vol expands, and there's not really a great downside level to pick, after that, right? Like it's like gamma doesn't sort of bottom out to 6,300-ish. So I think you could have a really big downside move. But
yeah, these are getting very expensive. IBM risk reversal 91% now. Intel 97%. Oracle 83%. IONQ, that was a short from last week early.
Wait to see which direction we're going to lean in and then just ride.
Okay.
Now, that being said, I don't want to own single stock calls or a lot of these ETFs because they're expensive calls. So I can't play in that sandbox. It's very cheap to buy puts right now because vol overall is pretty low. So
Most active stocks, largest daily trades, Tesla, Netflix, Oracle. $50 million trade on Oracle. Let's see what that looks like. Oracle. $50 million buy calls at 280. All right, so this is one for you, Frana.
Sometimes you got to just, it's okay, and I've said this a million times before in previous.
Okay, somebody knows something.
I don't have a great, edge right now. Sometimes the market has just ripped and everything signals overbought, like it's done, or hey, like we're crashing and the put wall's here and there's an expiration and VIX is at 80 and it's like we can like let's lean long. Right now it's just like it's weird and it's just it's breakable for sure, but I could easily make a case to go the other way, and the worst thing is going to be sitting here short, and then the market goes 5% in your face or whatever, and you're kind of done. And then the other thing is the JP Morgan strike, which is right now, at
okay, calls. They bought calls, a 280 strike, 280 strike.
Above, where the market currently is trading, right? So you're going to look at this number, right? I mean, could you imagine we get that JP Morgan strike there? People, there's that gamma there, there's that attention there. Big round number.
Oracle, let's see, 16,000 of the December.
Yeah, sometimes the
December 280s.
Away for a fast swing. It sort of feels like at the moment. Maybe short URM is an interesting one. Jack Lowe, sir, can you add the date to the time, field, and tape? Yeah. Seems like a reasonable request. Where's our time field? Yeah, I will check with the Des on that one.
Oracle.
PJH. Makes me think of PJ.
Oracle.
Report states a change in gamma. Should I be able to see that change in synthetic OI? No. So when you're seeing the change in gamma is a one-day change in positioning. We don't show you the one-day change in positioning in Equity Hub at the moment. That is something we want to add, but we have not.
Oracle.
So part of the reason I built Flow Patrol is because I wanted to get people more of that data, and this was the fastest way for me to get that to you. We're launching 5 new tools in October. So once that's done, we're going to be able to kind of like backfill some of these requests, like a change in gamma, for example. So great question there, PJ. Why do I sometimes see huge put strikes above the current price? That's no problem at all. So depends on when the trade was put on, right? So maybe they shorted last week, for example. There's also people may short or buy an in the money put because it's more like a synthetic share.
Oracle. Fran, I don't know if you see this here.
Conversions, which are funding trades. You can look those up, box trades where they use it deep in the money put. So, those are all the reasons. Generally speaking, the reason you're going to see it is because market rally, somebody bought a put, and then the market crashed, and so now it puts in the money. So that's typically going to be the reason why. Gold Runner, is there a way to pull flow patrol report from the spot gamma dashboard? It is linked. Is it linked? So you go to market overview and you go to add spot gamma. Simon, who is a great spot gamma member, friend of the team, you can click it right here. So this is the add spot gamma tab. You can actually edit this. I don't know if you guys know this, but you hit this edit button and you can customize your quadrants. Whatever you'd like in there. There's a whole bunch of different things you can do. So whatever chart you may like can show up in here. Bill, I don't think there is a limit to the watch list. I've not heard that yet. So far away on that. If you hit a limit, let me know.
Oracle grinding.
Tanker guy, your flow patrol report.
Somebody bought the 280 strike for December. 280 strike for December. $50 million trade. Let me take a look at that. Oracle.
I'm not sure that's possible.
December Oracle.
Let me know because you should
280s.
On these tabs, right?
Okay, there's 38,000 in open interest.
Hello, sir. Where do you get the intraday session open interest data for calculating the GEX? You can purchase data from this.
All right, futures are grinding higher. Futures starting to push a bit higher.
Has data that you can purchase for, I think, the low cost of $10,000. So, up to you. Jay, you guys talk a lot about flies. How would you think about selling a fly today if price pinned at 65.50? Would a hero shift be a good time? I talk a lot about flies because I think they're underutilized to get cheap exposure. And I'm happy being wrong like 7 times buying flies, but then I'm right 3 times and I make a lot of money. That's the kind of way that I like to look at it. So the question is, do you think it's going to pin, in which case you're going to sell a straddle? You're not really going to sell a fly. You may do an iron fly, right? In which case you're going to bet that would just pin here. I don't know what the vol, I mean, let's just look at what that trade's at right now.
Okay, so Oracle looking pretty interesting here. I just noted in the trading room that Oracle, $50 million trade at the 280 strike.
And to bet on that, just to sell the straddle, you're gonna do that for about $9, maybe $10, and then if you're gonna turn that into
Oracle.
a fly, you're gonna get paid about. It depends on how fly, you're probably gonna get $8. Like, is that worth the risk reward?
280. We're at 283 right now. Okay, so negative gamma picks up
$20 with
overhead.
2 hours in a day or something. Okay, great. But why? What would be the, it doesn't seem great. What I prefer to do is, let's say that this was still 99th percentile strike, right? And then I could buy, this call and sell 2 of these, for example, and I'm just throwing numbers out of it. But I could do this for, 25 cents, right? And then if we start to rally in the strike, then this structure goes to be worth $2, for example.
Okay, so Trace is trying to turn up.
That's the kind of thing I like to do.
High volatility. You see this high volatility node over here? We got a lot of negative gamma on the left. You see that? All right, so we could see a launch through this area. So whenever you see red, we're looking for volatility to pick up, momentum to pick up. Okay, purple above, that's resistance overhead, and that comes in at 6,700.
That's the tricky question, but note this, right? This is all negative gamma to the upside right now. And if hero does turn, like, there's no resistance above anymore. We know this position was closed. So could I put on a cheap fly that bets on that outcome, like a 66, 60, a 60, 70, 80, right? 1 by 2. And the reason you're doing the fly is one of 2 reasons. Number one, trying to get the structure as cheap as possible, right? And then number 2, you want to limit your risk, particularly in SPX where you can get really big numbers. But, that's the real reason. Now, if the market had sold off super hard,
okay, that's seeing a little profit taking Palantir.
Fly for whatever, $1, and I close it for 50 cents. Is that like a great trade? I don't think it's bad, but I wouldn't want to sit there with. Right, I don't want to sit there with a 10-cent put fly in case I'm wrong and the market goes in my face. this is the weird thing about selling the 0DTE premium is like, I think there are moments where it can be juicy and then the juice comes out of it and you can close it. And, you're going to leave some of that premium on the table probably. But, right now from 2 o'clock to 1600, let's say you're at like, I don't know what these prices are, but let's just say the 66.40, 66.30 put spread, the $10 put spread is trading for like 50 cents right now, right? That put spread will be worth 27 or 25 cents at 3 o'clock, and the market goes down 10 handles, it's going to be worth $5 and you're going to be screwed, right? So it's like, that's what the balance is like, do you have a view of the market could do something that is not being priced in?
S&P is trying to turn back up.
The straddle at $10 is like, well, this could easily happen, right? To the upside. I don't know for sure that it will, but that negative gamma is not always like that. And if there was huge positive gamma up here, then maybe that would be the reason to think we could rally. I don't have a specific strike that we could rally to the upside, but I'm cognizant of that because of that negative gamma. And if Hero turns around, then we could fill this easily, right? So I want to structure it in a way that would make money if the market starts to rally, as opposed to the market tagging some specific strike that I have in mind, because this strike was closed earlier. So, that's a lot to think about, I think. But if you have your path of least resistance, right, or your level that the market should be attracted to, then you can set up a couple of different trades, for a couple of different ranges of outcome. And then, so if I was to do like a 6,600, 67
Junk bonds above the 90 MA. It's a doji, but it's still bullish. 921 up and to the right.
I don't use your price, so don't do it.
10-year yield.
Let's say I could do that for 50 cents. I don't know if I can. I would put that order to sell it at like $3-4 maybe, something like that. So that if the market jumps, and it can trigger my trade immediately. Because I've seen a lot of times where the market will rip through my strike and then I'll need some decay, right, for that strategy to pay off. So I like to leave those flies out at levels that I'm happy selling. And so sometimes what I'll do is I'll buy 2 of them. I'll put 1 out to cover my total cost. So let's say I want to do 2 flies. They're both at 50 cents. So I'm spending $1. I'll sell 1 of those flies at $1 if I can. That covers my cost, and then I'll just let the other one ride, and hopefully I get max P&L. And if you're going like, well, I can't trade that much in SPX, then trade spiders.
Okay.
Size it down.
S&P catching a bid.
Datadogs regains its legs.
S&P bid. S&P is on the bid.
It's not a huge game at $5 million. It's a lot of positive gamma. I don't hate it, but over 150 to me totally doesn't make sense. Kind of in this zone, and then this seems like there's more positive game up here. So kind of like CrowdStrike, it's like I don't have any problem with owning this stock, but it's not all that sexy, exciting. I prefer the charts to look like Tesla or whatever, with that negative gamma on the upside. MicroStrategy, this thing has massive positive gamma strikes that keep rolling. So to me, the upside in this thing is totally capped. Not totally, but the downside is just super exposed. And so I just think it's...
Okay, we're on the move. S&P on the move.
And the reason is because of the convertible bond complex, right? The guys sold convertible bonds historically because the vol was extremely expensive. And I think they sold some.
There we go.
They sold a ton of gamma now, which crushes the vol of the stock, which means that they can't do conversion.
All right, nice little rally here.
They're kind of chicanery. And now where you are is something that doesn't really track the price of Bitcoin. Now, Bitcoin goes up 2x, then I guess MicroStrategy is going to go with it. But, the relative vol of this thing, I think, is really quite a bit different now than Bitcoin. So am I recommending that you sit here short MicroStrategy calls? Well, no, also because the vol's like cheap, right? And so look, this is not, I'm not just making.
We got a little bit over 2 hours and 7 minutes to go. The futures are ripping back in the other direction.
Vol an IV rank of 9.
Nice push.
And you want to sell calls with the risk aversion rank of 5. That seems patently like a bad idea. Knowing that flows there, is that what I want to get long in terms of Bitcoin proxy? Like, I don't think so. I mean, I talked a lot of crap about the MicroStrategy people as well, because they do a lot and say a lot of stupid things. You know, like they put their parents' retirement funds into MSTY. It's underperforming Bitcoin, full stop. So, you know, I mean, you want to choose your time frame, I guess you can adjust it, but this thing is supposed to be doing the opposite for you. So, you know.
Okay, this looks good. Riot, Coinbase.
So yeah, that positive game, in my view,
All of these are
to
working.
just slow this thing down. I don't know anything about the financials. I don't know 60,000 Bitcoin. So if Bitcoin goes to 200, then the company will be the third most valuable company in the NASDAQ or whatever. I can't speak to all that. And sort of just like using gamma levels on gold, you know, like there's not enough gamma to actually suppress the price of, there's not enough GLD gamma to suppress the price of gold, a commodity. Like there's not enough MicroStrategy is going to have to go up if Bitcoin doubles, but it can still trail, right? So, yeah, you got Riot, Bitcoin, all these other. I mean, there's so many of these treasury companies now. It's like it's hilarious. Isn't there like there's like a storage company that just started doing that, and then you got what's this one? Tommy Lee joint. Tommy Lee, and who, you know, will be on CNBC 10 times a day, pumping whatever, and Peter Thiel. So those two, you know, those two combining can probably, you know, generate a pump. Clive saying, when and how often do I go with 1x3x2 versus regular flies? I have not done a lot of 1-3-2 flies. DJ Henry of Simpler Trading fame kind of brought that up with us. It makes a ton of sense as a strategy. And it's not like reflexive to me to do that yet. Something I got to think a little bit more. If you have a big positive gamma strike, then I would lean on that. The 1x3x2s, that would make sense. I would not do in this situation where I don't have a strike to lean on. Maybe if you're going to bet that the market doesn't go under 66.50 here, and you can get a decent payout on that with the 1-3-2. But
Looking for the S&P to continue this push higher.
Jay says it's one of those days where the VIX is up and the S&P is up too. There's a big call.
Oracle. Oracle trying to push a bit higher.
How does this play out? So my argument was, and I made this in the a recent in a recent founders note. It's very clunky to try to do this. That the VIX curve is probably.
If we can get into this red zone here, we should see prices shoot up pretty quick, higher volatility.
A lot of gamma needing to expire here and options being very cheap in the end of September, whether that's JP Morgan related or due to data that we're waiting on or whatever the reason is. That was the argument that I was trying to make, and that we could reset, right, the volatility complex coming out of this period. One of the other reasons for that is this is the VIX curve, right, which is, you know, if you go back, this is about as, like, the spread is basically normalized in terms of modern markets, right, so 2024 to present, meaning that the spread between these two doesn't have a whole lot more room to go. It's kind of what it looks like to me. You could get a little more extreme, kind of like the July craziness, I guess, and so we could push it a little bit more in terms of the spread between these two. But the idea here is that dynamic, right, this leveling out to me is almost a suggestion that the VIX curve may start to normalize. And then what that would mean is that when you look at the VIX, it could easily be at 13, 12-ish. And so maybe if we get out of this data period here and we reset the gamma positioning, that the VIX complex starts to normalize a little bit. That is one thing. The downside risk that I also see here is that, and the concern is that we could normalize by short dated vols going much higher. But it's a very strange complex. Banknotes have blamed it on, money going into the VIX ETPs. I don't know if that's really true or not. Maybe it has to do with the proliferation of zero DT SPX trading because they just keep selling the crap out of like 1, 2, 3, 4 DT options. Maybe all that's related. I don't quite frankly have a great answer for it. But it's quite odd. And when PCE came out on Friday and was fine, VIX did crush pretty good. It was also Friday. So, now we're reflating a little bit. The case of the Mondays, the VIX always has that. So we got to be conscious of the fact that this could resolve kind of in either way, and that could be meaningful, right? So what does that mean? It's like, I want to be long volatility here, meaning I'm going to expect that the market's going to, move up or down out of this October period, whereas
We've got 2 hours to go, 2 hours to go. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Monday, the 29th, just listening to Brett Kuchabar over at Spot Gamma talking.
So, we're in my view going to do one of these, right? We're gonna break out. We're gonna set a new, maybe we revisit 6,500 with a quickness, or we start to make that 7,000 move. But that's the sort of basis of what I'm considering, and some of that has to do with the weird stuff in the vol complex. Hey Swami, looking at trades at 1040. You were thinking that we go up to 6,700, and then all of a sudden we sold off 20 handles. Well, the reason I think we sold off 20 handles is because they closed this strike up. So this gamma dies because they closed that strike up. So if you look at net OI and you go to 1040, and then what seems to see they start closing it. See that it's going down. So I think that is what's generated those negative deltas. And remember, Hero's instantaneous to the second millisecond trades, whereas Trace takes 10 minutes of positions. So I think that's what happened. I don't think you're wrong to be eyeing 6,700, but position closed and then kind of Hero, down we go. Lauren, you're thinking Hood's getting unreasonable. The IV rank is not so much. Let's just take equity up because if it's running out of positions to the upside, then you go, okay. Huge gamma there at 127. We're over that. I mean, there's just not much up there. And over 135, it's kind of like whatever. And the vol probably today is going to be pretty high, into that, I would guess. Not really. No, so the scanners are going to update tonight with the latest data, right? Just at 3:45, we update all that information. So, yeah, I think we need to see more positions above. I don't see a great reason for that rally to continue. Do you want to short it? No, but, maybe betting on it just cooling off a little could make some sense. I'm kind of with you on that. Boeing. Got a nice negative gamma here up into 245. So if you like the stock, in through 230s at least, sure. Overall curve is positive. It's interesting, but there's a pocket. See the line itself. So if you sum the gamma across all strikes, it's actually kind of positive, which is interesting. But yeah, that's a pretty good amount of gamma there too. So, what gives you confidence that Hero has definitely turned? I've been trying to find the best way to think about that, Clive, to be honest with you. And beta people have access to this already, otherwise I wouldn't show you this. But what I can kind of show you is this is the new Hero. Some of you may recognize what this looks like. And I shouldn't tell you that you could do some things like this, where you also say to yourself, like, oh, now I can set up some actual indicators on here that allow me to basically use like a moving average to figure out like, oh, this looks cool. Or I could do like a volume profile or something like that. And so to me, I think it could get very interesting when you could use those types of indicators, right? Yeah. So don't tell anybody you saw this or whatever. But I know some beta people have it, so I'm happy to share that a little bit. So I think that's really gonna be cool. And then there's a rumor going around that maybe it'll be the right pine strip. I'm not sure.
Okay, we're starting to pop now. Pop more.
Why didn't I flag Wolf on Friday as a buy? I have no idea what is Wolf. Oh, I spelled it wrong. Come on, Brett. What are you doing? Huh. Semiconductors. If you're interested in becoming beta, email info@spotgamma.com. Say what's up. They have space, they'll add you. Do not know. I purposely stay ignorant of certain things. Very small gamma on this thing.
All right, we're starting to move here. S&P. S&P is on the move.
Where do you find the old Q&A recordings? If you go to resources and then you go to webinar replays, and you'll find all of our replays up there. Can the wall movement be identified anywhere else besides total OI model history? That is the only place we have it at the moment. You can download this data via Equity Hub. So if you're in Equity Hub, you can download the data.
Okay, futures on the move.
Like a range of historical data, but some people, I'm told, will download it every day and then they can start to look at stuff themselves. Also, if you go to the index page and you scroll down to history, you can download down back to 2018 for the S&P 500. So you can check those up. I did the gamma strike there already. JP Morgan, is there any support there? So let's just look at Oracle real quick. Sorry, I got to wrap this up, so I want to make sure I get to all your questions. Plenty of negative gamma to the, oh wow, that really dropped a lot, didn't it? I believe last week I was like, this thing looks great above 300. So this one is in my face. I think it looks good here at I guess it was at 280, wasn't it? Because we were talking about 270. I think here makes sense as a long. If you want some long exposure to something, I don't know why stock's down so much, but just short puts down here is all this is, positive gamma, right? So to me, this 280, maybe down to 270 would make sense, but yeah, I could see that being a long, like a lot of those tech names look pretty good, like a Mag 7 ETF or something like that. JP Morgan. So much positive gamma. 100.
All right, we're pushing a bit higher.
Just massive. And then under. Lots of support at 310, 315 here based on this stuff. If I was going to short something, it would not want to be this. If we got under 300, then I guess the case could be stronger. But right now, to say I want to short this thing, I don't have a good reason for that. Maybe you do, but and more power to you. I just don't see it. So was supported up in here. So basing is kind of how I look at that, dude. Andrew says the hypothesis that it rallies instead of pinning around here is the fact there's a lot of negative gamma. So the idea here with the rally, Andrew, is that vol would contract and
S&P is still move up and through this area of a lack of resistance till we get up to 66, 62 or so. S&P still rallying. We don't have a buy signal in the 60-minute, but
look at this options impact, right? And that will give you one good way. And then the second one is if you go to composite view, we shade this color based on how much gamma there is. So if there is a lot of gamma, you'll see darker colors. If there's not a lot of gamma, you see relatively lighter colors. And generally speaking, you're going to want to see millions of dollars of gamma for almost any stock, right? Somebody like a Wolf has a couple 100,000, and I would just largely kind of ignore that. There's some small cap exceptions and all this, obviously, but $5-10 million for a big cap stock is the minimum like this. You're looking at something like a Tesla or Oracle, you're talking about 20, 30, $40 million of gamma. So, that's kind of the deal there. For trades like call flies or call spreads, where gains are you capped? So, Tonio, that's a good question.
Palantir, a little fade there. Let's see what the New York FANGs look like.
Per trade recommendation. I think the general.
Okay,
idea
NVIDIA turning might get something going here in the evening session. I watch NVIDIA here.
As a starting mechanism, but then it gets confounded because if I'm long deltas for 0 DTE and 1 month options and whatever, like those are all kind of the same trade. So it always gets a little bit.
NVIDIA BC pivots here.
Generally think is like, if you check your risk and you say, what's the worst case scenario? And your worst case scenario is no more than like 5% of your portfolio or something, then that makes sense. Now, if you own 100%.
Apple turning up, Apple's turning. Let's see, NVIDIA.
Again, right? Because some people own
okay
equities and their 401k and blah, blah, blah. And that's just how it is. So
here's your A pivot up here.
Those are kind of tricky.
BC, looking for higher lows now.
Here and I'm going to buy 1 or 2 S&P trades. I'm going to spend, somewhere between $0 and $500 for those on a daily basis. Like that's generally pretty comfortable for me. And I'm fine with that. And I know that if the trade works out, right. I can
Tesla turning.
$500 and turn it into $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 in a great trade, then I like that risk reward. If it's a reasonable thing too, right? Because you could put on some stupid trade every day, buy a nickel option that just never pays off. So, if you're gonna say, hey, I'm gonna get 5 to 10 to 1 on a trade, and that's a reasonable trade based on the stuff I'm seeing here and Trace Equity Hub, whatever, I don't have to size up huge because adding $3,000 to my portfolio or $2,000 to my portfolio is going to be a meaningful return. So that's the way that I would just try to think about it. New Look Hero is out in a month, and then just leave it on this with the negative gamma stuff to the upside. These are all pretty good sized strikes, right? 99th percentile, 99, 99, 98. That's a lot of negative gamma. And that's a day trade, right? I don't know what happens tomorrow. Like these positions are likely ought to go off. See that when I toggle this, chart doesn't change. A lot of 0 DTE today with that negative gamma to the upside, which is why I worry about that sneaky move to the upside. So.
Okay, S&P looks like we're going to go here. Okay, this red zone over here, there's a lot of negative gamma. Okay, there's a lot of negative gamma, so Brent's just talking about this right here. Could be a sneaky move. 66.70.
0 DTE with 2 hours left, then that could be a great return, and I have a reasonable, a reasonable idea to think that could play out. And the other thing with the 0 DTEs is you could probably do it for next to nothing, cheaper than a couple of handles in futures. And if you're wrong, you're like, well, that stinks. I wish I was right, but I was wrong, and whatever. I lost a couple bucks. No big deal. So that's the other side of why I like the 0 DTEs versus maybe like futures in this case. Not that futures are a terrible way to think about this because we're on kind of support, so I could take a loss or stop under that. Okay, seems like a decent idea. If I didn't see this negative gamma above, then I wouldn't go for it. If Heroes turned up, right, and if we keep going, then we have a great chance. So, so that's what I think about it. All right. I hope today's session was helpful. I'm going to wrap it up here as we are now 2:15. If you have any questions, info@spotgamma.com. You're not going to see me here for a little bit of time. I'm taking a little bit of time off. You will see our good buddy JT on Monday. So you get some new, you get some more smarter thoughts here. So I hope you're all excited about that. New tools are coming out like a month from today, kind of like Halloween kind of launch. So five new tools are coming out. If you do want to try out the beta system, info@spotgamma.com. I don't know if we have any seats left, but can't hurt to ask. And we always like good beta testers. So there is that. So info@spotgamma.com with those requests. If you have any feedback on Flow Patrol, I appreciate it. You can email me flowpatrol@spotgamma.com. That comes directly to moi. And so, yeah. All right. Thanks, everybody. Enjoy trading, and may your profits be large. See ya.
All right, that was Brent over at Spot Gamma, talking to markets and Alpha Platform and the changes that we could be seeing shortly. All going to help out the room. Okay, so S&P is on the move here. S&P is on the move. All right, looking good. Okay. All right, we're starting to move up a bit. Okay, Apple's turning, Microsoft, Microsoft's making higher lows. NVIDIA's trying to push up a bit. It's off the highs of the session, 184 and change. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. We're just looking for the S&P to continue climbing here. All right.
About $12.5 billion in gross bookings by the end of fiscal 2025.
S&P continues to climb. S&P.
They offered out in May, so they continue to expand their growth rate at this point, which is good. They're paired with Aldi among a bunch of others in the grocery space. Also, that's become a big hotbed for partnerships for Uber. So that's a positive for this stock.
S&P grinding higher. We got 66.62 just overhead, 66.60.
But these were far out of the money, but they went out in duration. This trader bought 6,000 of the January 125 strike calls, far out of the money to the upside. Paid an average debit of about $1.80, so that break even when this trader starts to profit, $126.80 over the next 109 days. That's about 27% above the current share price. So you're going to need a move to fresh all-time highs in this stock. They report earnings on the 30th of October, so we'll get some clarity on whether those growth rates have continued to accelerate to the upside. And typically when they report, we get some pretty good data from them, and we see some outsized moves from what the anticipated market makers are out there pricing. So yeah, you're going to need a couple catalysts here to get above that break even, but pretty optimistic call buyer here in Uber.
Look, I mean, we know that groceries have been such a hotspot for so many of the other companies that started to offer that ended up being, you know, the wild card that people didn't realize how lucrative that could really be. So good news possibly there for Uber, which went as high as $101.99 recently. How about we go
Okay, stocks that have been working today, let's go back and check those out. Stocks that were higher earlier. NVIDIA is still up 2% on the day. Caterpillar, J&J breaking out. J&J breaking out.
Close to 4% today. But they're off of those all-time highs that they hit just into earnings. Remember that.
52-week highs.
Consolidated since that earnings report. But if you look at the
J&J breaking out the 52-week highs.
They guided higher for the quarter, the current quarter, and then they guided higher for the fiscal year also. So pretty good report out of them as their high bandwidth memory chips actually account for about 40% of the revenue now, and that's the high margin part of their business.
So J&J looking pretty good, bringing out the 52-week highs, looking good. IBM, what you doing? IBM. Okay. J&J. S&P is still pushing. S&P is pushing higher.
infrastructure build out and all the CapEx spend that we're seeing. And Micron is domestically based here in the U.S. You know, President Trump, the administration wants 1-for-1 reciprocal. You're building one overseas. You better be building one here. Micron has that capacity, and the stock has rocketed higher on that. But we did see some bearish, unusual option activity in this name today. Maybe somebody protecting either a long stock position or somebody just speculating to the downside that this run has gone too far, too fast. Now they gave.
We're just grinding higher. S&P, nice little move off the low.
Monthly options. So you've got plenty of time until expiration on this one. 172 days. Trader bought 5,000 of the March 150 strike puts. Paid a pretty hefty debit of about $13.50 per contract, but that's because you went out in duration on this trade. The break even for this trader where they start to make money.
UMAC is trying to break out. UMAC. Back to the stocks that we were looking at before. Disney coming off the low. Cisco still basing. Amazon turning the corner. 3M. CRM. Microsoft trying to get above 520. It's above the 50-day now. Microsoft looking good above the 50-day. Looking for a follow through and a break above 520 tomorrow, hopefully.
You saw Western Ditch with the top pick over at Morgan Stanley today. But Corey Johnson was noting what Micron has been doing as far as hiring, and that they've been spending a lot. And they've been spending a lot on business developers and software developers, business development. So it was interesting how he said that they're working on it. But as you said, you found somewhat of a bearish trade today. Let's talk about HP Enterprise.
Yeah, modest gain so far for this company this year. But
continuing on with stocks that are actually moving. Okay, so that's the Dow Jones. Dow Jones. Let's look at the S&P 500. Robinhood. Big move on today. 10%. Western Digital up 7.5%. Trade Desk coming off the low, still in this base down at 50. Coinbase having a pretty decent day, pushing above the 50-day. Did take some verticals, 40-50 on CONL. CONL, looking for that to push above the 50-day, and Bollinger Bands open up. Coinbase looking good.
So the break even for this trader is 26.26 over the next 53 days. That's about 8.5% above the current share price in there, Nicole.
All right, Tom. Yeah, you did an amazing job looking at all three stocks. Tom White, thank you very much. Great to see you. Coming up, we'll discuss the impact AI will have on the labor market following comments from the CEO of the country's largest employer. What does AI mean for the future of jobs? Oh, wait till you hear more about this. The watch list we will be right
Okay, Coinbase, AppLovin having a good day. Fading off the high, above 700. Freeport McMoran, that might be an idea. Freeport McMoran coming off the low. Mean reversion trade, not big on those, but that's a possible trade. Micron, I have an iron condor on Micron. Okay, that's doing fine. What's Electronic Arts still looking good? Micron and CSX Rails gapping up. Micron.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you.
Micron.
Do you like charts when analyzing your stocks? Our technical analysis
Micron.
series breaks down different charting techniques like trend analysis, price patterns, moving averages.
Micron have an iron condor on this one. Just want this to stay right in this area, general area. We're grinding higher. S&P is grinding higher.
Live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
I'm Kevin Green, and I track options flow daily, identifying who's buying, who's selling, and how it's going to impact the markets.
Okay, S&P pushing a bit higher. We're at almost at 66.60. About to tag 6660.
Trading
Looking good.
is powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills with tailored education. Get an expanding library filled with new online
Futures pushing above the 105 on the 1 minute chart, 105 MA on the 1 minute chart. Futures.
stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals.
Okay, we're starting to zip here.
Searching and more time learning. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Welcome back to the watch list. It's Monday. I'm Nicole Fedelides. We're live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Gold has hit a new record high. We've watched back and forth action on stocks, so could go anyway. Lots of news. How
All right, looking for the S&P to continue pushing a bit higher into the last hour and a half of the trading day. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Monday, September the 29th. Here we go. Nice little rip there.
and Affinity Partners, that's Jared Kushner's company. EA shareholders would be bought out at $210 per share. That's about a 25% premium from before the deal was leaked. Memory stocks moving higher today. Morgan Stanley did raise the price targets on Seagate and Western Digital. Firm remains bullish on the hard disk drive segment and believes that the market remains up to 10% undersupplied based on recent checks. Western Dig and Seagate have both hit new all-time highs today. A lot of highs we're talking about here. In the meantime, we've got to talk about AI because the use cases of AI increasing, and it's increasing concerns for the future of the labor market because the CEO of Walmart, the country's largest employer, noted that AI is going to change literally every job. So I want to discuss those remarks. What does that really mean? And our next guest, Dan Geltrude, founder of Geltrude & Company and author of Dogs Taught Me Everything I Know About Business.
Okay, we're starting to cruise here, starting to move up.
It was something I wrote down early in the morning. It's good to see you. I wrote that down early in the morning.
S&P on the move. S&P starting to rip here.
Because when he says that AI is going to change literally every job, I mean, what does that mean? Is that good, bad, or ugly? What does that mean?
Well, it's all three, depending on what position you're in here. Look, when Walmart comes out with a statement like this, everybody has to pay attention. And it also means that is probably going to be some trending as so many companies and retailers out there will be observing what Walmart does and follow suit. So what are they saying? They're anticipating that they will have significant
All right, S&P, nice move there.
over the next 3 years. However,
Just check the most actives. Most of these look pretty good. Most of these
going to be increasing that.
market movers looking good. Trade desk. I like trade desk.
That remains to be seen. But
Advertising, trade desk.
AI is signaling that
Okay, Riot. I like Riot a lot. Riot is about to take out 20. If Riot can take out 20, that's going to kick in dealers. Dealers have to cover their hedges by buying shares. We can see that this looks really good on the weekly. This is Riot blockchain. It's on the IBD 50 this week, Riot. So above 20, this one could run.
But I guess they'll transition some people into different jobs, but some people will probably get laid off. And then it becomes, what does AI do and what jobs do you go for or not go for? Is there any sort of clarity if someone's taking college classes, what they should or shouldn't do, which ones are phased out first?
Well, that's really interesting because not too long ago, there were many careers out there where people are saying, well, AI is not going to touch this one, but you're in trouble here. But that's evolving very, very quickly. What I would be telling those people out there, our young people that are in college, look, you have to really pay attention to the way AI is changing the landscape for everything. So I don't believe that all these workers are going to get replaced, but workers who cannot adapt, yes, you have a problem. And let's look at who the winners and losers may be in this game.
Winners and losers. You're a loser.
For really getting in there and doing a job.
Okay, I don't feel like listening to the politics. Okay, back to Schwab.
Are going to be those
Okay, grinding
jobs
higher.
that are
We're above the 105, the 1 minute
competitive.
105 period moving average.
Target for AI.
5:15:30 and 5:15:30 minute time frames are on buy signals. All right, so this is grinding higher with an hour and 30 minutes to go. Okay, let me grab some water and I'll be right back.
Best in class, it's the name they like, that has upside potential. What say you about this, especially in light of the CEO's wake-up call? Does this stock have room to the upside? Do you buy this stock?
Oh, absolutely. Look, I think Walmart is the ultimate defensive stock here, and they're gaining efficiencies with AI. Well, put on top of that, a steady dividend. Nicole, I think in the mix and diversity in your portfolio, you gotta have Walmart on there. So I would be telling people, take a good look at this stock for a purchase, and certainly if you have it, it's a hold, at least for the next few years. That's how I see it.
What about other names? I mean, how do you sort of decipher what names are buys right now?
Well, look, I think when you're looking at retail, the landscape is pretty tough because you have Walmart, and then it's almost like everyone else. Target, I do like Target in the retail area, but if you look at everything out there, you got to really look hard at those companies that are heavily invested in AI, whether that's NVIDIA and Palantir. And, there's a lot of people out there saying, they're overvalued. They might be right now, but I still think that there's a lot of room because the entire future of the economy, U.S. economy, and maybe the world is all tied to AI. That's where you have to look.
So Walmart and Target are a couple of the names you like. You said, listen, this could be an issue of national concern, maybe a talking point during the 2026 election. What do you mean by that? Why does this become an election issue?
Well, because anytime there's an election, people are always looking at the economy and most specifically jobs. What I mean by people are voters. So they're going to look at this and say, all right, this is job security versus innovation. So, of course, as a nation, we need to move forward with innovation. However, if that's going to cost jobs, well, people running for office have to be really, really careful about what they're saying about AI. So, I hate to talk about politics, but, legislation has a huge impact on what happens with the economy. So you have to look at the policies of what people are supporting. And, a lot of politicians are out there talking about AI. But when the question comes up to say, well, wait a minute, AI is going to replace jobs. What are you going to do about that? Well, that answer may mean the difference between getting elected or reelected or not being in office at all.
And you said Microsoft, NVIDIA, Walmart. I'll throw Walmart back in there. I mean, these are the survivors no matter what here.
Yeah, I really think that these types of companies are here to stay, mostly because they're all innovative in the industries in which they operate in. You look at Walmart and say, oh, Walmart, they're just selling stuff, groceries and discount retail. No. They're the ones who have been out there and expanding their online courses. I mean, Walmart has been progressive all the way, and that's why I think you look at a company like that, and you say, that's, they're all old school. Not at all. They are actually cutting edge, and that's the type of companies you really have to look for. I mean, 600 billion plus in sales. I mean, they have scalability everywhere.
So as I look for more
Futures turning up.
on Wall Street, we have a lot of crypto stories. We have mergers and
Looking for more upside. We've got an hour and 26 minutes to go. Nice little rally here. I'm just looking at trace. All right, we're moving into an area where we could see some higher volatility, aka some momentum.
I really look at this and say, looking at where the Fed is going, right, and looking at where the economy is, I do believe that the market has has room. And I understand there's, it's frothy and there's overvaluation and all that is true. But I still think, particularly when you look at where technology is moving us, I'm still bullish at this point.
Yeah, understood. Dan Geltner,
S&P 500.
the author of Dogs Taught Me Everything I Know.
What's IWM doing? I'm going to kill your eyes here. IWM. Okay, IWM. We did get a little bounce. Getting a little bounce on IWM. Okay, off the low of the day, back up to the high. IWM. Costco.
Sometimes, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest.
Costco, those calls that I sold, I can buy them for $5. Okay, I closed the Costco credit spread, the calls that I had. All right, so I got out for $5. $5. Let's see. On the spreads. Costco, this was for an earnings play. Costco, let me just delete that one. Costco. Where are you? Costco. Nope, delete that one. Yep. Costco. Okay. Delete that one. Where is my Costco?
Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and in-platform chat.
Huh.
Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
What's up, Carl Nation? It's your #1 broker with the best full-service wealth management skills in the biz.
What did I do with that? Costco.
Yeah, Schwab lets you invest and trade on your own.
Okay, here's the credit that I had. Costco. So I took the call side off just now for $5. Okay.
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
Welcome back to the watch list. Stocks are trying to give it a go here today, right? We're seeing some leadership here in tech and other names, for example, doing well. Let's talk about what the consumer is doing, because we're seeing an increasingly cost-conscious consumer. And what kind of brands are they interested in? What's going to capture the consumer environment? Let's take a look. Eric Clark, portfolio manager of Alpha Brand Logo ETF, is with us. And we just talked earlier today about Carnival Cruise Lines. People spend, but there may be particular on what they're spending on. What are your thoughts? What is the
All right, so I closed the call side. Costco, I took the puts off last, what was it, Friday, I guess. Costco, so this one took the call side off. Those would expire on Friday, but I can get out for $5. I don't want to see this thing bounce back furiously and me have to buy it back for $50. So, got a nice credit because Gamma in the last week, these expire on Friday. Gamma in the last week can rip as the market changes direction. Okay, so right now we're not making it much higher S&P. So just taking some credits off, some profits. Okay, what else do I want to take off here? Let's see. Broadcom, I just did that one earlier. Let me just take a look at Broadcom. Broadcom, AVGO. Broadcom. Okay, Broadcom. It's starting to lean a little bit towards the put side. I'll give it one more day, see if it bounces tomorrow. We had buyers down here on Thursday and Friday, Broadcom. Okay, I sold a iron condor earlier. Mainly why I did that is because I see the Bollinger Band starting to turn inward. So I'm looking for prices to stay between the Bollinger Bands, 95% of price action on standard deviation 2, right? Stays inside the Bollinger Bands. Standard deviation 3, which isn't shown, would be more like 99%, but 95% is good. So this gives me the idea that this is probably going to stay between the Bollinger Bands. When you're selling premium, a lot of times if you can see the Bollinger Bands, that's a target area to think about selling premium outside the bands. For that reason. Okay, so that looks good. Broadcom. Let's see what else I got here. Broadcom. I have Micron. So I have Micron credit spreads. Iron Condor on Micron. Okay, Micron, we want that to stay inside of these bands.
Walmart, Amazon they're certainly taking up a lot of air in the room from a retail sales perspective.
So
we still
that's
love Mercado
the
Libre, which is
towards the end of the month.
and PayPal of Latin America.
The call side was a 25 delta when I sold it. It's a little bit higher now. $163 credit times 5.
It's not just about retail spending. Consumers, they invest, they save for retirement, and so
that's fine. Micron. Let me see. So upside 170, 180.
So we love Goldman Sachs. We love American Express.
Let me go
we
to.
love, a little bit of a lagger this year.
Let me go to scanners. Do I have Micron on here?
The Blackstones, the KKRs, the Apollos of the world.
Micron, yeah.
Are raising lots of money for private
Okay, Micron's right here, so it's got a risk reversal of 73%. Micron, so that's good. Implied volatility 45%, so I'm capturing some of that implied vol. Okay. If you don't understand what I'm doing, basically, I'm looking for price action to stay right at the 20-day. 20-day is considered fair value, right? So this is fairly valued at the 20-day. So I'm selling a put, selling a call, and then to protect myself from unreasonable losses, I buy a call on the upside, outside, or higher, and I buy a put lower that creates the wings of an iron condor, and it limits my losses, tells me where my break even is, which is if it starts to approach 172 or starts to approach 150, that gets close to my break even. That tells me, okay, now it's time to, if in the case of the calls, if I get near 170, is get near break even, probably won't let it get that far. But if it gets near 170, I would take the call side off and double up on the put side because we'd be moving away. And that's a 20 delta, so that would probably be about a 15 delta. But I'm looking for prices to stay between these red lines, the short strikes, 145 and 180. As long as it does that between now and the end of this October, I keep $163 times 5 in profit. While everybody else is trying to guess what direction this is going to go, if it goes nowhere, I benefit. The people buying my puts and calls are not benefiting. All right, let's look at another example. I got Micron, that's fine. Micron. What else? Oracle, I have call credits on Oracle. You already know that. Oracle, I'm just looking for it to consolidate. At some point, it's probably going to come out of this consolidation, but it's sitting on the 20-day right now. Sitting on the 20-day, that dotted red line. Okay, so I used to have the short side, but you can see it got very close to this. So last week I decided, okay, it's time to take the put side off because we're getting a trend now. Oracle's starting to trend lower in a channel. So I doubled up on the call side. I sold the calls this morning that I had expiring in October. That was a nice profit. And I could do December right now if I wanted to. Let's see. Let's see what I can get for Oracle December. Oracle.
The advertising market. We've seen it with Meta. We've seen it with Google and Apple.
December.
From just being about mobile.
If I sell the same strikes, 340.
Across all different categories of
Oracle.
ad spend.
Oh, those are pretty expensive. Let me sell. What is that? That is That's 81 days. That's too far out. Maybe let me go to November. Maybe I'll double up on these November strikes here. November I already have. So call credit on November, $5. Let me do sell vertical, sell 340, 350, get $120 of credit. How many do I already have? I got 5 of these already, right?
And it's not just a U.S. phenomenon. I always remind people that consumption's 60 trillion.
The problem is it is bouncing a little bit. I would rather sell call credits when it bounces, and I'd rather sell put credits as it moves lower, because my premiums are higher, respectively, for calls and puts as it rises or it drops. Oracle. Let's see. Oracle 340, 350. Those are profiting right now.
Plus, there's a wealth transfer that's happening as older consumers who have a lot of wealth, that trickles down. And so, we like to have the names that a lot of the baby boomers and Gen X have, as well as the Gen Z and millennials, because obviously that's the next generation. And frankly, those last two generations are even bigger than the baby boomers. And we know what they did to the economy, the housing market, and the stock market through their peak spending years.
Eric, it's great to see you. Eric Clark, portfolio manager of Alpha Brands Logo ETF, and we'll have to wait and see if, in fact, we get a jobs report on Friday. We're waiting on a lot of prints, and if the government shuts down or not. So, all right, thank you for all the details. Logo ETF.
Yeah, it's not worth it right now.
Thank you. Coming up next,
Oracle.
we're ready to talk about the very latest on NVIDIA.
Okay, S&P is starting to turn back up. S&P with an hour and 14 minutes to go. Costco, nice little bounce. All right, so I sold those for $5. Now, let me just make a note of it. Let me make a note of it. Closed $5 times 5 or $500 profit. Okay, close that. I like selling premium a lot. I don't always mention it when I'm doing something. I need to say it. I'll tell you all the time. Initially, Corey got me to do this because I wasn't really talking about one of the things that I do quite a bit. Selling premium. I didn't think that was many people were interested, but apparently there's a lot of people interested in selling premium and not being directionally exposed, just waiting for time to pass. What do you do half the time when you're in calls or puts, right? You're waiting for it to work in your favor. Now, you prefer it to happen immediately, but if it doesn't, and you're in a situation where you can sell premium because you don't think the market's going to move much or your stock's not going to move much, then sell premium to people who think it is. And we'll see who's wrong. If I sell a 20 delta, there's an 80% probability you're going to lose. I'll win. I'll win in that case. Okay. Okay. $500 profit on that. So I close this one out. Let me just note it. So this is done.
All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour, you can trade brilliantly.
This was a October 3rd DTE.
Investors, you know the market moves. And Schwab is here to help you move with it.
Okay, so that's
whether you're
no
buying,
longer in this one.
holding, or planning, whether you're ETFing or 401k, saving, spending,
Okay.
or even retiring, you can count on Schwab for market insights.
Okay, so Oracle's still moving there.
Powerful trading platforms.
I'm not going to do anything else. I have enough. I got 5, so those will start making money here shortly.
Sounds nice, right?
Um,
Believe me, when it comes to
Palantir.
you'll love Carl's way. Take a left.
Palantir, just a doji spinning top. S&P 500.
How I choose to invest is up to me.
Exactly. I can invest and trade on my own.
Yes, and I let them manage some investments for me too.
Let's move on, shall we?
No can do.
I'll get out here.
Where are you going?
Schwab. Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends. So neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 11.
So that was a nice little move, right? We had a downtrend in the morning. We had that downtrend in the morning. With just kind of a rounding bottom now. Trying to push back up into the range. Can we get a bit higher?
No matter the hour. You can trade brilliantly.
Okay, Oracle, IBM, Intel. I'm tempted to do something with Intel, selling some premium Intel, but there's just not enough premium. People are not willing to bet. Let me see if there's anything different. Intel, see, risk reversal 97.99%. Pretty good odds that this is going to retrace a little bit. IB is 72%. Let's see. Intel. Intel.
Yeah, I would say, thanks, Nicole. I think over the last couple weeks,
INTC.
maybe, I would actually say the market's, appetite for AI stocks has started to cool a little bit, despite what has been really positive overall news and I think what has been really positive momentum in company fundamentals. So I think the market's become a little bit apprehensive.
Selling Iron Condor.
Scale of some of these investment programs, particularly.
Okay, let's see. What are there? 20 deltas would be $1. That would be 48. 48.
Getting even stronger, but the stock has sort of not moved much.
Sell a 48, buy a 50, and go too wide and see if this is better. 50. 50. Okay, so that's selling a 20 delta, the 48. Let's see what the put side looks like. Put side. Let me look at Intel.
I agree with that. I agree with
Intel, 28. Do we get back then down to 28? 28 is a 15 delta. 20 delta is a 30. 30. Sell a 30, buy a 28. Buy a 28. Once you've done this a few times, it makes so much sense. $66 credit.
I think what John was saying is correct about the stock.
Let me go 5 of these. See what that looks like. 5.
NVIDIA in their portfolios. Now here we are at the end of the quarter. Tomorrow is the last trading day of September. It's the last.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and do that.
I think we're seeing a lot
I'll go ahead and do that.
Going on today
Intel.
and tomorrow, and then we'll see what happens later next month. Of course, earnings for NVIDIA will be coming out till around
50% return on investment.
And, we'll have a lot of companies out there talking about AI and how many chips they're buying from NVIDIA.
Okay, 48's way the hell up there. I don't think that's going to get anywhere near 48. Sold some 20 Delta Iron Condors. Intel. Sold November.
At first, it seemed like great news, and people were so excited about more CapEx spending, and it just meant like everything was flowing, and there was so much liquidity and so many high hopes. And then people started to say, "Where's the real monetization of AI?"
50% return on investment. Filled orders.
Sort of the idea here that people can turn a blind eye to all the spending, but not getting the return on the investment. That's the concern here, John. Like, at what point do investors get frustrated, not only with NVIDIA, but for all of these big hyperscalers spending on AI? Where does the return come?
Yeah, I think I'd make 2 points here. First of all, I think this is something the market, many in the market have wrong. I think, where are the returns on AI? I think in many cases, particularly in the largest use cases today, the returns are already there. Look at digital media companies, digital advertising and e-commerce using AI for recommendation systems, for ad targeting, even now for ad creation, ad content creation. Those are the biggest spenders on AI, earning big returns in the form of market share gains in digital advertising, as an example. Also, cloud infrastructure services, the big cloud infrastructure platforms leasing AI infrastructure to enterprises who are using AI to become more productive, to become more efficient. We heard the CEO of Walmart make a bunch of really bullish comments on that front last week. So point is, I think by and large, the biggest spenders on AI infrastructure today are earning significant returns on their investment to begin with. The second point I'd make, as the market has become, as you referenced, a little bit maybe apprehensive about this relationship between OpenAI and NVIDIA, the one thing that is clear from what Jensen Huang has told the market, that deal is fully incremental to what's already in NVIDIA's revenue base today. And I think that Jensen was on a podcast over the weekend suggesting that deal alone, that could be a 3 to 4.
Okay, Intel, let me just mark this up a little bit.
For NVIDIA, that's incremental to the business today. So the market doesn't have to capitalize those earnings, but it's
Okay, we have hour and 5 minutes to go. I just want to mark this up for Intel. Intel. 4850.
I really like CoreWeave
48.
Nicole and John. And CoreWeave is one that, NVIDIA's got an investment in the name of 7%. The only risk that I see with CoreWeave right now is the fact that they have a lot of concentration with their revenue and their
4850 call.
Microsoft and NVIDIA, I think, are responsible for
20 Delta.
75% of their revenue. So I think CoreWeave eventually is going to have to.
And downside, I have 3028.
Last week for about $6 billion. And we're going to need to see more of those deals happen for CoreWeave to start moving. But that's probably one of my most favorite names in the AI space and data center space. And I think, when you look on the periphery, I think looking at some of these energy names, Oklo is certainly one that's had my attention for a while now. Its stock's driven up almost 75-80% in about 3.5 weeks, Nicole. And again, this is another name that's there's going to be a need for power for AI energy for years to come. And this is one of those smaller names that's on the cusp of doing some big things.
Thank you both, John Belt and Bob Lang. It's great to see you. Really appreciate both of you here today. The points you have made, they were taken. John Bolton and Bob Lang, thank you. That's going to do it for us here on the watch list. I'm Nicole.
Okay, S&P not making much movement here.
Here on Schwab Network. Keep it right here. Market on close is next.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking. The checking account built for investors.
Okay, I'm just looking for prices to stay between this 30-28. 30-28 put. That's also a 20 delta. That is 21 November DTE. 21 November DTE. Okay, that looks fine.
Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means
30-28.
Start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
All right. Spreads.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage.
Okay. S&P is just kind of sitting here moving sideways at the moment. What else is pretty expensive? IONQ, we shorted that one last week. IONQ, we shorted it, nearly top ticked it. Okay, continues to move lower. IONQ. So that short worked out. Why did we short that? Because the risk reversal was up there at 98%. It's now down to 75%. You can see Oracle's risk reversal is 83%. Here's Oracle. Oracle's risk reversal is 83%. That means that it's very rich. And with lack of call side upside above above 300. There's a lack of calls above 300. The likelihood is this is going to fade a bit first or continue to channel down, which is what we've been watching here on Oracle. If you watch Oracle, what we're looking at is a channel down. Oracle. And then Oracle, there we go. Oracle, okay, channel down. So it's moving away from these calls up here. So I'm making money as this is dropping. I took the put side off, and it was like a total of $6 in credits between all three of these. 1, 2, 3. $600, $3,000 in credits. I took the October side off today. I have the November's left now. Boeing, I took that off this morning. I didn't like the way the chart was working. Boeing doesn't seem to work well. I've done iron condors on Boeing before. You can see how quickly this pulled back, started to threaten this side. I said, you know what? Not even worth the effort. It was $865. I wound up making a few bucks, not that much, but I'm out of this one now. Boeing. And release some cash at the same time. Broadcom, Micron we talked about, right? Micron.
Good afternoon. It's 3 p.m. on Wall Street, and this is Market on Close. I'm Marley Caton, coming to you live from our Chicago headquarters. Hi, Molly. I'm Sam Butters, coming to you live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange.
Yeah.
In the meantime, a number of other delays would begin as well. I think, of course, another big one is the millions of federal government workers and contractors who either wouldn't get paid or would be delayed in pay. And again, Moody's predicts that for every week of a shutdown, you're shaving 0.1% off of annual or quarterly
So Micron.
growth. So there are some real impacts that could start.
You can always see it's starting to fade from the high of the day. Micron, so this will be fine. Micron.
That is that mass layoff of federal employees that would begin.
Okay, what else do I want to sit here? Netflix, Riot. All right, Riot broke out today. Trying to get above Riot, 20. Riot. Okay, if it gets above 20, the dealers are going to have to start buying. Okay, here is Riot, just at the highs of the day there. 20 is a major level. That's where dealers have their call wall. So dealers have an incentive to keep prices below 20, Riot. But if you look at the weekly, on Riot, you can see what this is going to do. If this does start to move, Micron, Riot on the weekly. Okay, Riot, once it gets through this area, you can see how quickly this could go. And look at the volume. It was a mostly tech-driven story today, but you do now have the three majors all in the green. Tech and comm services were the big reason why the NASDAQ has continued to lead throughout the day. Some strong activity from the chip stocks today is certainly helping. Big news today, EA shares. They are higher by near 5%. The company subject of the biggest leverage buyout ever. We'll follow that story into the close. It is a big one. Williams-Sonoma lower today. The president slapping new tariffs on furniture made outside the United States, and that stock down near 5%. On that talk, it does take us to our talk of the day. The risks and rewards of buying stocks at record highs. Goldman Sachs just upping its view of global equities today, thanks to strong earnings and a Fed easing cycle. Our next guest bumping up his own outlook as well. Brian Belsky is BMO's chief investment strategist. He's here with us at Post 9. It's good to see you. Welcome. So we obviously watching the president and Benjamin Netanyahu at the White House. We're trying to figure out what's going on with the shutdown. We expect arrivals from congressional leaders at any time, and if we do see it, we'll show it. But that's what you have to deal with, as I say, risk rewards of stocks at record highs. How do you see it?
We really do. I go back to my very first months in the business. My very first mentor was William O'Neill at Investors Business Daily. He said, Belsky, there's always something going on in the markets. You just threw a bunch at us. And I think you have to try your best, Scott, to kind of push that to the side and really focus on something that you and I talked about now for the majority of 2025 is that this rally has been led by fundamentals. This rally has been led by earnings recovering. This rally is going to continue to be led by that. And that's why we
Riot
felt
looks
so
good.
compelled to finally move our targets to our bull case, which we originally published in November of 2024, which was 7,000. So that number's been out there for a while. But what we really needed to see are those earnings begin to
Okay, I really need to see Riot push through this 20 zone.
for a while.
Okay,
We
looking
actually
good.
think that into next year, we're going to see another 8 to 10% earnings growth. So what we really think has gone on the last 6 months or so is that 2025, quite frankly, is set the table for Goldilocks for 2026 and 2027.
All right. So the headline here from you, just to make it clear, you raised your target back to 7,000 as a bull case.
Yep.
So when I sort of throw out there the risks and rewards of buying stocks at record highs, which ostensibly we are at, you see much more reward than risk?
We do, and quite frankly, we wrote in the piece too that we knew we would get a lot of pushback, like way to go, the way to call a top Belsky, or you're Pollyanna positive and all this kind of stuff. But what's wrong with stocks going up? It's actually a really, really good thing. Number one.
Yeah,
Number two, I think
I
it
agree.
justifies that. I think actually 7,000.
It's got to be difficult being so public.
And then all of a sudden settle in 7,000. I don't want to just be as easy as the trend is your friend and like that, but we also have this notion of a lot of cash on the sidelines. We have a fourth quarter. That hit traditionally, when you see a market that's up 15 to 20% the first 9 months of the year, the average return is like 5.6% going back to 1950 or so. So seasonality is involved, but also the believability of equities are back in terms of it working, and the believability of the U.S. markets to have some wherewithal is also back.
So I have a little bit of an issue with the Goldilocks moniker. Can you have Goldilocks with stocks not only at record highs, but with valuations where they are to historical averages? I don't know, is that Goldilocks?
Well, Goldilocks is the notion of interest rates staying steady, earnings growth being positive, GDP growth being positive. Doesn't have a valuation metric to it traditionally, but I think that we're heading back, and I was a strategist back in 1995, 96. I think we're heading back into that era again, where toward the end of 96, you start to see a broadening out of the market away from just the consumer staples high multiple stocks. So remember too that the multiples peaked in the 30s during the tech wreck of 99, 2000, really into 2000. So I think we got a long ways to go.
We're dropping off here.
Any kind of bubble territory for tech.
Inflation's higher than target. Can that be Goldilocks?
Well, inflation, I think.
Stagflation is a word that's tossed around. Is that Goldilocks?
It's an excellent point, and I think the one thing that we need to be worried about is that if the Fed cranks interest rates down too fast, could that ultimately be something that would feed inflation? Remember a year ago when the Fed started cutting, 10-year Treasury went up, yields went up.
Oh, well, I have news for you. The long end of the curve has been up since the Fed started cutting this year.
Yeah, so now we actually think the yield curve is going to continue to steepen, and that'll be good for financials, and that's where a lot of the earnings growth is going to come out.
Okay, S&P pulling back now. All right, so that's unfortunate. I didn't think that would be the case this evening. We're rolling over right at this level. Don't want to short it, but we are pushing lower at the moment.
Goldilocks in a consistent kind of more normalcy type pattern, Scott, doesn't mean up 20 to 25%. I think it's very, very possible that we're going to enter into a period where stocks are up high single digit to low double digit, especially with the dividend. So let's call it near the historical average of 10 to 12%.
High single digit, but if you include the total return and all of that, you're better than that. But why only single digits?
Well, I think
the environment's so great.
No, I think you have to underpromise and overdeliver, and I think the market has to prove itself. The Fed has to prove itself in terms of how they're going to engineer this in the term with respect to the dual mandate, and we'll see from here. But ultimately, especially when we're taking a look at the consensus.
All right, we got 52 minutes to go. 52 minutes.
Economics team at BMO. Interest rates are going to tighten in, so that's why we think what we think in terms of where we're going to go.
Hold your thought for just a minute. We're going to do this breaking news now with Leslie Picker, who has that for us. Leslie, what do we know?
Hey, Scott. In this closely watched trial of Charlie Javiz, this is the entrepreneur who was convicted recently of defrauding JP Morgan into buying her college financial aid startup known as Frank for $175 million. Well, she was just sentenced to about over.
How would you think you'd get away with that? That is so weird.
This was handed down at a hearing in Manhattan federal court just moments ago. The 33-year-old was convicted about 6 months ago on all 4 counts she faced, which was bank fraud, securities fraud, wire fraud, and conspiracy. She
Of
pleaded
all
not guilty and
of all
is expected
banks
to appeal
try to
her
defraud
conviction.
J.P. Morgan.
J.P. Morgan declines to comment on the sentence.
That's hilarious.
Okay, Leslie,
I remember
that's,
that case.
breaking news for us. Just make
That's
the point
so
you were
funny.
making again when I was sort of rushing you to finish because I had to get to that about the Fed. Yeah, the role that the Fed plays in next year and why you think it could only be a single-digit return kind of year.
Well, I think, again, I think that's kind of the bottom end of where we think we could be. And I think the Fed has to build some credibility back with the market, especially considering all of this tenseness with respect to the White House, but also what you mentioned in terms of inflation. Now, we have seen inflation be stickier than ever.
Chop.
So I think that the Fed has to kind of thread the needle here a little bit.
Okay, once again, let's go take a look at the watch list for the week. We had a number of stocks that look good for the week ahead. For this week. Okay. ANIP. Pharmaceuticals, that one's fading more.
Last week was busy with that.
Oh, that's the IBD 50. That's not my watch list. My watch list is calling on these good names. Apple still flagging. Agnico Eagle Mines, gold stocks taking a break. Baker Hughes looking for a follow through. Cyber, the cyber security stocks looking good. Futu sitting on the 50-day. Google looked a lot better earlier, right? Hims and Hers, that looks pretty good. Hims and Hers. Let me just check my Hims and Hers position. Hims and Hers. Okay, yeah, Hims and Hers. Slight profit there.
John Williams saying inflation ex tariffs is around 2.4%. That's lower than it was in the past. So he sounds okay with the inflation rate and the kind of excusing the tariff inflation. Fed is still putting downward pressure on inflation. And the neutral rate around 1%, that's real or inflation.
Home Depot.
Hasn't changed much in his opinion.
Not on the watch list, just something I want to take a look here. Home Depot looking for a push higher.
Maybe a little less than it was, but still confident in the second cut in December there. Earlier in the day, Cleveland Fed
IBM. Intel. Okay, Intel's working. Intel's working.
Target, which you were just getting on with Belsky about.
So, but Belsky's not over his skis by much at all if he thinks 2 more cuts this
year. Okay, Intel, I had puts coming into today. I'm going to go ahead and take those off. Intel. Okay, I'll go ahead and take those off. I had a better exit earlier.
It would be an interesting sight to see, I'd point out.
He's from Minnesota, so I don't know what it looks like, but
that's where the market is. Brian is right there.
Intel out the puts.
It becomes a question of next year. It becomes a question of the extent to which the Fed says, hey, it's going to be another 1 or 2 years till we get to that 2% target. It's going to be a question, Scott, I would watch this notion of the ex-tariff inflation rate. You had some people come forward like Waller and Bowman have talked
Micron's
about the
okay.
inflation rate. Jeff Schmidt from Kansas City said that's
we don't have any earnings tonight, right? Anything worth noting?
He said he would never use such an indicator. And then you have Williams there saying, hey, if I look at inflation without tariffs, 2.4%, it's lower than it was. It's going the direction I want it to go. People watching that. So that's a really important aspect for the Fed to look at. Whether or not they decide that, hey, I don't, Powell says, I don't want to be Arthur Burns. I don't want to leave with an inflation rate that's above target and rising. He may decide that he's more cautious than the market.
Okay, S&P faded from the highs. Looked like it was going to go some more into that zone overhead, but got rejected, that red zone there. So you can see that these trades are coming off. Dealers are negative gamma. That means the market's bullish there. These are all starting to lose value. Dealers are positive gamma, the purple. Dealers are positive gamma, so the markets are short as we pull back.
It might embolden the president to try to make a change at the level of chair before it's time in May.
Steve, thank you.
Pleasure.
Our senior economics correspondent.
CoreWeave, what is CoreWeave? I didn't look at that since last week. CoreWeave.
all of this, whether the
Okay, looks like it's trying to hold here. CoreWeave.
term, whether he gets fired, whether the Supreme Court sides with the president over Lisa Cook, whether that is a market change in how you would think about Fed independence, and whether that's a negative for the market. You tell me.
CoreWeave, do we have
I
that
think
on
it
here?
really wants you. It really forces us to be focused on large cap stocks that add some sort of
CRWV.
liquidity to it because of the way the market's going to be volatile.
CoreWeave.
And so what happens when the volatility increases? We go right back into large caps. You know, you've heard me talk about.
You saw the cartoon over the weekend, right?
Yeah.
Let's put it back up there.
Yeah.
We didn't show it before. Let's put it back.
Yeah. So
If the president fires Chair Powell,
CoreWeave.
what does the market do?
well, I think
Oh,
there's gonna be some
82%
volatility. We'll probably
risk
see some sort of
reversal.
sell-off. I think that's
Expensive.
why you're going to have still an inherent bid in large cap stocks, Scott. I mean, you've heard me talk about the broadening out and value and small cap, but at the end of the day, when people are nervous about
UMAC pushing a bit higher.
so
UMAC.
what's large cap? It's going to be
mega caps.
It's going to be the mega caps. It's gonna be
Low tick alert minus 800.
Oh, low tick alert. All right, they didn't like that. Whatever that is.
the new consumer staples are tech stocks.
A drop in here.
Extreme low tick alert.
Extreme low tick. Something's hitting the news wire.
Coming out of the commercial
Extreme
banking
low
crisis
tick.
in 94 into the Goldilocks period where Greenspan was cutting, and then it was off to the races in the late 90s.
All right, let's continue the conversation with New Edge Wealth.
Okay, we just dropped off pretty quickly here.
Management's Matt Stuckey. It's good to have you both. Cam, your thoughts as you take everything.
Fill in the gap. Fill the gap.
Yeah, so when we look at this market, we think it's being driven by the fact that liquidity remains still extraordinarily abundant. You have earnings estimates that continue to make new highs. And so when you put those two things together with the fact that institutional positioning is still fairly light, I think it's one of the reasons why you are seeing this chase in September, which is usually a weak seasonal month, is that if you look at discretionary institutional positioning based on the Deutsche Bank survey, it's in just the 44th percentile. So there are still a lot of people who sat on the sidelines of this market. Now, that doesn't mean that all places are light in positioning. Households look to be very fully invested. Household sentiment looks to be getting a little bit frothy.
All right, we're still 45 handles above a 6,600 level. 6,600 is where I would get more concerned. Okay, S&P. Got no idea why this is pulling back.
Whether you really believe
Okay.
that cash is going to come into the market, as I bring it back to the very beginning of the show, at record highs, right? People look at that.
Fair value gaps all the way down.
Rich. Stocks are at record highs. Rates aren't going down in a really meaningful way, so you're still getting paid for cash. Maybe you're going to miss out some on the stock market, but that doesn't sound like the environment where you're going to get a dump truck into the stock market.
It's hard to look at the high cash balances in money markets, $7.4 trillion that we all know about, and think that that is absolutely fungible into equities. You look at the AAII survey and the Fed Flow of Funds survey that looks at stock allocations by households, and they're all at near records, which just suggests that households.
Okay, so I'm not sure what happened there, but
Some of the money moved back
that's some negative gamma, positive gamma down below.
to buy every single dip. But when we look in aggregate, it does look like households are fairly well invested. And the important point here is when you are so allocated or exposed to equities, it means that the consumer is very sensitive to equities as well, because that high income consumer is what's been driving a lot of the consumption growth in the economy, and they hold the most of the equities.
How would you address that?
Well, she nailed it on the biggest thing. The biggest takeaway from what she said is it's two different markets. It's the institutional market that doesn't trust anybody. They're negative. We can read surveys till we're blue in the face, but you know how you get the best information by talking to an institutional client, looking in their eyes, based on their questions. They are bearish. They're worried about Trumpy. They're worried about the Fed. They're worried about the market that they missed since April. They've massively underperformed since April. When you're talking to high net worth and wealth clients or family office clients, they want to put cash to work. They want to buy the dip. Not too dissimilar. This has been a trend going on for the last 10 years, but it really started to exacerbate in 2020. I had a call with the institutional client today. Massively underperforming, super worried about the fourth quarter. They missed the move, and so they really want to know how to position going forward.
Matt?
Okay, so some of these iron condors are probably doing better now.
I mean, I think to me one of the most encouraging
Let's
parts
pull
of
back.
that I've seen is
What did
just the
Intel do?
broadening
Probably
out of
sold that
earnings
Intel
estimates
too soon,
increasing
right?
across the board. And, I'm just
Intel.
looking at kind of what's happened since mid-May.
No,
It's
Intel's
not
still
just a
hanging in
large
there.
cap story
Okay, Intel's still hanging in there. Okay, that's fine. Intel.
It's been things like small cap, mid cap,
JD.
S&P kind of all rising at the same pace as we kind of got through the second quarter and saw that
Riot.
coming off the first
Okay, looking for
quarter,
Riot to break above 20.
much better than expected. Then you add on top of that, the Fed is starting to ease, and we think that they're going to continue to ease throughout.
Okay, so the watch list.
Fuel to the fire. That's some of the rotation and broadening out of the market.
Watch list for the week. Let's see what these look like. Just go through these real quick.
Optimistic when there's good evidence to be optimistic, and this is one area that we're pointing to.
Hems and Hers pulling back a little bit. Okay, IBKR from the watch list. That looks good. Another follow through day. IBKR. Okay, pulling back now, but higher earlier. IBKR. Interactive Brokers. Joby Aviation, no follow through. Carmen, pulling back. Life 360, grinding higher. Microsoft, above the 50-day for now. Nukes, the nuclear stocks, watching those. NVIDIA, fade from the high of the day. Palantir, flat. QS, Reddit. Riot looking the best. Sunrun looking for the break higher. SoFi still trending. Tesla, TBTX, and sectors. Okay, S&P trying to bounce. S&P. Okay, S&P is trying to bounce.
So what we've seen the last 2.5 years is somewhat of an anomaly in my eyes, and we think that continued easing from the Federal Reserve is likely to continue on the broadening of earnings revisions trends that have been so positive since mid-May.
Let me make this clear too for our viewers. I mean, your top holdings are as follows: NVIDIA, Microsoft, Alphabet, Apple, Amazon, Meta, JP Morgan, Lilly. I mean, you are a large cap believer. Obviously, you're putting your money in those places, so that says a lot about where you think this market's going to go.
Yeah, that's right, Scott. And we do certainly value the quality profile of these companies. They're extremely cash generative. They generate very high returns on capital. We think that's going to persist, but that's not the only area to continue to allocate within the portfolio. It's just been exciting to see, as fresh air as the portfolio manager, see more opportunities, look more positive from a fundamental perspective as we look to deploy new cash.
We're going to get into earnings, Cam, soon, right? I mean, it's hard to believe we're going to be talking earnings again. Is that just going to underscore why it's proven to be bullish like Brian is?
Well, we got that huge earnings upside surprise in the second quarter, and so the question is, do we get a repeat of that again? And if you unpack that earnings surprise in 2Q, it came from the fact that tariff costs hadn't hit companies yet, it came from the fact that you had pull forward of tariff demand, and you had big upside surprises in the banks, and that was a critical big upside driver. But when we look at the earnings story, we actually think that the broadening out is an absolute myth. You don't see it in equal weight earnings. They're continuing to get revised lower. Russell 2000.
That was a pretty wild little drop there. All right, somebody closed the position. It looks like, let's see, where did they close it? Right here. Looks like they closed this position. That created this little cascade. Okay, so let's roll this back. Okay, so I'm looking at this strike right here at 66.55. Check this out. Go back. See right here? That's right when they started to sell it. The market's dropped. Okay, so somebody took this off. 0 day. All right, a 7.9 million just sold there at 0 day. Okay, so they were short. They closed that position. Oracle pulling back now. Oracle pulling back. Just not doing anything. Oracle, huh? Oracle.
Instead of 30. That'll be something, won't it? My 45 years on Wall Street. Well, you drop the 30 records all the time. So what 35? 10 years what?
I think we're going to be kicking ourselves that we did not own more small mid-cap stocks. I mean, we run a small mid-cap portfolio. That's one of our
IWM is talking small caps. All right, that just had a little dip as well. IWM. Okay, a little dip turning back up. Somebody closed the position just now. This is a 1 minute, 2 minute chart.
Return on equity, consistency of earnings in the small mid-cap space, and some of them are paying dividends. And so I think as we kind of continue to move on in the market, I think that's going to be a great place to be.
Okay, we'll make that the last word. Brian, thank you. Cameron, thanks to you as well. Matt, we'll see you soon. Appreciate having you. Let's send it now to Steve Kovac for a look at the biggest names moving into the close today. Hi, Steve.
Hey, Scott, I got a few for you here. Trading on Wolfspeed, it's halted multiple times today after that stock soared over 1,000%. That comes after the company filed an SEC form to delist its securities in the wake of its exit from Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. Meantime, retailers Etsy and Shopify, they're popping about 14%.
Shopify was on last week's watch list, right?
OpenAI announced its new instant checkout feature. OpenAI says it will allow users to buy products through ChatGPT.
Shopify, nice bounce off the 50-day.
With more than 1 million Shopify merchants also coming soon. And Carnival shares, they're falling over 4% after initially popping on earnings this morning. The cruise line raised its
Shopify, maybe some put credits. Let's see, Shopify. Let me see what the. Let me see what looks like. Shop. Let's go shop. Okay, Shop is pretty decent risk reversal there too. Can't see all of these. Let's see. Let me turn some of these off. Let me turn Meta, Microsoft. Okay, Microsoft's okay. Micron. Let me turn Micron off. That way I can see this. Shopify. There we go. Shopify has a 68% risk reversal. That's, it's expensive. If you're going to do calls, I would do call verticals. Selling premium. Okay, selling premium Shopify. IV rank pretty low. Let me see what puts, if I sell puts on, sell put credits on Shopify. That doesn't look like it's coming back anytime soon. Shopify. I thought you only do put credits when it pulls back. Yeah, I don't want to do it right this now. I'll maybe set up a trade for tomorrow. If we get any kind of retracement, let's see. Yeah, these are pretty beefy. Let's see. Shopify. Okay, 130 below. That's the gap here. The gap is at 127. Gap is at 127. What's that 20 delta? 20 delta is a 35. 135. Sell. Vertical. 135, 130. Yeah, that's all right. I'd rather do call verticals on this one. In the money. Okay. Trade. Shopify. That's on the watch list, right? Shopify. I know I was looking at it. No, I took it off. Okay, so last week's watch list, I believe, had Shopify on it. Yes, last week we had Shopify on it. And the reason why I didn't put it on is because it looked like it could drop through the 50-day. We got a nice reversal, so that would have been a nice surprise. Shopify, will it follow through tomorrow? Shopify, let's see. 150. It's at 150 right now. Say 150. Vertical 150, 160. 150, 160 is going to be about $4, I believe. $4.28. Okay. I'll do a few of those. It's news, though. Best not to take it on a news. Even though it is bouncing, Shopify. Let the news dissipate. It's good news, but you'd be paying up for that. So I'm going to pass on Shopify. Only got 32 minutes to go.
This deal that we heard about today with Electronic Arts, it comes amid a slump in gaming growth.
Okay, UMAC, pulling back a little bit. UMAC.
Over the last 5 fiscal years, it's been relatively stagnant. Those last 3 years, coming out of the COVID pandemic.
New York Fangs are not doing much of anything.
And the stock is up only 56% in that period. That's lagging behind the S&P, which is up 100% in that same time. Now, the Saudi Public Investment Fund is the big investor here and the biggest owner, and it continues to amass a gaming empire. It also owns 6.2% of Grand Theft Auto maker Take-Two and 4% of Nintendo. And on the mobile side, it bought Pokemon Go and the parent company of Monopoly Go. Now, this is not a done deal. EA has 45 days to solicit other offers before taking this one. And Clay Griffin, he's an analyst on gaming over at MoffettNathanson. I caught up with him earlier today, and he said potentially Take-Two Interactive could swoop in here with a better offer. The market today is not acting like that's an option. He also says the gaming space is already consolidated, and there aren't too many public players left.
SHPU.
We'll
Okay,
watch it. It'll be interesting to see
SHPU.
if anything happens.
SHPU. If you want to buy shares.
Robinhood shares, they're also sharply higher today because
SHPU.
Seagal is
Yeah,
following that
I'll
money
pass. I'm
forces
not
of
really
being
crazy about this look.
Yes, it is, Scott. It has been a blockbuster run for Robinhood. It's up threefold year to date.
IWM pulling back,
On the day,
turning back
track
up.
to close at a record high. Now, this rally follows a new milestone for the company. CEO Vlad Tenev saying earlier that Robinhood's prediction markets have now crossed 4 billion event contracts traded, with more than half of that volume happening in Q3 alone. Prediction markets let users wager on those yes or no outcomes from Fed moves, sport results, and the fast-growing business has drawn investor buzz.
Okay, let's go back and look at what's actually working today. Maybe some better trades there, I would think. Robinhood, higher. Western Digital pulling back. AppLovin pulling back. Coinbase. Coinbase looks really good. Coins above the 50-day. I like CONL. I have a 40-50 call vertical on Coinbase ETF.
Robinhood's market cap is now slightly larger than KKR's.
That's up a lot. That 40-50 is up quite a bit. CONL. Okay, that's up a lot. It's up a lot. Okay.
Behind some stocks that
Coin,
have
CONL.
cult-like personality for a while. You could also look, Mac, at crypto's big comeback now today as helping these shares of Robinhood.
Yeah, and I mean, just think back to this summer when Robinhood.
Okay, Super Micro, looking for that to climb. Super Micro. SMCI. Okay, looking for this to get above the 50-day and $50.
Certainly seeing alignment there.
All right, story number 3, Mac. Thank you. Finally, shares of Williams-Sonoma selling off today. Courtney Reagan joins us now with those details.
Speaking of retail, what's Lulu doing? Lulu. All right, looks like it's just going to grind along. Lulu. I have a United Health as well. United Health Iron Condor. Okay, United Health. This Iron Condor is working just fine. I sold that last week as well. It looked like it wasn't going to go anywhere, and pretty much what we're seeing, United Health, $285 per contract. Got 5 of those. I could double up to 10, $2,850. So 20 delta up top and 16 delta down below. So all I'm looking for UNH to do at the present time is to just grind here until it makes a base and decides to move higher or lower. Right now, Iron Condor is working. NVIDIA pulling back.
A little bit more insulated with much of their manufacturing either here in the United States or in North America, and thus compliant with USMCA, and so we're not subject to these potential tariffs. But again, we still don't have a lot of the details, and so it's interesting, Scott, when you see sometimes these stocks selling off like today, whereas last week Home Depot and Lowe's didn't really move much, and I know for a fact they sell bathroom vanities and they sell kitchen cabinets too.
Yeah, well, one day's activity doesn't a story make, really, so we'll have to see what happens in the days ahead. Thanks, Courtney Reagan. Still ahead, why the cannabis stocks are shooting higher in today's session. The bell's coming right back after this.
All right, we're coming into the last 27 minutes of the trading day.
One of our customers that we announced earlier this year, which is Liverpool, which is a large department store chain in Mexico, That was one in conjunction with Google. We both worked on that deal together, and that's a $10 million a year contract for the company. There are many others that are in various.
Apple's trying to turn higher. It's putting in a higher low right now. Looking for a higher high. Nvidia faded. Most of the New York FANGs fading. Let's go take a look at those real quick. Okay, these. Okay, so that's a shooting star, almost like Gravestone Doji right now. We're above the 21-day, 50-day, 200-day, but below the 90 MA currently.
Issuing a statement in response to a short report which does claim your partnerships are true and also faking AIR.
Okay, Microsoft trying to do something here. Microsoft. Microsoft looks pretty good. You can see the base is pretty clear. The run up into earnings, the pop, the fade. Now it's building the right side of the cup. What I'm thinking here on Microsoft, probably what you're thinking as well. I'm just looking at this as a shallow cup, looking for prices to turn up like that. Okay, that's what it looks like to me right now. So once it gets above 520, we can roll calls out in time and up in price. For now, Microsoft looks fine. Just taking its time to get there. It's got an ATR of $7. Microsoft currently is up $3, so not living up to its potential at the present time. But you see this volume by price bar here? Once it gets above that, we'll get back up to 52-week highs, all-time highs. This could rip very quickly. So hold on to your Microsoft. Looks fine. Put a stop underneath today's low. Going into tomorrow, we'll move it up. If we get a bullish candle towards 520, we'll move our stops up underneath tomorrow's opening low.
Seeing great progress in the business, and we will.
Tomorrow's JP Morgan collar roll, end of the month, and we'll flip over into October. Okay, a lot of support will be coming off the S&P 500 once that JP Morgan collar rolls out. The support that was once there at 56.05.
Solution in the market. We think we're ahead of the game, and we're going to execute on that.
Will be gone. Okay.
A couple of years to mark out.
All right. So that looks like Microsoft. No.
Yeah, just very quickly, another question on that. I mean, you have issued a press release actually on the 17th of September, just a couple of weeks ago.
Okay. So S&P 500.
While others stumble in what is a $375 billion AI scaling race. I'm just wondering if you could give us
65.05. 65.05 is down here near the 50-day. I don't see us selling off to that point. It doesn't seem like the markets have an appetite for lower at the moment. So I think the JP Morgan collar is going to be a non-event. Let's look at junk bonds going into the close. We want junk to be higher. All right. So this is doing the opposite of what you would expect. If you were looking for weakness in the S&P, you'd be expecting this to be below the 21-day, the middle of the Bollinger Bands, and dropping towards the 50-day. That's not the case. So this doesn't look like a sell signal presently for S&P equities. Let's look at the equal weight index. Equal weight index. Okay, that's bullish. That is not a sell signal. That is a bullish signal. S&P equal weight index is giving us a bullish signal. Day 2.
Medical, aerospace, engineering, and over time we might enter those markets. But right now we're building our position and our moat around retail and commerce. And once we've established that position, we may move and are likely to move into other markets with our technology that prevents hallucinations.
Okay, we look forward to seeing you do that. It's all about those use cases right now with artificial intelligence. It's been a fascinating chat. Thank you so much.
Okay, that is 37% of the weight.
Resolve AI. Good luck with the earnings. I'll send things back over to Marley in Chicago.
Thanks so much, Sam. And coming up next, it's Options Corner. Rick Ducat will join us here in our Chicago studio to look at strategy after its latest at-the-money offering to purchase more Bitcoin. That's next on Market on Close.
Kick off the morning with the data and the decisions.
Okay, that looks good. Okay, back on a buy signal.
The macro moves are driving the price action from Fed policy to
S&P equal weight back on a buy signal.
and geopolitical risk. Smart, fast, and
Number of stocks above the 20-day are at 50%. So there's plenty of juice. Plenty of juice for the upside.
Days at 10 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Do you like using charts when analyzing your stocks?
Oh.
The Technical Analysis webcast series breaks down different charting techniques like trend analysis, price patterns, moving averages, oscillators, and much more. Best of all, you can ask questions directly to an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
I'm Kevin Green, and I track options flow daily, identifying who's buying, who's selling, and how it's going to impact the markets. Watch live on Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills with tailored education. Get an expanding library filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more. All crafted just for traders. And with guided learning paths, stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals. You can spend less time searching and more time learning. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Welcome back to Market on Close. Shares of Strategy are up about 5% right now after its latest at-the-money offering. The company raised $128
Okay, where are we going now? S&P.
An additional 196 Bitcoin for approximately $20.
Okay, nice reversal on IWM. IWM, nice reversal.
As of September
Okay.
28th, the company holds
S&P equal weight.
Bitcoin, an average price of $73,983.
IWM, nice bounce there.
Now time for Options Corner with Rick Ducat. Time to take
Okay, I have Friday 2:33 calls. Took those with Mondo this morning. Riot trying to continue with 19 minutes to go. Riot pushing high, trying to push higher. It's at off the high of the day right now. Needs to get above 20. Once we're above 20, Riot will give us a completely different look. Okay. Okay, so you can see what happens here once we start to push through this level. Okay, so this supply or liquidity goes away.
So the correlation between these two, they tend to be quite highly correlated, meaning they move in the same direction here. This is a 13-week correlation, so like a quarter basically on our weekly chart here. So if we were to look at this
IWM looking Riot looking good on the daily.
I mean, MicroStrategy is by far the winner here on this 3-year weekly chart, even above Coinbase and Riot and Marathon. So really some impressive performance. Not everyone was quite so enthusiastic, though. Peter Schiff, called yesterday MicroStrategy's $69.5 billion worth of Bitcoin holdings fool's gold. $69.5 billion. Yeah. So basically, he said it's a huge gain on paper, but they can't actually cash it out without causing a market crash, so it's not liquid. No response from Michael Saylor, probably crying into his Bitcoin, weeping, really sad. But.
Yes, really weeping. And I may have misspoken there in the intro. They have 640,000 Bitcoin now. That is their reserve. But as we look at it against things like Coinbase and just Bitcoin overall in terms of performance, you can't help but see how high the green is here.
I know, it's really impressive here. And if we were to look more closely at our candle chart here, we can see that, as you said, kind of a bit of a pullback here, a falling wedge type shape here. But that's actually more of a bullish pattern because we're seeing that the point where the two lines are converging, getting increasingly narrow. So you're looking for a breakout beyond either of those levels. Typically, this is viewed as more bullish, as I said here. If that were to happen, 358, our red line here, low points low point, breakdown point, high point here. That would be one notable area to cross above on the road back to that 400 level here, an old high here, and breakdown points there. If we were to incorporate some of our other studies, we can see that the volume profile shows the heavy trading area is right about here, right around that 330 level or so. It also comes together with our -1 standard deviation channel as well. So quite a bit to work through there. And then we would be seeing the volume start to taper off noticeably once again above 400.
And even with this move to the upside that we're seeing today, we are still trading below that 330 level. So as far as options activity, what does it look like?
Sure. So expected move for October 17th is this purple box right here, plus minus 12.6%, only in 18 days. So that's a significant potential expected move. We can see here that just below 293, our recent low point, that's around the lower edge of that expected move. So that sticks out as potential support here. A very actively traded name, though, 383,000 options traded here. 2/3 of those were calls. And even today, the sizzle is below average, so below the 5-day moving average of activity here.
And as far as any notable
What do we got? 15 minutes to go. 15 minutes.
I don't know if it's fair to call it a correction, but we're certainly seeing a trend
S&P
now
trying to drive a bit higher. S&P.
after that massive liquidation last week and tried to recover from. Are we seeing any notable trades?
There was quite a few very large trades that came in right before our segment here, plus 7,500 of each of these strikes in the October 3rd calls, 312.50, 330, 335, 345. Total debit paid $24.7 million. A lot of those trades, though, looked like they were closed out only about 7 minutes later. Kind of too complicated to get into.
All right, Riot looking good.
It was a very short-term trade for very big dollar amounts. Not very much profit, though.
All right, Rick. Well, thank you for talking strategy with us, breaking down the options action for us. And I'd like to send it back to Sam in New York. Sam.
Thanks so much for that, Marley and Rick. Okay, well, coming up, it is time for Overlooked Stocks. George Silas has his eye on SanDisk. Heading into the close, we'll break down the news and what you need to know about that coming up next on Market on Close.
All right, we have a few minutes left to go. Riot's, what was that? Riot's trying to turn back up. Riot turning up. Okay. If we can jump above 20 tomorrow or overnight, that would be an inducement to higher prices on Riot. Coinbase also looking really good. You can trade the derivative coin, CONL. Coin is at the high of the day. Coinbase is at the high of the day.
Schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
All right. Coinbase looks good.
Tracking the trends, sector moves, and fundamentals shaping the market.
All right, Coinbase looks good.
This is Schwab Network. Subscribe at Schwab
S&P.
How's it going? First day, so.
Okay.
Try it again. You could have done better. Please. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
What's up, Carl Nation? It's your #1 broker with the best full-service wealth management skills in the biz.
Actually, I'm seeing something.
Commercials is so annoying.
Yeah, Schwab lets
All right, 66. There we go. Pushing up a bit right now. Pushing up a bit. With 13 minutes to go. 13 minutes to go. We got a doji on the daily. S&P is climbing. Okay, looking good. Okay, S&P looking good. Okay, so we're into that red zone. You can see hedging flows have dropped off, though. Okay, hedging flows have dropped off. We're into the red zone here. Okay, we're looking for volatility to pick up. Maybe we can get to 66.70.
Welcome back to Market on Close. I'm Sam Vardas, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Shares of SanDisk have rallied to a new record high today. The Western Digital spin-off is now up over 110% this month. It's time now for Overlooked Stocks, and I'm joined by George Silas, who is the senior markets correspondent, for a look at this stock. So it is up quite considerably today, 17%. What's behind that move, George?
Well, behind the move is what you mentioned, Sam. I mean, Western Digital effectively spun off their company into two parts, and one part includes now SanDisk, which is essentially it's a pure play now in NAND flash.
Okay, S&P is starting to climb a bit more into the close. Looking good.
Memory status, unlike DRAM chips, which Micron, for instance, supplies the market.
Amazon on the move. Amazon starting to tick higher. Amazon. Amazon.
Effectively, the spin-off occurred back in February 2025.
Popping.
And I think that's been a primary catalyst.
Yeah, Amazon looks good.
At least for both SanDisk and Western Digital, but the other catalyst really
Google. All right, looking for Google to do something. Yeah, Amazon, we got that turn in Amazon. That's what we were looking for. What did I buy? I bought the calls. I can't remember what they were, though. Got to write this stuff down. Amazon have October 17th. All right, 225s. Okay, 225s are just outside the money. Amazon. For 17 oct.
Also traditional NAND flash memory that SanDisk supplies the marketplace. But at the same time, there's a cyclical component. So there's secular and a cyclical component kind of overlapping each other. And that includes, of course, PC upgrades, which are probably going to be due, especially when you consider the aspects of Microsoft's Windows 10 not being serviced anymore. And of course, new computers now are AI ready, which some of the antiquated ones are not. And again, the other things that require more memory, both from a dynamic RAM standpoint, but also from a NAND flash memory, includes edge cloud computing, which essentially is cloud computing that sits
pushing a bit more. Looking good here.
on the network.
S&P looks good.
Memory, as well as storage, which again serves to present possible continuation opportunities for SanDisk and Western Digital going forward as well.
Right, so it's cyclical, it's secular, and I suppose, that very much speaks to what we're hearing out of Morgan Stanley raising the price target on Seagate, Western Digital. I mean, bullish on the hard disk drive segment, and that also it's an undersupplied market based on their checks.
Okay, enough of that Australian voice. She seems to exaggerate so everybody knows she's from Australia. Maybe it's my imagination. Go back to that. Listen to what she has to say.
Today, off the back of an analyst call like this, I mean, to your point, we have seen this uptick since the start of the year, but it's been quite a considerable move over the last course of the month. Is this sustainable, do you think?
Well, that's a good question. So, first off, looking at these names, all of them are moving in tandem. Micron, if you look at Samsung, which is not listed in the United States, that's moving higher. Seagate, STX, Western Digital, and now SanDisk. So all of these names in some capacity include aspects of NAND flash memory, but also DRAM chips. Both of those technologies are in high demand. There's also supply constraints, which we have to deal with. That's firming up prices. So volume.
Okay, UMAC off the high of the day.
Supplies are down, are constrained.
NVIDIA is trying desperately to turn back up. It showed a lot of angst this morning. Along with Tesla. Tesla kind of faded. It's still up on the day, Tesla. Apple trying to make a go of it. Apple, sneaky. Overall, the New York Fangs, shooting star.
Right now around $6.16. If you look at the following year, it's around $9.05. So sequentially, 2026 fiscal year 2027, the company is expecting 46% earnings growth. On sales growth, which is actually modest, at around 10%. Now, if you look at the forward earnings multiple for 2027 at around 11 times earnings, is trading at a significant discount to the expected.
All right, so a little profit taking S&P. You're not going to make it all the way back there.
I can't say for sure what will happen between now and going forward with price, but the price does look extended in the short run. But just from a valuation standpoint, there may be capacity for this stock to continue based on valuation. Filling that earnings gap that we're seeing in terms of price and earnings are actually quite robust going forward. So there's a matching mechanism. As the price is moving higher, earnings are moving higher, and that's keeping that earnings multiple very low. Again, all else equal, you have to consider other factors, market.
7 minutes to go.
Market coincidences, which basically means that if market moves down, the stock will move down.
But also, again, if there's sort of a hang up in AI demand at some point in time in the next year or so, that could certainly impact your earnings estimates going forward. But nonetheless, like I said, growth is expected to be quite robust, and earnings multiples are not very high considering those relative measures.
Okay, makes sense. A good look at the memory space, and Sandisk very much in focus, up 17% in trade today. Thank you so much for that, George. I'll send things back over to Chicago with Molly.
Thanks so much, Sam and George. And now we're nearing the end of the market session, so we'll bring in Kevin Green to break down the levels he's watching on the S&P 500, as well as today's action next on Market on Close.
6 minutes to go for the regular session. Hope everyone's having a good day. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from closingprint.com on this Monday, the 29th of September. We got one more trading day. Iron Condor tomorrow. Excuse me, the JP Morgan collar roll tomorrow. I got Iron Condors on the mind. JP Morgan collar tomorrow. We also got the what everybody's anticipating is a government shutdown. Democrats trying to make a case for giving illegal immigrants Medicaid at the taxpayer's expense, and I guess that's what the brouhaha is over right now. Obamacare issues. Anyway, you can do your own research. I just heard what they're saying. So it looks like Amazon's trying to push a bit higher. Okay. Shopify. What did I do on Shopify? Did I do anything on Shopify? I thought I wanted to do something on Shopify.
You could have done better.
Okay, let me look at Shopify.
Same goes for where you invest.
I just feel like Shopify, the news, the AI news, AI checkout is just kind of reason for shorts to cover, but not enough for this to just take off to the upside unabated, because it's been in a bullish trend. Yes, we came back to the 50-day. I don't want to chase it here. I'd like to do something with Shopify, but there's just no time left in the day. I'll take a look. If I forget Shopify tomorrow, remind me. I'd like to take a look at it. I like a higher probability setup here.
There's just a few minutes left in today's session. Let's welcome in Kevin Green, senior markets correspondent, for a look at what is on his radar in the final few minutes there, KG.
3 minutes to go.
Yeah, well, if you're kind of looking at today's session, we started off fairly strong with technology as well as communication services.
Yeah, XLK looking good. XLK very strong today. SMH.
But a little bit of a pullback when it came to technology and communication services. So kind of going into the close, you're looking at around the 6,660-ish area as your potential pin risk area. That has been a significant area for calls throughout today's session here. And you kind of see this chart set up. It actually did start to set up like a inverse head and shoulders, but we did see a breakdown below the 6,650-ish area here. But we are still in the green. Hopefully we don't see any turbulence over the next 4 minutes or so. But you're looking at around 6660-ish
3 minutes to go.
Area of resistance, at least for today. One thing to kind of note, if we pull back and look at a longer term time frame, let's just say the 5-day, 15-minute chart, what you are actually noticing is a technical build up in structure, to say the least here. Last week we had this blue line, this 200 period moving average on the 15-minute chart that was acting as an area of resistance. This morning we broke above that. Now it has turned into an area of support. You can kind of see about 2 candles ago, around about an hour and a half, about maybe 30 minutes, 40 minutes ago, we had this bees and hammer candle.
Okay, Amazon. Let me see what Amazon looks like into the close. Amazon. Amazon into the close. Okay, so we did get a little pop in calls there, the orange line. That looks fine for tomorrow. S&P equities, basket of equities, that looks fairly bullish. S&P, NASDAQ calls are starting to ramp up on NASDAQ. IWM, okay, kind of flat. Qs, flat.
So I'm actually looking forward to tomorrow. I'm looking for some of that action for the last hour and a half going into the close tomorrow. Should be actually pretty fun for traders.
Kevin, you mentioned the end of the quarter hitting tomorrow. You know, in terms of the volume that we're seeing today and some of the volatility as we head into
Okay, we got less than a minute to go. Less than a minute.
what does that look like?
All right, it's been an okay day. Been okay. I sold a lot of premium. Took a few things off. Sold some Broadcom. Took Boeing off. I took some profits in Oracle. Credits, call credits. I took some puts off that I had on Oracle this morning at the low in the first 30 minutes or so. What else did I do here?
Once again, we should see an uptick in XPX options volume tomorrow with the JP Morgan caller also going to
Costco. I took the Costco off for $5. So it was $100 credit profit, and Costco I sold some Intel. Sold some Intel. Credit spreads.
Who's to say that the October seasonality trends are not going to hold up as well? That probably could be the case.
What else? Oracle, we talked about. Coinbase, I bought some Coinbase. 40-50 call verticals for November. That worked out pretty well. Coinbase, COIN. Closing at the highs of the session. So that call vertical is doing well. Did that today. MongoDB, I took a credit spread off. So I'm free of MongoDB. Hims and Hers, I bought some verticals, 65, 75 call verticals on Hims and Hers. That didn't break higher like I thought it would today. So we'll have to wait until tomorrow. Still looks pretty good, Hims and Hers. All right, folks, so that's going to do it for me. We did bounce S&P at the last minute. We did bounce a little bit more, back up to 66.62. All right, so we're above 6,600. 6,600 is the pivot point. We want to stay above that if you're bullish, below it if you're bearish. Have a great evening, everyone. Take care. We'll see you tomorrow. JP Morgan caller rolls tomorrow. And probably towards the close, we'll have some increased volatility. Anyway, have a good evening. Happy Monday. We'll see you tomorrow. Ciao.